Hi everyone, this is going to be the second video in our video series. Make sure you have watched the initial part before continuing with this video. Let's look into the sequence diagram of the services that we are going to build. So as our older pattern, like we are going to create the route, then controller and the service. And in these steps, we now need to add one more things, which is GitHub. That's mean in our process, we also have to work with GitHub APIs. So in this section, step 8, we are going to implement the Auth service for like the user registration part and also the login stuff. So for that case, if you think in the client side, if you already saw the demo and the way we are gonna log in, first of all, we will click on that particular GitHub login button, and that login button will redirect to the GitHub authentication page where user can sign in with the GitHub. And then when users sign in with their account, then GitHub redirect to a particular page in our applications. And that page, we grab the redirection with a code that provided by GitHub, and then we took that code and passed to our server so that we can do the verifications that the code is valid or not. And when that's valid, then we proceed with further action like authenticate the user, create JWT token and all those things. So that's the general way. So then we need an API that's gonna provide us the redirection URL of GitHub. So that's why we need some sort of an API in our server so that we can just call that API. Then it will use the GitHub credential like GitHub client secret, GitHub key, and then generate that particular URL and send back to the client side so that client side can navigate to that particular URL. So that's what we are gonna do in our first URL, which is going to be github/URL. And then for handling that, we need an auth router, like a router that will handle all the GitHub authentication related router or auth related router. And then we need controller for get GitHub auth URL. That's the controller for retrieving the URL or processing the URL. Then this controller will go to the service, auth service. Auth service will have multiple controller. So first one will be get GitHub auth URL, which is gonna generate the auth URL. And you can see in that service we are trying to generate the auth URL. And when that's generated, we are sending back to the controller and then we're sending back to the user. So that client get the URL and navigate to or redirect to that particular GitHub authentication page. And when user get the URL and navigated to the authentication page, now it's time to sign in or sign up from the GitHub end on that particular page. So in that case, user put their credential, or if that's already signed in into the browser session, then user don't have to put that information. It will directly authorized automatically by default. So when that's happened, GitHub actually sent a redirect code. That means, let's say if you click on that particular sign in button, let's say here is the sign in button, you click there, it's take you to the it's take you to the authentication page, and as soon as it authenticated like from the GitHub, it redirect you back to a particular page. And that's one page we are gonna develop, which is going to be like the GitHub callback page that I already discussed when I designed the UI. So in that GitHub callback page, it will send a code in the query params. It will send by GitHub. Why that code? That code is for verify the request from the user so that we can grab that code and send the code from the server again to the GitHub to re-verify that the request was correct and valid. So in the redirection of the callback page, then we need an API that's going to handle the callback system. So in our UI, you already saw that we are handling that code in our page, and then in our use effect hook, we can just grab the code and send back to our server with any API. So that's why we need another API, which is going to be GitHub/callback. And in that API, we're going to pass the code. So for handling that API, we'll need handle GitHub callback, including the code, and then we will need the service that will require like handle GitHub callback, including the code, device information, and IP. So these will come from like the request headers, like the device info and the IP, but the code is the code that's coming from the GitHub. And when we got the code, now we have to verify the code again from the GitHub so that we can make sure that's valid. So we send that code to GitHub, You can see that's GitHub, and we got the code in our service. Then in the service, we are exchanging the code for access token. That's when we provide the code. GitHub actually provided the access token, and when the access token we got, we now need to fetch the profile information with the token. So we use the token to get profile information, and when we got the profile data, then we're kind of done. That's mean we can say, yeah, the request was valid, and also we get the profile information. Now what we can do is just simply insert the profile information in our user table so that we can create a new user. So that's how the flow is going to be. So here you can see we got the profile data, then we start and insert the user information in the user entity. That's why you can see it's the database layer, and also we have controller layer as well, as we're gonna see that. But in the database layer, when we got the profile information, we just inserted a new user. When if there are already a user created in the database, then we don't want to insert again. So we will check that first, that is there already user available with the profile information, then we are not gonna insert that. We will just create that JWT token and send that token to the user. So if the user is new, then we're going to insert that user data into the user table, and then we will do the generate token method. So there will be a method in our service which is going to generate token like JWT token using the user information. Then when that's done, we will have another token like another method. That method is going to generate refresh token. So as I told you earlier, that refresh token is going to help us to regenerate JWT tokens. That's mean when our JWT token got expired, so we have to regenerate it, and we use refresh token for regenerate the JWT token. And JWT token is the access token of our application's API, not the refresh token. So that's why after inserting information to the database or checking from the database that okay, the user is correct or not, if correct, then it's gonna generate the JWT token and also the refresh token based on all this information. As the refresh token generator, now we also have to insert that token into our refresh token table, because we are gonna track all those refresh token, like how many devices actually connected, something like that. So we must need to save that refresh token into the refresh token table, not the access token, because access token is very short time frame, which is like 15 minutes after it will expire. So we don't need to store that JWT token, but for refresh token it's mandatory to store as a common mechanism. And when that done, we're kind of good. Now we have the access token, then refresh token, and also the user information from like the profile data. Now we can send that back to the client side. So that's what we did here. We send that to our controller. Then in the controller you can see as we got the refresh token, and I already told that the refresh token is something that we cannot pass with response body. It should be passed through cookie, so that when we send that response to the client side will store that particular cookie safely, and that cookie will be sent after all the requests. Let's say whenever someone log in and get the cookie in that particular API request, then it's stored to the client side until it got cleared. And when that is stored in the client side, after that every request client side made from the browser or maybe from the postman, all the requests, the cookie that we said will be sent to the server every time. And if server actually clear the cookie, then it will also clear from the browser side or the client side. So that's kind of a different mechanism, not like the access token stuff, because in the access token we send that with the body, response body from a particular request. So that's why we have to set the refresh token in the cookie, and we are going to do that in the controller, because in the service it's about like the logic related to database and the GitHub Auth. So for set up the cookie, it's kind of like working with response. So that's why we choose to handle that in our Auth controller, and it's quite dependent on the access token and refresh token and those things. So that's why after set up that token into the cookie, now it's time to send that response with cookie to the user, and that's what we did. And that's how we have completed our second API, which is going to be the GitHub callback. So first we got the URL, then we provide that URL to the client side login and got the authentication from the GitHub. Then it got the code from the GitHub, then it called this particular API from the client side, so that we can use that code from the server to validate the request and also get the GitHub informations, and then save that to the user entity table or like user table, and then we generate JWT token, refresh token, and we insert the refresh token into the refresh token table. And then when we got that token, we set that token into the cookie, and then we send back all the information to the client side. And in the client side, we store the access token, and also, as I told, like the refresh token already stored in the cookie, so that you don't have to store that manually. But access token, you have to store that in local storage or session storage, whatever you prefer. And then whenever you hit a new API, if that's authenticated, then you have to pass access token, otherwise it's not gonna accepted or validated the request. So that's how so far this two API is gonna do. Then as we store the access token, like the JWT token, in our client side, and as I told, then it will be expired within 15 minutes. So after 15 minutes, if we provide, like if we call any API, then it will be failed, and that's kind of a bad experience from the user side. That means user just logged in and then generate the token, and after 50 minutes the access token just gone, like expired. Then what will happen? User have to log in again. That's not the scenario we saw. So we have to regenerate the token again, like the access token. So that's how we got the new token, like the generate token again, and we can continue our request from the client side. So for that case, we must need some sort of API that's gonna took our refresh token, and also not the access token, because access token is already expired. So the only way we can verify the user with by the refresh token. So whenever we call the API, we will send the refresh token. It will go, because we already set up that in the cookie, and we didn't yet clear the cookie, because whenever we logged out, that time we only clear the cookie. Otherwise we are not gonna clear the cookie, because the cookie must need to be passed through all the API, so that whenever the access token got expired, we can just use that refresh token from the cookie and generate or regenerate the access token again and send back to the client side, so that it doesn't interrupt the user to log in again. So in the Tofer refresh API, we need another controller, which is going to be like refresh token. That controller will communicate with the refresh access token service, which must need the refresh token. That's mean in the service layer we're going to do the work. So first of all, we have to validate the token, refresh token. So the validation will be kind of like the algorithm stuff from the database. You can see that we are going to check from the database like the token is validated or not. If the validate success, then we can say okay, the user is valid, the refresh token is also valid. Now we can regenerate the JWT token. So we will get the information from the database, like the user information again, and we'll regenerate a new JWT token. And then when that's done, we have to update the expiry token. Like we have to update the access token, and we have to send that access token to the client side. And also uh, because we used the refresh token already, so we must have to regenerate the refresh token again, so that user cannot just use that refresh token manually and try to regenerate JWT token. That's not going to be good. So whenever the JWT token generate, we must have to update our refresh token as well. As here you can see, we just update the refresh token. And let's say someone just call the refresh token when the JWT token doesn't expire yet. So what will happen? We will just increase the expiration for that JWT token. Like let's say it was 15 minutes. Someone just call refresh token API in 10 minutes. So what will happen? The JWT token expiration will be increased to another 15 minutes, something like that. And when that's done, we will get a new JWT token and also an updated refresh token, so that we can set that again into the cookie, and the whole process start again. So that's we just did here. We got that token, we update the refresh token in the cookie, and we send that response to the client side from that API. And that's how the refresh token we're gonna follow. And when that's done, now you can see with these three API, we are kind of good with our application authentication authorization. So when user authenticated by the GitHub, then we got the JWT token or the access token for our application to access all the protected APIs. And when any of our API failed by JWT expired, we as soon as grab that, and then we request a refresh token API that we build with the refresh token to generate a new JWT token. And when that's done, we got the new JWT token to continue working with all those APIs. So in the meantime, we also have some protected route and some public route, and also we need some logout. We need logout functionality. So what's the protected route? That's mean, let's say in our application, some of the API is going to be public. Anybody can access that publicly, but some of the API will be user centric. Like for the learner, there will be API for the learning related things. For the admin panel, there will be API that's related to admin. That's mean those are protected to the user. And for that case, we must need some sort of middleware, or we need some sort of layer that's gonna help to protect all of our protected route. So for that case, as we saw, we are generating the JWT token, and that token is gonna actually help us to protect all the route. Let's say we added a middleware. That's middleware gonna check the route is protected or not using the JWT token. So in those protected route, if we don't provide the JWT token in the header, then those routes not gonna provide correct response, because those will be like unauthorized. So the JWT token we got from the GitHub callback API is gonna store to our client side local storage, and whenever we hit any new API from our application, let's say we are gonna fetch the course list, we use that token and send that request to the server, like maybe profile API, update profile API. We already developed these two API. Now we just simply have to add a middleware or something like that. If you're already familiar with middleware, then you already understand that what I'm trying to explain. If you don't know, just look into that, dedicatedly watch something about middleware, then come back again. So in the middleware, we're gonna check that JWT token, verify that okay, the token doesn't expire yet, and then when that's done, we proceed with the next step. Like in, let's say it's a GitHub, let's say it's a profile URL. That's mean we are gonna fetch the profile information. So we have to pass the JWT token specifically in the authorization header. So if you don't know the authorization header, which is something like when we call API, we can set the header, we can set the body if that's post request, we can set params, we can set query, all these things. So in the header, we have a property called authorization where we can pass something like JWT token, para token, something like that. So in that particular property, we have to pass the token so that in from the server, we can grab that token and check that before we proceed with the next step. And that's what we're doing here. For the every protected route, we check that middleware with the token, and then we proceed with the further step. And if that's failed, then we just send to the user like you are not allowed to request that page which is unauthorized. So that's the protected route flows. And then we have logout flow, or the logout functionality. So what we have, as we saw in the GitHub callback, we already set up that refresh token. That means the refresh token will not be clear until we clear that manually. It will be included in all the API. So for that case, how we're going to handle that logout, we just have to clear that refresh token from the cookie, and from the client side we also have to remove the access token from the local storage, so that when we try to use or like call the protected route, there will not be any access token. And if we don't have any access token, then those API will be unauthorized. So that's why we need a logout API and a controller for logout, and then a service. In the service, we are using that refresh token. And first of all, as the refresh token is going to be revoked now, so we also have to revoke that from the database. So when we got the token, we just call a database query or something like that to revoke that token. That's mean in the database we will have a property, or maybe we can delete that particular refresh token. That's up to you. But in our implementation, we are gonna use a boolean flag that will make sure the refresh token is revoked, something like that. So when that operation done from the database, then now we can just clear the refresh token from our cookie. And that's the part we will do that in our controller, like clearing the cookie as we set up the cookie in our controller. So when the cookie is clear, now we just send success to that particular request. And when that success got from the client side just clear the JWT token from the local storage, and then navigate to the sign in page or the home page. And then if user try to access any protected route from the client side, they will go to the particular route. But in our front-end application, we will put the logic like if there are no access token in the local storage, then we are not gonna give you access to all the protected route. So as we clear from the logout, then there will be no access token and there will not be any way to access those protected route. Even though access the protected route, but they will not to get or communicate with the server because there will be no JWT token. So that's the flow overall that we are gonna build in this particular section. We need to build two API first, which is going to be handle the authentication. Then we need another one which is going to handle the refresh token. That's mean it's gonna generate JWT token, but using the refresh token. So we can name it regenerate JWT or refresh token, something like that. And then we have to build middleware because we already have profile API, update profile API. Those are kind of protected route for the user. So we must need some sort of middleware to be implemented so that we can inject that middleware into those particular protected route API. And then when that's done, we are kind of good. Now we have to implement the logout URL like logout API so that we can log out our user from the applications for completing the whole authorization system. So that's the whole flow. I believe you understand that, and you will get the sequence diagram code in the documentation exactly here, step 8. When you clone the repo or when you navigate to the repo, you will get the documentation folder. Inside there, you will get like the section like backend starter and API, and then go to the step 8. You will get that particular sequence diagram code in Marmite code, and you can grab that. You can use marmite.live where you can just put the sequence diagram and see visually more clearly. But in the documentation, you can also see that, but you need to zoom in a little bit because it's use chart, so you have to maybe zoom in. But better just grab that code and try with Marmite Live. Here you can just zoom in without breaking the resolution. So I think that's better way. You can visualize the code. And while you are understanding this and when you complete the understanding of the flow, then you are really good to move forward to the next step. And understanding the whole flow is important first. And I think if you are beginner, you will be stuck with some options like what's going on here like in the GitHub callback. So for now you can just ignore that. When we're going to implement that practically, you will see like what's happening. And then you might be confused about the refresh token revoked or something like that. You will be get clear again when you saw the practical implementation. So I think that's it. And for beginner, I would recommend just watch video about cookies, like how cookies work in the Node.js, in an API request or something like that. So you can just watch a dedicated video about cookie or read an article, then come back again to recheck the flow, like what's going on with the cookie here, what's the responsibility for the cookie in our application. So I think that's at the some point beginner can start. So just recommend you to just Google it, Gemini it, and then come back again to continue further. So now we can just simply start coding of our first service, and we're gonna follow the sequence diagram one by one, and we're gonna build the APIs. So as we now understand the flow of the whole authentication process, so now let's start implementing all the auth services to complete the APIs. So first we are gonna build the API that's gonna help to retrieve the GitHub URL so that we can redirect. And the commit we have to follow is this one, first auth service for GitHub URL. So make sure you follow this commit. And also in the steps from the documentation, all the steps are here. So now we're gonna follow the same pattern like the service, then controller and the router to connect with the API route and adding all the logic in the service. And we will start with service always. So first of all, let's create the auth service. So in our backend folder, services, in the account, we can now create new service, which is going to be auth.ts. And in that auth service, let's just grab the auth service code from the commit and see what's going on. So we have a auth service class, and on that class we have a method that's going to be like get GitHub auth URL. Exactly we discussed here in the flowchart, like get GitHub auth URL. That's the method. And what this method will do, this method will create a URL for GitHub sign-in, and that's what you can see, redirect URI, which is something like we're using from GitHub callback. That's mean what will be the URL that's will be redirect to when the user successfully log in. So we have to provide that URL, and we are taking that URL from our .environment variable, and the variable will be GitHub callback URL. Then the scope is kind of like what will be the scope to log in or something like that is going to be like user email. And then the URL will be something like this: github.com/login/auth/authorize, and then you have to pass the client ID as a query params like client underscore ID, and then you have to provide the client ID, GitHub client ID. And we are also getting that from .environment variable, and then we also have to pass another query params, which is redirect underscore URI, which is here that the value we are retrieving from environment variable. Now let's talk about the GitHub callback URL and GitHub client ID. So before that, let's just add two variable in our .environment file, and here it is. So in these two variable, we need the client ID. So this client ID will come from our GitHub account. So if you go to your GitHub profile, and if you go to the settings, let's open the settings, and you have to go to developer settings, and in that developer settings you will have OAuth apps under the GitHub apps, and inside there you can create new OAuth app. And if you already created some of the app, then you will see all the listed here, and here you can provide any name. This is the name. When you try to log in with GitHub, it will appear on that particular screen, that name. Then in the homepage URL, you can provide the homepage URL. For now, we can just say localhost 5173, something like that, which is the front end URL. And then you can add a description. Description will be also visible when someone try to log in with GitHub. Before login, it will ask the permission, showing all the information that you provide here. And here you can see authorized callback URL. So that's the important part. Here you have to provide the callback URL, and the callback URL will be the front end callback URL. As you saw that we have created a separate route for callback, the same route URL you have to provide here. Like if you just copy this and then provide GitHub dash callback, I guess, from the front end project. So if you go to the front end project, then you should see that particular route. So in the route, in the website, in the layout, we should have GitHub callback. So that's kind of the URL we have to provide here. That's mean whenever the login successful, it will redirect to this particular page. So that's why we need that particular redirect URL. And also this is the same URL we need to pass in our .environment variable, like here GitHub callback URL, something like this, so that GitHub registration finished, it will redirect to that particular page, including the code that we already discussed. And the GitHub client ID, so when you just register the application, let's say we provide the name called like test, and when you create it successfully, you will get a client ID like this, you can see. And also you can provide logo and also add the description. All will be visible when you try to log in. So this is the client ID that you will need to require. So you just put that and also put the callback URL both here. So I already have one that I created, so I can just simply grab these two variable. You can see that's the value. So that's from my another GitHub account. So I just put that here, and let's just delete this particular one that we created. So you can see all the list here. Now you can also delete that, edit that, and all those things you can do. So you just have to go revoke all user, and you have to just simply verify your account. So for deleting the application, you have to go to advanced section and then just go to delete OAuth application, and it's gonna delete that. So that's how you have to create the GitHub client, and you have to provide those value with this particular two variable. And let's also comment that it will be GitHub related information. That's it. So now it will use those variable, and it will try to make a URL. Now we can just send that URL to the front end to understand, or like to redirect the user click. So now our service is kind of done. We need now a controller for handling this particular auth service. So let's go to controller, and in the account we can create auth.ts, and let's just also paste the auth service controller code like this, auth controller, and here it will be the same method like this one, get github auth url, and we are using from auth service like this, and you can see it does not have async await function. It's just a simple function which just creating an url. So we just simply call that method, follow the same pattern we've followed in our user controller, and the same pattern we're going to follow in the future as well. As so we added the catch errors for catching any error we got, and then when that success, we just sending 200 status with the auth url in that particular object. And now we need to create the router to actually connect with an API route. So let's create a auth.ts route in our account folder from the routes folder, and also we need to set up the route. So let's just set up the route, grab the code. It's kind of same pattern. We just have to create a class first, and then we have to add method, property, constructor, as we saw earlier. So the router will be the router from the express, then auth controller will be the auth controller we have created here. So we just added those value in this two property. Now in the constructor method, we just initialize the router from express and set the value in the router property, and also the auth controller, we just initialize that, and then we created a method and call that, which is routes method, and this route method will point out all the API specifically. So in this route method, we just call the get github auth url from the controller, the method, and we define the url, like it will be get request and github/url, and then we're just passing the controller here. And this API will be kind of like a public API, so we don't have to provide any middleware here, so that it will restrict. So we can just simply make it public so that anybody can use that to generate that particular URL. So now let's link this particular route to our main route file, like the index.ts route file. So we have to create a new route point, which is going to be like this, API/auth. So all the API that will go under API/auth will be auth related API, and we have created the auth router. Let's just import that, and that's it. So that's how cool it is. You don't have to write a tons of code to connect. You just simply one line code mentioning the API path, and then inside that it will be kind of a different router where you can specify multiple route based on our folder structure and also the code we have organized. So that's it for the get URL route, I guess, and we have done so far all these changes. Now we can test this API if we want, but I would go to the second commit, which is going to be the handle GitHub callback service with generate refresh token and JWT token method. As I already explained all these things here, like the first one, so I think we can just implement the second one, and then we can test that. It will be better. So let's just go to the second one, this one, and yes, we can commit our changes. So let's just grab this commit name and also commit all the changes from here, and we are gonna test all the API, and if we faced anything, then we will also include that in our commit in the future. So that's going to be it. Now let's navigate to the second one, which is going to be this one. So make sure you also open this particular commit. So in this commit, if we go to the steps, so our first step was to create the GitHub auth URL API, including all those things that we already done. Now in the next step, we have to implement the GitHub auth flow. So the same thing will happen. We have to create the service, and the service will be handle GitHub callback, something like that, and the controller and the route as well as, and the URL will be get request like GitHub/callback, and in the query params we'll get the code, and the code we will get from the previous get URL when we redirect or log in with the GitHub. So let's just look into all the steps. So we have to create the service like this, then we have to install Axios, because in the flow you saw we have to call GitHub API to get GitHub information, right? So we must need to call that API to retrieve the user information. So for that case, we need Axios in our backend project, and then we need octokit/rest. It's a library that's helped to fetch GitHub informations using access token. So let's say here in the flow, you saw we have the code, and with the code, we try to retrieve access token, and then with that access token, we are going to use that package to retrieve profile information. So that's why we need that package. And if you see the flow chart, that's the service, or like that's the method, which is going to be like a sending request to GitHub. Access token for retrieving the access token is going to be like a post request. Then if GitHub provides successfully for that request, then it will extract the access token. If not, then it will throw the error. And if we got the access token, then we have to initialize the octakit package with the access token, so that we can fetch the GitHub user profile. And then we fetch the profile. Then when we fetch the profile, we find out the email from the profile information and also the primary email. And then we check if that user in the DB already exists or not. If the user is already exist in the DB, then we just update the last login timestamp. If not, then we created the user entity in our user table, then set user details, and then we just save that to database. And when that successful, we generate JWT token, and then we generate the refresh token, and then we return the both refresh token and JWT token to the client side as exactly in our flow. So that's what we are going to build so far. And we also need JWT, like JSON web token, to actually generate the access token. And also we need some sort of property like JWT secret, then access token expire, like when the access token will be expire, we can set that. And also we need some sort of refresh token expire count, and also max device per user, that how many user we're going to allow for maximum users. And also there will be some several methods. So let's just start with our first things, which is the service. So we have to create a new service in our auth service, which is going to be handle GitHub callback. So let's just grab a code, and you can see there are tons of code here, and all the code are not small. So let's go to the auth service, and also let's add this method. And here you can see we have uses all the packages. So let's just install the packages first. So let's go to the backend and try to install them. npm install Axios, and also we have to install the octokit rest. So if you just go to npm and search this particular package, then you can see that's the package. And you can see the weekly downloads is very popular package, and the use case is also very easy. So let's just add this. And also we need the JSON web token package on web token, and I think that's it. So if you use pnpm, you might often face this kind of error. So don't worry, just remove your node modules and just try to install again, like npm install. And when that's done, now you can just install the newly packages. So the issue happen when you change some of the folder structure, like the folders of the root project. So I change that, move that, so that's why sometimes that happens. So our packages are installed now. Let's just install the type for JSON web token as well as in the dev dependency, and we are kind of good. Let's just also add the environment variable. So if you just go to .environment variable file, in that particular commit, you would see we have added some of the few property like GitHub client secret, JWT secret, access token, then refresh token expire, then also max device per user. So we have to add them. And the GitHub client secret, you will also find that on that particular UI that I showed you when you got the GitHub client ID. So under that client ID, you will get like GitHub client secret as well as. So make sure you copy that. So let's copy that and also add in our .environment. Not only that, but also we also have to add that in our .example, so that you can use that example file from the GitHub, because we are not going to push .environment variable, but in this repo you are seeing that, but you will not see when I publish the whole video. So let's add them as well as, so it will be GitHub, and of course the value will be not here. That's it. So these are the value variable you must need to add. Now let's try to understand what's going on in our service. So first of all, we have to generate the token as we already told. Like what token? The access token. So we have to retrieve the access token from GitHub. So how we do that? We have to call this access token API like github.com/login auth access_token, and in that particular handle GitHub callback function, it will require code, device info, and the IP address. The code is the code we retrieve from when we successfully log in with this URLs. So that's code is needed here, and the IP address and device info, we can retrieve that from the header. So you're gonna see when we just use that in the controller. And also it's gonna return the access token, refresh token, and the user. So let's just add the user type from the entity. So we are good. Now this API is going to be like a post request, and also this API need the body here. In the second argument, you have to pass the client ID from GitHub client ID, then client secret from GitHub client secret, and the code. The code will come from handle GitHub callback, method argument, like we are passing when we are just gonna call that method. And then in the headers, you have to pass content type application JSON, accept application JSON. This is like a simple fetch request using Axios to retrieve the token, access token. So when the token retrieval will be success, we will get that token data inside of our token response.data method. And the data property, not the method. And in the token data, if there are no token data, or like token data.error property, then we can say, okay, anything is wrong with the ID or authentications, we are not able to fetch that access token, and it will throw the error, so that we can catch that error in the controller and send like 500 error or 400 error, something like that. And when we got the token, so we will get that here in the token data.access underscore token property. Now it's time to initialize the octokit. So let's just import octokit here, and you can see in the octokit you have to just pass the access token in the property of auth, and when you pass, and it will create a new instance user octokit, and in that instance now we can just retrieve user information for GitHub. So we have to call await, then user octokit.user.get authenticated. That's mean it's gonna try to authenticate with the access token. That's the method that's gonna help to authenticate with the GitHub, including the access token. And then we'll get GitHub user. And in this GitHub user, from like the method, you can see, if I now just break it a little bit, then you can see this GitHub user is the user that's connected with the access token. So user octokit.users means it's gonna look into all the users, and then it's gonna get authenticate with the access token, and it will give you the exact user that's related to that access token. And later we need to retrieve the primary email, so we can just say user octokit.users from the same property, and then we'll get a method like list emails for authenticated user. So that's gonna help to find out all the list, as we added the access token here with the instance, so we don't have to provide that access token every time. We'll just call all those methods to retrieve our information, and from that emails list we have to find out the primary email, and the primary email will be contain a property called primary, and if that's true, then we can just retrieve that email. Otherwise we're going to retrieve the first email, which is often the primary email. So now we got the primary emails, also the GitHub user information. Now it's time to check that we already have the data in the user table or not. If not, then we're going to create, and if we already have, then we're going to go with the generating the JWT token and also the refresh token. So we have to communicate with the user repository, and yes, this .user repository, now we have to add the user repository here so that we can connect with that. So let's just go to the service code and also see we added user repository here. So add that private property and also bring the user repository from the repository here, all the common repository, and we're kind of good. Now with the user repository, we are calling the find one method to find out any user that match with the GitHub ID. So we have a property in our table which is called GitHub ID, and we're gonna find that by this property GitHub user.id.toString is gonna took the ID and it's gonna try to query from the database to look into any data available or not. So now if there are no user, that means we have to create the user and insert that into database. Or if we have already the user, then what we'll do, in the user table we have a property like last login, right? So we can just simply update that particular property with the current date. because if we already have user, then it's time to just generate the token and go for login. So that's why we have to add the last login property, or like update that property. And if we already have the if we already don't have the if we don't have the user, then we have to create that. And for that case, you can see we have created a new user instance from our entity like user, and then we are providing all those informations one by one, and then we're going to save that. And of course we need enum like user role, user status, and all these things. You can see like for the name we will find that github user dot name. The user is kind of from here, octokit here. So then for the image url you will find that github user dot avatar underscore url. That's will give you the github profile picture, and the primary email and also the username will be in this particular property. So we just set up that user. Now it's time to add the last login property, as well as if that's new or old, we are going to add that property, and then we're just simply going to save the user repository. That's mean we are inserting the data. If not, if we already have, then we're just updating our existing table. And now we're kind of good. If that's success, then we are fine. If that's give any error, then it's gonna catch or throw the error for this function, and in our controller we already catching the error, so it's gonna catch that error and send the internal server error or a general error. Now it's time to generate JWT token as per our flow. Let's say we are kind of done in this particular portion, like find and create user by GitHub ID with the user entity. Now it's time to generate the token for like JWT and refresh token. So first we are gonna go with generate JWT token. So you can see we're using a method, this dot generate JWT token. So we have to took that method here. So let's go to our commit and also try to bring that method. So this is the first method, which is going to be generate JWT token. And in this method, it will require the user information, like the information we have inserted here, the newly information, and we have to create a payload. Like the payload we are gonna bind into the secret code, so that whenever we decode the secret code, we will get the user information again. So we're gonna bind the user ID, user role, and the status. So whenever we decode the JWT token, we will get ID, role, and status. Then we can verify further things. So yes, we have to use JWT package, and let's just see how we import that. Yes, we just import like this, import JWT from JSON web token. Let's just import that, and we're kind of good with this. And also we need the JWT secret, and then JWT expires in. So in the JWT.sign method, that's the method that will help to create the JWT token. The first argument, it will take the payload like any object, and then or any kind of data type. And the second object, it will require the secret. The secret key is gonna something like a key that's gonna open the door and close the door. So initially we're gonna provide the secret key to close the door for a house or locked the door, and then when we need to decode, we will just simply put the same secret code to decode the or unlock the door. That's it. And also we have to pass the expire timing, so that a certain time the token got expired. In our case, it's going to be expired within 15 minutes. And also let's just add the token and expire in from the our dot environment variable we added here, token, and also the access token refresh expiring. So let's just bring those two value as well as. So here you can see we have two property. These two properties like private property in our auth service, so that it will not be accessible when we initialize the auth service. And now you can see we have defined a constant here, so that we organize all those environment variable in a constant, and we can use that here easily. So let's also define the constant, and the constant will be name token underscore config. Let's just grab the whole constant. You can put that in a constant folder inside src directory, like creating a constant folder. Inside that you can add files where you can put all those constant variable. But I just for now, let's just put that here. And here you can see we have access token expiration, which is coming from access token expire in variable from dot environment file. And then we will have refresh token expiration, which is also the same value. that here you can see. Then we will need JWT secret and also max device per user, all the things that we declare here. So we are retrieving that from environment and we are putting that in that particular constant and we are using that in our private method. So you might asking why we didn't use the same thing directly here, like this particular things here. Yes, we can do that, so but using a constant is better. Whenever we need to reuse that, we can just export that token config and we can reuse the value. We don't have to declare again. So that's the important of using a constant. Now we have that value like JWT secret from our environment variable and also the expire in. So it will generate the access token for our application, which is a JWT token, and it's going to use the user informations we provided here so that we can wrap that information, and after generating the token it will be kind of like a big string with random character. That's it. So it's kind of encrypted, and under the hood is just encrypted this particular user information using the JWT secret key. So now it's time to create the refresh token. So we need another method that's going to help to create the refresh token. So let's grab the whole refresh token code, and you can see that's a huge code. It's not simple function, it's a bigger functions, because in the refresh token we have some sort of logic, and also we have to insert the token into the database. So it's kind of some of the code, and also the first thing we start with like get device fingerprint. So this is kind of a new method we have to add. Let's just add that and I'm going to explain what's going on here. So it's going to be like get device fingerprint, and let's add, and it's also going to be private method. And what it's going to do, this method is going to create a kind of a unique device information. Let's say when we pass device info and IP address in our main method, which is handle GitHub callback, like device info and IP address, and these two variable or the property will come from the request header. When we do any request from the client side, we can easily retrieve these two information from there. And when we retrieve that information, now we have to make it kind of a unique identifier so that we can add the logic about like how many devices we're going to track. So that case we need these two information, and we have to create kind of a common unique code that will help to track our device. So for that case, you can see we have to create like a string using the device informations and then IP address. If we don't have that, then we're gonna say unknown, and it will be kind of same for every device. So when we get that information, now we can use that data to generate a key. So that's we are generating using like our package, by default package from Node.js, which is crypto, and here you will find the crypto create hash method, and that method is gonna help to create kind of a key, and it's using the algorithm SHA-256. That's it. So when that fingerprint is generated, now we will get the device fingerprint, and if let's say someone try with the same device, then the device fingerprint will be kind of same because we have the same info, but it's different device, it will generate different fingerprint, and we can also store that in our refresh token table. So if I now go to the documentation, and if you go also, you can see all the steps here, like what's going on this particular function. So let's just look into these things like the flow. So we start calling the generate refresh token method. When we call, we have to generate the fingerprint based on the device information, then find existing token for this device from DB. That's mean when we generate the device info, now we have to find any refresh token that available in our database or not. Let's say we have already available 4 refresh token or 3 refresh token, then that's mean our max user count is exist, so we cannot able to provide new refresh token or generate one, then we have to revoke from the list. So if we found the token, then we have to do something. If we don't found the token, then we have to do something. So let's say if we already found the token, that's mean yes, we found that, then we have to check the validity of that token and also the time, like is that validity left or is got expired. If that's expired, then we must need to update the validity, or if it's not expired, then we have to check that what's the validity left. If that's enough, then we're gonna increase that. Okay, that's kind of like another functionality. So you can also put that functionality aside. This is just like an extra functionality that I added. You can also alter that part. You can just simply check if there are any token found. Then you can either remove one token, which will log out from any of the device, or instead you can just increase the validity if that's kind of close. And also you have to maintain the active device, like how many device the user have, so that you can perform the whole thing. And then if we don't have any existing token, then we have to retrieve all the token from the table. That's mean if you now look into the older one, which is existing token, that's mean we have to check from our refresh token table, like is there any token that is not revoked yet. That's mean the active refresh token. So first we have to check that, and that's going to be our existing token. If there are no token that revoked yet, then we can pass the token and we can reuse that token. So let's say as our expire time in the dot environment variable, which is 7 days for a particular refresh token, someone log in and they got the access token also, and also the refresh token, which is 7 day. And after 50 minutes the access token got expired, and we already have the refresh token, and the expire will be 7 days. So why we have to generate the token again? Instead we can reuse that token. So for that case we have to find that existing token based on the user ID and also the device information. And you can see in the query we match everything strictly, like the device information, IP address, and also the user ID, and also specifically the is revoked field to be false. That's mean that should be active token. And if we have that, then we are good. We now can just increase the time if the time left kind of like half. Let's say for intake token is 7 days, so if that surpass 3.5 day, then we can say let's just update the refresh token expire again to make it like 7 days. So that's what we did here. Let's also took the refresh token expires in property from our code. So yes, we have to declare two things. One is refresh token repository and also the expire variable, and we have to declare like the private property like this. Let's just also bring the repository, and let's go back here, and yeah, so that's what we are doing. So we are checking that okay, the token is expired half or not. If not, then we're gonna increase the timing from the current date to the 7 days more. That's it. And also we are just updating the expired property from that particular refresh token table with the same row that we retrieve here, like the existing token. That's mean this is an active token, and we are not gonna regenerate a new token. Instead we will expire the timing if that pass half of the days of our timing, and then we're just gonna update the expired token date, and we can just simply return that existing token like this. You can see we're just returning the existing token if that's not revoked yet, so that we can reuse that. But what if the token got expired? Let's say someone logged out, then when we logged out we must have to revoke that token. So what we do in the logout, we just call that token based on the user ID and device information. Like for a particular device we just make the token is revoked true. So that means that token is not going to be reused anymore, so we must need to regenerate one. So that's what happening in the flowchart here. So you might be confused first, but just look into the flowchart first and try to understand from the code. If you didn't understand yet, just ask Gemini to explain you better. I think sequence diagram will be best option to understand that a better way. So then when we don't have active token, then we need to create. And also when we are gonna create, we must have to check the active device, like how many device we already active. Let's say we have 3 or 4 token, and those are kind of like revoked false, and that's mean there are 3 device which is kind of logged in for that particular user. So we're gonna took all the active tokens, make sure we pass revoke false, and now we have to check the limit of the device. So let's just also count how many unique device we have, and we just creating a set to check how many device count we have. So that's like we're just looping through from our active token list and trying to use the fingerprint, like regenerate the fingerprint again and try to set that fingerprint and the value to count the unique refresh token. And also let's put the type from the entity. And when we count that device, now we can check if the device limit crossed, like the limit we set in our max device per user. So if that's crossed, then we must need to revoke any of the oldest token, and it will forcefully log out from that particular device in the front end. But in the back end, of course, we must need to revoke or remove any of our oldest token. So that's what we did here. We check the size, like the count, and then we compare with our max device per user. And then also we check that is that active token or not, because we already have that list. If all condition match, then we are gonna sort the token list, like the active tokens that we found from the query, and then we're gonna sort it like using the date, then which is the oldest and which is the earliest. So we can now think logically, like if some token is kind of like very older, then we can revoke that. That means user is not kind of using it anymore, or it's kind of a long period. So we are just sorting that particular active tokens, and we're just find the oldest token, and we're just revoking it true. That's mean we are looking at all the active token, check the total or max count, then we found out the oldest one, and just we make that token to revoke true. And whenever we make that revoke true, it's going to be the token will be considered like not useful anymore for refresh token. And whenever we logged out, we also make the is revoked going to be true. So that's what we do. And then we have to update that repository so that the whole thing got effect in place. And when that's done, now it's time to generate new token, because we revoked a particular token and also the max count was reached and one token got revoked. Now we have one token that we can generate and also insert into the database. So that's the flow came into. And for that case, we have to use UUID to actually create the token. So let's just also install that package. So let's go to backend. So let's also go to the package.json to find out the package name. And also let's import the UUID from the version 4 like this. That's it. And we just created a new ID, and it will be like token value, and we have to add the expire date, and the expire date will be kind of like 7 days after from the current date. So that's why we just expire date or set time, we set the time to future date from 7 days from current date. And then we need to create a new token, and we are using new refresh token. It's like the table insertion payload. That means we got the token value like this. We can make the token more complicated, like we can use kind of JWT stuff to make a secret token things, and we can also store some of the data, but make just it's not mandatory to encrypt that with the way we did for access token, but you can do both. And now we have the token value, so we just need to prepare the data set for inserting the refresh token into the refresh token repository. So we just put the token value, then the user ID, expire, add device information, and then we just save that token into the database. And when that done, we are just going to return the refresh token simply. So that's what's happening in the generate refresh token method. It's kind of a trickier if you're very beginner or maybe intermediate. It will be also confused in the first, but just look into the code and try to understand step by step using the flow chart that I provided here. And if you still not understand what's going on, then just simply use the code and ask to Gemini to provide you sequence diagram, and then try with the sequence diagram like this way, that you understand that or not. I believe in the sequence diagram it's kind of more visually attractive to understand what's going on so far. But flowchart is also good when you have multiple condition stuff. So in this particular function we have multiple conditions, so I think that's why I just added that. So overall we are just, if I just simply say what's going on, we are checking our existing token first, and before that we are creating a kind of fingerprint to count the device, that's important. And then we're checking if we have existing active token or not, if that's available. And then we also checking that the validity of that active token. That's mean we're going to look into the very earliest access token to check the validity, or the oldest, and then we will update the validity and reuse that token And if we don't have existing token and that does not match with our condition like expire things, then we just gonna find out all the token that doesn't yet revoked, so that we can count that device and we can remove one and we can generate new one to insert and generate the refresh token. So you can simply uh, remove this particular logic if you want, because that's kind of a optional things. So you can just simply remove this particular logic, still it will be work, because you are just simply finding all the active token, and if that's reached the limit, then we are revoking the oldest one and then we are generating a new one and we are just inserting that new into the database. So you can just simply remove that particular logic, that's optional, but I just added this to explain you a little bit of complexity, so that you can add further complex things when necessary. So that's it. That's how we generate the refresh token. And when we got the refresh token, so we were in this particular method, handle GitHub callback method, where we are generating the chart and also the refresh token. So now we already got these two things. Now it's time to return them, and in the controller we will get them and we will send the response to the user. So that's what's gonna happen here. And if we got any errors, of course we must need to log that error and also throw the error, so that we can get that error in our controller, and based on that we will just respond. So that's so far all the code. And if I now just go to just stage the changes, and let's just copy all the code from our changes here, then maybe we can compare anything we missed or not. Sorry, it's the controller, so we have to go to the service. Yeah. Oh, I think we will not able to copy all this because there are some other code as well as like this. So instead we can just go to view files and took all the code, like copy them, and let's go back and place the code here, save that, and let's see what's going on here. So yeah, we have to re-import them again, the user repository, sorry, the user table, and let's just go and see what are the changes. So not so far, like some of the formatting and also some of the spacing we added. Otherwise all the changes are kind of identical and same, like import stuff and all those things. So we are kind of good, we have the same code exactly like commit. So yeah, make sure you match that after understanding the flow. And yeah, don't just blindly copy and paste all this code and try to run. Yeah, if you already know all those basics, then I think that's also fine. Just grab those portion of code, understand what's the role of that particular code, and just implement all those things. That's also fine. So now we have created the service, so we need to create the controller. So let's go to the controller and let's just add our code. So we need to create a new method for handling that service. So let's just grab that and navigate to the controller auth.ts, and let's here just add that particular method, and it will be the same name like handle GitHub callback. And in the catch error, if we got any error from those services or even on this function, we're just simply gonna send authentication failed, and the status will be 500. That's it. So that's why we added that, and we will get the request and response, and the query request.query, we will get the code we provided when we not provided by us, is provided from GitHub when we logged in. So we will get the code on this particular controller from the API, and we also have to pass that from the query params. And then we're checking if that code is not a string, then we must have to send like, yeah, you are passing some sort of wrong code, so authorization code is required, you must have to pass that. And then we are able to get that device info, as I told you, like we can get the device info from the request. And in the request.get method you will find user agent, and that's the property that will help you to find the device info. And for the IP address you will get like request.ip, so it will help to provide you the IP address. And when that's done, we now have code, device, and IP address. Now we can call our service, which is like handle GitHub callback. And here you can see we have provided that service as well as, and we are using await, and in the auth result we will get what? We'll get like the refresh token and the access token. If you just go and see what it will return, access token, refresh token, and the user. So we'll get 3 value. And as I told you earlier while I explaining the whole flow, that when we got the refresh token, it is not something we pass with the body, it is something that we need to pass in the cookie, so that we can get that and validate from our server. So for that case we have to use res.cookie. That's mean in the response we are gonna set the cookie, and the value from the refresh token. And also for the cookie we can set a name, and also if we need to pass like option, like in the option we can pass like expire and all those stuff. So it's kind of built in from the express, like res.cookie you will able to set that, and we have to pass the name first, then we have to pass the token value, and then options. And now you can see we also have a kind of another constant. So let's just declare the constants from the code, what that's constant about. So the constant we're going to put some of the by default value. Let's just say for the refresh token name we're going to use like refresh token camel case, that's going to be the name. In the option we have to pass http only, that's mean it will only bind with all the http requests, not like other like WebSocket and what are the protocol we have. So it will only work with http, so we have to pass that. And make sure you pass secure true for the production. For the development you can just pass false. And the same website, like same site is required. So when you have like subdomain stuff, then you have to pass kind of like none. Like in the production you can just pass none, but for the local you have to pass like this. So you can get a better explanation from Gemini, like just put this whole code, like this is the configuration for when we are setting the request.cookie. So you will get the whole good explanation. And also for the domain you can specify the domain. For our case it's localhost, and this is important. If you don't put the domain, then it's gonna restrict to add that cookie. And also you can kind of add a expiration like this, and we are adding the expire date from our refresh token expire, which is going to be like 7 days, and you have to pass that in milliseconds. So that's all the config, and that's in a constant. Now we can just use that constant, and we can use the name, then we can pass the whole option, so that we set up the cookie, and we set up the response.cookie. Now it's time to send the response. So you can see we're returning the whole response, and with the success status, that's mean we will get, you can see the same response, and in that response we have the cookie. So whenever someone hit that URL like this one slash github slash callback with the code, then all the process done, it will give back a success request with the user and the user information from the database, and also the access token. And in the cookie it will pass the cookie, so that whenever we call any API after login API, we will get the cookie in the server from the API session. And if we got any error, that's mean it's kind of like failure of the authentication, not like something like the global thing. Or maybe we can just simply get rid of from the try catch, because we already added that. Like any error happen, we're gonna send like authentication failed. But I think I have a specific use case that is like 401. So I want to send 401 for the specific failure from the service. And if it's not related to the service or general error, then it will be like the catch error, which send like 500 error. But for the service I just added 401 to debug that better way, so that's mean if anyone got 401, that's mean anything wrong with the service. Or if that's got 500, that's mean it's wrong with like the handle callback controller, or maybe at the upper side the route stuff. So that's a kind of a way you can just also separate the debug. So that's overall it about the controller. Now we can just connect the controller with the route, and then we will be good to call the API. So let's just go to the route section and create a new route for that. So let's just go in our route. We have existing router, and here we just have to add a new method from the controller, which is handle GitHub callback, and the API will be GitHub slash callback, and it will also be get request. That's the final URL or API to handle our authentications. That's mean whenever we hit this particular URL with the code in the query params, then that means we are gonna logged in the particular client side, and we'll get the cookie set in the response. That means every time we hit after login, we'll get cookie from the response body, not the response body, but the response whole object. So that's so far we have implemented, and I think the code is kind of same as the commit. Let's just also verify we have changes. So far 6 file, yes. So let's just count. Yeah, so overall we have changes 6 file, and here it is showing 7 file because of like pnpm lock by AML, or maybe we are missing something. Let's just see. Okay, we have an extra change in our root package.json, which is this. So just ignore it, we don't have that change here. So that's it. I think so far we have implemented. And for the summary, you can just look into the doc, what's going on the step 10, like implementing the GitHub auth flow. You can see the steps. And also, if you face any issue, just ask Gemini with the portion of code, like what's going on. And if you didn't yet understand what's going on, then yeah, the comment box is empty. You can just comment on this video section. And now we can test those API, but we're gonna test them together when we complete the logout API also. So let's navigate to the next step, which is like adding the logout API. And we have several steps as well, as like adding the access token API, like refresh token API, which is gonna help to regenerate the JWT token. That's going to be another API. And you can see in the section step 13, we are testing all together. So we have two things left, logout API and the access token regenerating API, and then we can test them together. So yeah, let's work on those two things. So let's quickly implement the logout API. And for the commit, we have to follow this commit backend dash logout API added. So let's quickly look into the API, the commit. Here you can see we need a new service method in our auth service, which is going to be logout, then a new route and a new controller. That's it. So let's quickly add the new method in our auth service. So let's navigate to the auth service, and also let's add that under the handle GitHub callback. So if you look into the service, then you can see we have private method. So these are the method that will not be exposed outside of that class, because these are the method that's using internally in that particular class. And the logout will also not include on there. It will be general method that we can use outside of that particular class. So in the logout service method, we can just simply look into our refresh token repository with that token, and we're gonna make that token is revoked true. That means we are allowing the token to revoke, and we must need to provide the token so that we can match with the token from the database, and then we just make it revoke true. And we have to update the table, and if that's success, then we're gonna return true. If not, then we're gonna return false. So that's our logout service. Now let's add the method for controller. So if you go to the commit, then you will see here logout controller. So let's just bring the code and also put that under handle GitHub callback. And if that failed somehow, then we're gonna return failed to logout with 500 status. And from our cookie, we are gonna retrieve the refresh token. You can see request.cookies, and we already set up the cookie names, which is refresh token. So we can now simply grab that cookie with the same name like this. And in API request, while login, we always pass the cookie. Let's say when we sign in with the handle GitHub callback, we set up the cookie, and after that every request from the client side we pass the cookie, including the logout API request. And when we got the cookie, we just now have to clear the cookie from the response like this. So here you can see first we check that if we have any refresh token or not. If not, then we just send 400, and if we have that token, then we just pass the token to our service auth service.logout so that it revoked from the database. And if that's success, then now we can just simply clear the cookie from our response. So we use the response from the express, and we just call like clear cookie, and the name is important, and it should be unique and trackable. So after the name, you should have provide the path, http true, and all those property that you provided here, exactly like this. And after that, if we got success from the service, then we're gonna send true, and if we got any error, then we're gonna put that error, like if the token got invalid, or we didn't find the token in the database, then we would say invalid refresh or something like that. So that's our logout controller. Now we can just simply point that controller to any route. So let's just add a new route, and we have to add that in our auth route under the GitHub/callback, and it will be post request, and the method will be like logout. So you can also add convention in your method, like get GitHub auth URL controller, then handle GitHub callback controller or logout controller. That will be also okay to follow kind of a pattern or convention. But for now, I would like to just simple naming convention, but you can prefer any standard. So that's our logout API, and we're kind of done with our main three API for authentication. And if we just now try to test and try to use that, it will be enough to implement the logout functionality, like login and logout functionality. So that's our commit. So if I just commit this one, so let's just simply commit the changes and move into our next step, which is going to be the regenerate the access token. And also here we have a flow, which is when client call logout, it try to find from the database the refresh token, then it mark the token as revoked, then it clear refresh token from cookie, and then it respond success. And here you can see cron job delete revoke tokens. So that's an edge case. So when you have multiple user and multiple user login, your refresh token database will be like super big. There will be lots of data, and if they log in log out quite, then your database will become like huge data set. So for that time, as we are not deleting any refresh token row, instead we just making is revoked true, that means all the data will be stay. So we somehow have to delete those older data. Let's say we have 100 user and every day they log in, or maybe after 2 days they log in, still the whole table could increase within 7 days like 1000 data, and that's not good. So that case we need a cron job or a scheduler that's gonna look into the refresh token table and delete all the older row, either those are revoked or not, because if that goes like month, then there will be lots of data. So what we can do, we can delete or run that cron job weekly to actually delete those oldest row from the table. So that's what I just mentioned here. So that's kind of optional, you can just implement by your own. If you seems like it's a learning things, then you can just implement it by your own. So it's going to be your homework. So now let's move into the next step, where we're gonna create new service, a new controller, and specifically a new API that's gonna help to regenerate our JWT token. So why we need that? Because we have the refresh token and we have the JWT token. As you already saw in the JWT token, it expire within 15 minutes. So when that expire, so we don't have any way to request again to regenerate the token, or if we don't implement that part, then in our application every 50 minutes we have to log in every time, and that's a bad user experience. So we need to implement a kind of a mechanism internally in our applications, so that whenever that JWT token got expired and the next API we hit, it will be definitely unauthorized error. So we have to catch that unauthorized error and we have to call our refresh access token API, which gonna help to refresh the access token, means it's gonna regenerate the JWT token. And when we got back the JWT token, then we will continue the failure API again, like we will gonna refetch that again with the same payload, or maybe if that get request, we're gonna request that again to stop the failure. So that's going to be like the flow. And this part is really important if you are going to build a full authentication system. If you watch some of the video from the YouTube about authentication system, then you would not see like the mechanism I've told you. You will only see like they are just generating the JWT token, and they store that into the local storage, and they have a dedicated expire like 7 days on that JWT token. So which is when that expire, user will not be able to log in, and anybody can just grab that JWT token and they can play with it with the application. But that's not the standard way. The standard way is to implement the refresh token mechanism, where you have to regenerate JWT token after a certain expired time, and standard timing is like 50 minutes. So every 50 minutes the JWT token will be expire and you have to regenerate that with the refresh token. So that's why our refresh token management table is important, and also deleting those older data is also important when that becomes too big. So that's our next step. So let's just see which commit we can follow. In our sequence diagram, you can see that part in here, token refresh flow, I already explained on the previous section, like how the section will be implemented. So let's go to the commit, and this is the commit that we need to implement, which is refresh access token API above the logout API. So let's just see the changes and implement that in our, and you can see we already have the auth service, auth controller and route. We can just simply create a new method in our auth service that's gonna tackle the refresh access token. So the access token is the JWT token. You can also rename it like refresh JWT token, something like that. But access token is way more generic. So yeah, so that's the code. And if I just go to the doc, you will see a little flowchart like this. So client send refresh token whenever any API failure like JWT got expired and any API failed, then we got that API failure and we put that into somewhere like a queue to reuse like refetch again. In the meantime, we're gonna fetch the refresh token API. So that's why from the client side we have to send the refresh token API with the refresh token. Then backend try to find that token from the database. If the token exists, then we have to check that is that token revoked or not. If that revoked, then that's mean it's already revoked. We have to log out from our front end. And if it's not, then we have to follow other steps. And then if we don't have the token exist, then we must have to respond like, okay, we don't have token. That's mean you are trying with the wrong token and you should log out. That's why. And what if we have the token and it's not revoked yet? Then we have to check the expiration, like the token is valid, the token doesn't revoked yet, and also now we have to check the token expired or not. If that's expired, like the token expired, that's mean you are also done. You have to log out from your application. But if not expired, then it's time to check the remaining time, like how many days it has left. So you can do two things here. The best approach is to delete that token because refresh token can be reused from the hacker or like from the postman. So if you check that the token is not expired, then you can just simply delete that token and generate a new token and then send back to the client side with the refresh token as well as the access token, the JWT token. But in our case, we didn't do that. We just reuse that older token like this. When we check the remaining time, if we have enough time left, then we reuse the token. If we don't have, then we just extend the expire. Let's say the token expiration is 7 days, and right now we have almost like 6 days left, or like sorry, 1 day left. That time we just update the expiration of that particular token from the database so that we don't have to regenerate the token. And when that update done, we just simply generate a new access token, not a refresh token, and then send back to the access token through the response, so that client side use that response, the access token, and continue with the failure API that failed. And we put those API into the queue so that the first API failed will be resolved first using the access token, and it will go to the last API that failed from the client side. So that's the client side work. You are going to see how we implement that queue. It's going to be interesting area to learn. So that's the whole mechanism we are going to build. And of course, we have to send that token to the client side. So if you now look at the code, first of all, we are checking the token is revoked or not as per the flowchart. So I would just recommend you, before looking to the code, always try to understand the flow, like what's going on in the code, what's the pattern, what's the process that's happening on the code side. And you can just simply use the flowchart or sequence diagram. These are the better and the best way to understand coding flow. And what you have to do is just simply put the code to Gemini or ChatGPT and ask to provide you the flowchart for the code or sequence diagram, and it will give you very understandable representation of that. So from the code, so we check the token revoked false. First of all, we're trying to fetch that particular token, and then we have to check the expiration, and also if we don't have any token, we're going to throw the error. And then we have to find the user as well, as because the user is required for generating access token. As you know that for JWT token we also need to pass the user data so that it generate the access token with the encrypted all those user information. And if we don't found any user, then also we must have to throw error. If we found the user, then we just simply pass the user, and we are using the same method that we used in our handle callback GitHub kind of method. So it's gonna generate the token, and when you got the access token, now it's time to extend the expiration of the refresh token. So in this area you can delete that older refresh token and regenerate a new one. That's also going to be fine. In that case, you also have to need the device information. You have to create the fingerprint, and then you have to insert that refresh token. So that's the complexity. I just try to skip here. So you can see, if you go to the handle GitHub callback, where we have to do several things. When we generate the refresh token, we have to pass the device info IP address, and then when we got the refresh token, it's also update the refresh token table. So that's like some different tasks that need to be done. So in that case, we just skip that part. Instead, we can just update the expiration for that particular refresh token so that we can reuse that token. But you can also delete that. That's up to you. You can take the challenge. And when that's done, we just check how many days remaining. If like it's more than half, then we'll just simply update that. If it's not half remains, then we just simply use the same refresh token again. And that's it. You can see here we just updated the table when it met our condition. And after that, we must have to return the refresh token as well as our access token from the service layer. And now in the controller layer, we have to grab that, and we have to, let's just say, in the controller, let's grab the code, and in the same controller auth.ts, we should have new method, this like refresh access token. And if it fails, somehow we're gonna send 500 status with access token generation fail using the decorator. And here the same thing we have to do. From the cookie, we will get the refresh token. So in the client side, any API failed, still we will get the refresh token, because every request, when we log in, every request we set the cookie. So every request we get from the client side, we will get the cookie, either it's failed or success. So when you got the cookie on the refresh access token API, and this API will be kind of like a non-restricted API, because if we restrict that API with JWT token, then it will not gonna hit, because our JWT token is already expired. So this API must need to be public or kind of open, so that we can use the refresh token to regenerate the access token. So here we are just checking the token available or not. If not, then we're just returning the error. And if we have the token, we just pass the token to generate the access token and refresh token. So when we got the tokens, then we set the token again, the refresh token as well as the access token in the response body. So this part is important. We again have to set the refresh token in the cookie, because in the process we updated the expiration of the token, and now we also have to update the expiration from our cookie. So that's why we have to put that. And so far that's the implementation. Now we can just create a route and just simply point that route anywhere. So that's the route. Let's just add that here, and also that's going to be the method for the controller. That's it. So far we have two post requests. One is going to be for the logout, another is for generating the refresh token, refresh access token. Then we have to get request. One will be help to retrieve the GitHub URL. That's going to help to navigate to the sign in process. And then the callback, which will ultimately help to sign in or log in. So far, then we are kind of completed our 12th step, which is all the API. Now we can test all those API together to check that all is working correctly or not. So for that case, let's just first try to run the server and try to build that project to see any error happening on our code or not. So we can just simply run the server. It's gonna build, and let's see. Okay, fine. We don't have any error so far. So now we can just simply start calling one by one API and then try to check. And our root entry point for the auth API is going to be like API/auth, and then GitHub URL, GitHub callback, logout, refresh token, something like that. So now the first thing we have to call is like the GitHub/URL. So let's just go our Chrome and try like 8000, then API/auth/GitHub/URL. So when you hit that, you can see we found a URL like this, including the client secret or something like that. So if we now just grab that, and if we try to visit, then you can see it's providing this API, sorry, this route. It's trying to navigate to this route, and that's the callback route we provided in our backend. So whenever someone try to log in, GitHub will log in that, and it will give a code like this. That's the code that we are looking for, and this code will help to request our next API, which is going to be this one, GitHub callback. So for that case, we copy the code, and let's just go this URL, which is API auth GitHub URL. Now we have to hit our next API, which is going to be GitHub/callback. And in that API, we have to pass like code as a query, and that's going to be like this. So if we just go to the code, let's just check the parameters name like from the query. So it will be code. So in the request query, you have to provide code, and ultimately this will be kind of like the API. So now if we just hit that, and make sure it's localhost 8000, not the front end side. So now if we now just hit that, then we should see some sort of like, okay, we are getting authentication failed. Let's check from the terminal. Okay, so we're getting some database error, and that's happening because of maybe trying to inserting the data. You can see that's my GitHub account that's trying to insert data into the table, but we are getting error like duplicate primary key or something like that. So what I can do is simply clear our table from the database. So we're gonna use the dbehavior client and just maybe delete the table, the user table, because we created and did some migration stuff earlier. So maybe the table got corrupted. So let's just delete and try again to see what's going. So if I just go to the Postgres, then we have the public, and if we refresh, then we should have the user table. You can see we already have the data, including the username and all those stuff. So maybe that's why it's doing the pop length. So instead, I'm just gonna delete the table, the user table, and I think that will be okay. Now let's just close the server and run that again. So it's gonna regenerate the table because we turn on the synchronization in our type ORM. So if we now just refresh, then you should see user table here, and there are no user at all. So now let's try to follow those steps again. So we have to call our first API, which is going to be like the URL. And when we got the URL, now we have to click on that URL. It's gonna sign internally, like sign in internally, because I already logged in with my GitHub. And when that sign in successfully, it will give you this particular code. Why you are not able to create the front end? Because our front end is not running. So yes, we can do like run our front end so far because we already have that page. So we are going to go to front end. Let's just run our front end project so that you can see also visually what's going on. So now let's try back again from, you can see that's the project running. And if I just close this and try to click on the URL again, then we are in the front end. You can see that's the GitHub callback loading page. That's what we are visually showing, and this is the code. So in our front end, we will use that code and request our callback API that's tried earlier. So if I now just try this, it will be like callback, and in the code we have to pass the code like this. And when we hit boom, now you can see we got the access token. So earlier it was like the database related issue. Now we deleted the user, so we are kind of good. You can see that's the access token. That's mean our sign in API is working fine because we got the access token. And as we got the access token, now every API we request, it will also give us like the cookie. So maybe you will not able to see that. If I just refresh, maybe you will not find that cookie in the header. Let's just try to check. In the headers, you should see the refresh token. Yep, we are able to send the refresh token. So what happened here, when we log in with that callback API, including the code, first time we got the access token, and in our code we set the cookie. That's why from that time, every request we do, it will set that cookie in every request. So whenever we try with any API, let's say if I now try with the URL API, it will also give us the URL. But if you go to the headers from the network tab in the Chrome Dev Console, if you just do a little bit scroll, then you should see the cookie and the same refresh token that we set that up earlier. See? So now when we log out, then our cookie must need to be removed, and from our database we should now see the refresh token table and also a single refresh token like this. That's the first refresh token, and you can see is revoked is false here. And also you can see the device informations like Mozilla and some sort of text that's indicate which device you are using, and also IP address, something like that. So when you deploy that in production, you will get the real IP address. For now it's local, that's why you are seeing this kind of. So now we have the token, refresh token, also we have the user, and also every request we hit from anywhere. Let's say now if we just try to hit API slash profile, maybe API slash profile, and of course in the profile we can pass ID. So if you just pass the ID, you can see this API providing the information. And if you go to the headers, you should see we are sending the cookie like this, the same cookie to that API. So every request we do now, it will send the cookie. So for that case, if we now just log out, then we must need to delete the existing cookie, and that's important. So let's just call the logout API and we need Postman or the extension so that we can do the post request, because our logout API is post request. So let's quickly create a new request from here, and let's just grab the URL API auth, then it will be logout and in the post. But the thing is, in this particular request, it does not have that cookie set, so maybe we will not able to log out. If we just try to click logout, refresh token is required, you can see, because we set the refresh token in the browser end, because we logged in with the browser, not with the Postman. So for that case, we have to log in with the Postman again. So let's try that. So auth slash github slash URL, and it will be get request to get that auth URL. And now if we just simply copy this URL and try to hit from here, now we should get the UI from here. Like the UI will be like to sign in the GitHub, and we have to sign in from here. And when we sign in from here, let's just quickly sign in. Okay, there could be some issue, maybe my password or some sort of like that, because it's kind of like from the Postman, but in the browser it will be like the GitHub UI, and you have to log in. After login, it will set the cookie into your Postman, and that time you can call the logout API. And also let's check from our documentation if we have any steps. Okay, so for the refresh token, we cannot call that from directly here, or maybe let's try from here, because it's a post request, that's not gonna be callable from our browser side. So it's going to be like auth and refresh token. Maybe let's try this refresh token. You can see it's showing 404 because it's trying to hit get request. We have to pass post request. So maybe in the UI we can call that from our front end side. But so far, one thing we can do to test it from a GitHub, which is let's just first fetch the URL, like the login URL, and try that login URL from the browser. Let's say this one, like this. So what will happen? It will give the code. Now we have the code, and here we can just call the callback API sending the code, so that the cookie will stay in our Postman. I think this way we can do that. So when we send that, now you can see we got the access token. That means we successfully log in from our Postman, and in the Postman we should have the cookie, and here you can see the cookie. Great. So this way you can test your API from the Postman. So we have set the cookie. Now any API we call, it will also request the cookie. Let's say this one, you can see we are sending the cookie. Let's say we are trying to get the profile information. Let's say profile ID, and if we send that, we are sending the cookie. So now if we just simply call the logout API, it should remove our cookie from the Postman cookie, and it will be post. You don't have to pass anything, and when you send, then you can see it's showing success, and in the body you can see success true, and in the cookie tab you will not see any cookie. And whenever you try to hit that again, you will see like 400 error, because the refresh token is not there, it's already clear. And also if we just try to some other API, we will not able to see the cookie here. So that's the way you can test. So we have tested 3 API so far, and we are gonna complete all those things. Right now it's just loading and loading, and the last one we have to test is the refresh token API, which is gonna regenerate the access token. So for that case, we have to follow the step again. First of all, we need the URL, this one, and in the body we'll get that. So we are just trying the post request, we must have to say the get request for the URL. We got the URL, and let's just generate the code, and that's the code. Now we can just call the callback using the code. This, now we should see our access token, that's the access token, and we also have the refresh token set up. Now if we just try to call our refresh token API, which is going to be auth refresh token, and it will be post request, and you don't have to put anything, because it's gonna took the cookie from the it's gonna took the refresh token from the cookie, so you don't have to put anything. So we already have that in the cookie, and if you just send, you should see success, and in the body you should see it's a new generated access. So that's it, and it's also set up the cookie again. Like if you just check the timing, you should see the difference. I think right now is showing 2:45:23. Maybe after 1 minute, if we try to hit that again, the timing will be changed. You can see like the timing changed like 47. So that's how we can regenerate the JWT token whenever we need. And also in the logout, we delete the refresh token from our cookie, and the GitHub URL is gonna give the login URL, which will ultimately log in. And you can see already that when I try to log in from GitHub with the URL, it show the UI from the GitHub, like the sign in UI. And when I sign in, and it must need to be from the browser, because that could be some security issue from the Postman. That's why we have to try from the browser. When we try from the browser, if you already log in with your GitHub account, then you will not see the screen. Instead, you will see it's redirecting you to the URL like this, because we added the URL as a callback, and you will see the code. And in that code, you have to use that code to call our second API, which is the /github/callback. In the query param, you have to pass the code. And when you pass that, this API will attach the refresh token in the response and also provide you the access token. And that access token you can store into your client side. And later, you can use that access token for calling every API from your application for authorization perspective. And when that JWT token got expired from the client side, you have to grab that and you have to regenerate the refresh token again. And when that's done, you can then simply again repeat the cycle. And for the logout, you have to clear the refresh token from the cookie as well as the access token. You have that. So that's how our authentication APIs are so far, and we have completed so many important steps. Now you can use the whole mechanism to implement more complex authentication system, and also you can use the same mechanism for like email and password raw authentication. Right now we are using like GitHub Auth, but if you want to implement the email or password like kind of traditional sign-in process, then you can also use the same mechanism. And I would highly recommend you to implement kind of same thing for the email and password kind of login system, so that you can also understand deeply what's going on. And so far, when we have implemented that process, now we should implement the middleware and we have to bind the front end so that we can complete the whole authentication process. So that's going to be our next stuff, and our API is working. So now we can commit the changes. So our last commit was refresh access token API, which is like this. Now we have to build up middleware and we have to bind them in our front end, and we are kind of good with our authentication section. Let's start our next section, which is going to be auth middleware. And that's a pretty small section. We have to create middleware, and then we're gonna add the middleware into all of our routes, which is going to be protected, and then it will complete our full authentication feature from the backend side. So you have to go to the auth middleware section, and previously we completed this commit, so now it's time to use this commit: backend auth middleware edit and wrap profile protected route. So let's open the commit, and these are the changes that we have to make. So let's look into the steps. So in the doc we have to create a middleware in our middleware folder, and it will be auth.ts. So let's just see, we have a middleware folder, we have a middleware already, which is the validator for Jot. Now let's create another one for authentication, and also let's grab the code. You can see it have 3 middleware total. So one is authenticate JWT, another is authenticate admin, and then we have authenticate learner. So there are 3 middleware. And if I just give you a simple summary of the 3 middleware, so the authenticate learner is gonna help to authenticate the user is learner or not. And the second one, authenticate admin, which will help to verify the user is admin or not. And the authenticate JWT is kind of a common one, which will help to just authenticate the JWT token. Means when we generate access token while login, which is JWT token, we provide user information like user ID, then role, and maybe GitHub ID. Or the most important, we need user ID and the role. So based on the role, we can check either it's learner or admin. But if we just got the user ID, then we can just simply check the user ID exists in the database or not. If so, then we can say the user is valid. So that's like a general method or functions that's gonna help to just authenticate any user, either it's admin or learner. But if we need specific access for learner and admin, then we need to use these 2 particular method. So let's just see from the flow. Then you can see we have a flow chart. Before that, let's also discuss about these sections where we have to add a global express type declaration. So if you just simply go, then you can see this part. So we already have Express, and Express has a type, an interface which is called request. And in the request, we are just going to override a new type which is going to be like user. And in under the user, we have role ID and the user ID and the role, and this will be the type. So why is that? Because when we got the authentication token from our header, let's say if you go to authenticate JWT method, here you can see it's kind of like a middleware which will took the request, response, and next function. So in the request.headers.authorizations, this is where we got the token. The token is the JWT token, and that's encrypted token. And in that encrypted token, we have the user ID and also the role. So what if we decrypt the token and get the information and set that in our request, like here? If we set that in our request, then whenever we use that particular middleware, then we can get that request.user into anywhere, like all of our controller. So let's say here, right now we are using request.query for handle GitHub callback, or maybe somewhere in the new method we will need the user ID. So for that case, we can fetch that ID. Let's say we just go to the user controller. Here you can see right now in the get user profile method, we are using the ID from the query. That means we have to manually pass the ID every time when we call the get user profile. And that's not kind of a good practice, because if you just pass ID in the query params, then anybody can hit the API and anybody can get the information for anyone's profile, and which is not correct, because whenever user request, it should be like internally handled. Let's say if the profile have some sensitive data, then you should not allow anybody to access anybody's profile. So for that case, you cannot pass directly the ID from the query. Instead, you have to took that user ID from the token, like the JWT token. As we set up the ID in the JWT token, we have the role there, so we can just simply grab that role from there. So for that case, now if we just declare or override the type here, so this is for the type overriding, so that we can get the type support here, like request.query. If we now just try request.user like this, then you can see we are able to get the type. But if we don't have this declaration here, so if I now just comment out this, then you should see we will get type error, because that's not accepted here from the Express. So we have to override the type from Express and have to add the user property, so that we can put user ID and role. And where we are going to put the user ID and role, so whenever we are using the middleware, we will fetch that token and we will decrypt that token and find out the user ID and role, and we are going to set that in the request, so that we will get the property anywhere in the controller or service whenever we try to get the request property. So that's where we have to use the user property in the request interface, and you must need to override that. So now let's try to understand one by one all these middleware. So the first one is, if you just simply go to the doc, you will see the flowchart, or you can just simply grab the code to generate a new sequence diagram or flowchart based on your understanding. So in the flowchart, we have request received. First of all, we receive the request from the server. Then we have an authorization header in our API request. So if the API request is not public, then we must have to provide like authorization. If that's public API, then we will not have authorization token. So first we are checking that if we have the authorization header or not. If we don't have that, then that's mean we are unauthorized. So whenever we add this authenticate JWT or authenticate learner or authenticate admin middleware in any of our route, and also let's see how we can use that. So if you go to the route here, router.get, in the first argument you provide the path, and the second argument you provide the controller, but in between you can just simply add any middleware. So here we can just add middleware exactly like we used in the validation. So let's say here, if you go to the user route, then you can see we use the path name first, then we provided the validated middleware, then we provided the controller. And if you need multiple middleware, you can also just add them after the comma. So like this. So that's the middleware where you will get the request, response, next function. The same will happen for our auth as well. As we'll get the request, response, and next function. And also if you look into the validator middleware, we also override our request with a new property like validated, and inside that validate validated property, we also set up the data that's validated from our jot. So that's the same mechanism we're going to follow for our authentication. So we're going to retrieve the token and we're going to set that into the user property. That's also new property in the request interface from Express. So that's mean if we don't have any token, then we are just simply returning the 401 unauthorized request. Then if we have token, then we also have to check the token is valid or not. If that's not valid, then we are going to send the same error like, yeah, that's invalid or expired, or in general unauthorized request, something like that. So let's just see how we can verify that's a valid token. So for verifying that, we have to split the token. We have to split by space. And as a barrier token, the barrier tokens generally look like, if I just simply add the string, it should be look like BARER barrier, then kind of a big string. And in the big string, it will not have any space or something like that. The only space it will have after the barrier. So if we can just simply split the whole string with the space, then we'll get the barrier, and in the second property we will get the actual token. So that's when we can just say and verify if the token have two part, then we can say kind of valid so far. So that's what we check. If the length is not equal to 2, or the first part is not equal to barrier, then we're gonna just simply say that's like an invalid token, or we should return 401. So that's the check. And then in that token, we will get that in the part 1. Now it's time to verify the token with like decoding it. Okay, because we tried the first verification, which is like splitting that token. Now we have to decode that the token. If that's decoded successfully, then that's when we can say it's a verified token. Otherwise, we should return the same, like that's not verified. So for that case, we have to create a method in our service which is called verify token, because we can also write the logic here, but better we already have the service. So instead, why not use that and create a new method for using that. So let's also go to our commit, and if you go to the service or service, you will get the new method which is called verify token. So let's grab that and also try to understand what's going on. And that's also going to be a same method like we declare here, like for using in the controller, not private method. So in the verify token method, we have to decode the token. So that's why we will get the token as a string, and then for decoding, we are going to use jwt.verify. That's a method from JWT, JSON Web Token, and in that verify method you have to pass the token, and then second argument you have to pass the secret, and the secret will come from the environment. You can see the secrets coming from JWT secret. So the same secret we use to create the JWT token or the access. So we have to pass that in a second argument, and you have to pass the type so that when it verified, and it will provide you the decoded informations, and the decoded information will be user ID and the role. And also let's look into our access token generate function, like this one. Let's see what we bind. So we bind so far 3 property: user ID, role, and status. So far we don't need status for now. In the future maybe we will need that, and we're going to use that as well as. So that's why we just bind here the user ID and the role. So that's it. That's the function, or that's the method that's going to help to verify that. And when that verified, we're going to pass the user ID and the role as a returned object data from this particular function. And if that's fail, as you can see, we added try catch. That's mean if this particular things got fail, then we can say it's a invalid token. And also we grab that error, like if the error instance of JWT token expire error, that's mean the token expire, we can also grab that error. Or if that token has like error like this instead of JWT token error, like invalid or something like that, then we will throw like it's a invalid token or the exact message that we need. But mostly we will have 2 things, like token expired, and the second thing is like the token is invalid. So that's the catch. And if that fail, then you can see in here this particular line will be throwing error, and as it's throwing error, so it will not able to go to the next function. It will be stopped from here, and when it will be stopped from here, it will prevent the route to actually perform the next task. So that's like the authenticate JWT method. You can see that decoded data, and we just set that request.user property with the decoded information. Then we apply the next method so that it perform the next things. So that's as usual simple method that's going to help to verify the token and set the information in our request.user property. Then if you look at the second one, which is authenticate learner, which is another middleware which will take request, response, and next. But you can see it's using try catch, including authenticate JWT method. That's mean we are reusing this method because that's a general method that will verify the token is valid or not, as well as it's going to retrieve the user informations, and which is the most important part. So if we have the validated token and also the information, now we can see it has also the role. So in here, this function, we can now then check the role. So for that case, we just have to call that authenticate JWT, and it will return. Okay, it's not going to return, it's going to go to the next, but it's going to set the user information. So here in the authenticate job, you can see it will accept a callback function like this next, and that's the function we are also providing, including the request and response, and that's the callback function will be triggered as a next method. Like you can see, that's the next callback function that's happening or calling, and in that function we will check the role from our request because we already set the request user property here. So now we can check that role. If the role is learner or admin, then we are calling the next method from this particular method. That means we can just simply use authenticate learner, and authenticate learner will be used like any route here. Let's say here, if we just use that here, then it will use the request, response, and the next function, which is going to be like the controller function. And when we use that, it will call our middleware here. It will pass the request, response, and the next function, and this next function is going to be the controller function. But before that, it will call the authenticate middleware again with the request and response and the next function, and in that next function we are just simply passing a simple callback function. Inside that function we are just passing the local next function, which will be the controller function actually when we use really. So overall that's it. So as a learner, we must have to check the role is learner or not, and also as an admin they can also see the learner's things. That's the logic from our business side. So that's it. If the role is learner or admin, we can just simply pass next. Otherwise, if the role does not match, we are gonna send unauthorized request, and if any of that got failed, we are gonna send authentication fail, something like that, common things. And then we have authenticate admin, which is also kind of same. We are gonna use the same method, but now we are gonna check only the role of admin. So if that's the request.user role equal to admin, then we're gonna able to perform the next things. Otherwise, we're gonna send unauthorized request. So that's the middleware for the admin and the learner. We can use the learner and also the admin anywhere, and if we need kind of a general verification for the token, then we can just use authenticate JWT middleware. So far we have 3 middleware. Now we can just use them when we need. So let's see in our commit. As first we have created the verify token method in the service, then we have created a new middleware. Now we have to use them. So in our controller, first how we can use them, because we can see in our user controller here we have to use the ID from the query, which is not standard. So we have to use from our token, because the get user profile is the API that's must need to be authenticated to access, and when it will be authenticated, we're going to use the middleware, and the middleware also setting the property of the user ID, so we don't have to grab that ID from the URL query params. So let's just first add the middleware in the route first. Let's say if we go to the user route, then you can see we have user profile and update profile, and both of these route should be protected route. So if we just also, let's just go to the commit, and in the account or the index.ts, you can see it just added authenticate JWT. And if you just go to the user, now you can see we have removed the validator, because right now we don't need to pass the query validator, because we were gonna grab the user ID from the header. So that's why we have to remove that. Let's just first add the middleware here. So if we just go to the index.route, so why you can add the middleware here, but the user.ts route, like user route, will be fully wrapped with middleware. So that's why we don't have to add every time on those particular route. Instead, we can just simply add in our parent route here, like API/profile. And if we just simply put this authenticate JWT, then it's gonna add the middleware for all the API we used here. So that's the beauty when we use the express and some sort of like this particular pattern. And now you might asking why we are using authenticate JWT instead of the learner or admin, because that's the general method. We just need to check the authorization, like the token is verified or not, and also we have to set the user data. That's it. So if we need to particularly check the learner and admin, then we can use any of the method. But as you know, the profile feature is kind of a common feature for every user. In the future, maybe there will be multiple user. So if we just add a restriction for user role, then it will be problematic for multiple user. So that case, we need to make a general middleware to use that for the profile as its general feature. That's why I use like authenticate JWT. You can also use them single by here, but as we are gonna wrap the whole thing, so we just need to pass in the parent. And now we use that middleware, and you can see in the get profile API, previously we have to validate the query for the ID. Now we don't need to pass that ID from the query, so we can just simply remove that particular validation. Instead, we'll make sure that the ID will come from the header, like sorry, the request.user property, as we override that in our request interface. So let's go to the user. Now you can see we have removed that validator, and we just make a simple route with the method. And also we change the route. We have also have to update our controller so that we can remove the logic. You can see previously the logic was request.query. If there are no value in the request.query like .id, then we're gonna say there is no user authenticated or something like that. But for now we already have that in the request.user.user id, so that we can just simply use this line request.user.user id, and we are not getting the type error because we use the override way to add a new property in the request interface. So now in the controller we don't have to use the query, and if we need the user id in the future, we can just simply use request.user id, as well as we will get the role. So that's how we must need to use or pass some sort of sensitive information for the user in the headers, encrypted with JWT token, and then in the middleware we have to decode the token to find out that information securely. So that's a procedure or mechanism. Most of the standard applications which have authentication followed these things. So I hope you understand the part. So now let's check from the doc we have anything left, and I think that's all we have. Now we just wrap the middleware in our get user profile, and I also added all the steps like I did here. So you can just simply also check the step to verify we are done with not. And now you can test all those middleware by like calling the same steps, like generating the token and then trying to log in with the GitHub, and then when you get the access token, then you have to provide the access token to call these two API. So far, if I now just try to call the profile API, I will not able to call that. So if I just go to the new request, before that, let's also run our backend server. So for our case, the URL is going to be profile, and in the query, we have to pass the ID. So now if we just try, you should not see the request. Okay, we are able to get that because I think we have the token somehow, authorization. Okay, let's see what's the issue. We should not able to get that information. Like you can see, we are able to get that. Okay, let's also check our code, APIs/profile. So if we go to our route here, and also our main route where we have authenticate JWT, as we are not passing the authorization header, then we should not able to request that. Or let's just try to hit from the browser, because the VS Code has cache issue. Okay, we are getting the same whenever we try to hit. I think there are some issue. Let's just find out that issue. So every time we hit the API/profile API, we are able to get the information. So if I just now don't provide the ID, still we are getting the validation failed. That means it's kind of like a build error, I guess, from our backend project. So let's also try to build our newest changes, because we have added so far changes here, and we must need to build our project. Let's see. Now let's run again. Oh, I think previously we used pnpm start, which was used like the older build version. We should use pnpm run dev. Yeah, that's my bad. And now let's just try to check that from here. Yep, we just copy this and send. You can see we are getting 401 unauthorized request, and now if we just try to hit the same, we are getting unauthorized request. So without passing the header with the authorization, we'll not able to fetch that information. So for authorization, we have to pass like bearer token, and here we have to pass the token. So let's just try to generate the token to see all the flow. First of all, we have to use the GitHub URL like this, and we have to find out the code. Let's copy this and try to hit that, and we get the code. Now we have to call our second API, which is this one, and then we have to paste the code, send that, which will give us the access token. If you just switch the tab, then you can see it's giving the access token. Let's just copy the access token, and now we will be able to access our profile information, and you don't have to put the ID. So if we now just go and try to see the API, like API slash profile ID, that's always gonna give like 401 because the ID is not necessary. Even we just remove and try, we're gonna get the same. Now in the authorization, you have to add barrier token, and you just have to simply put that token here. Oops, I think I just missed that token. I have to grab the token again. Yep, let's just use the same thing, and okay, we get the failure because the token or the code is already used, so we have to generate that code again. So let's just go back. Will be like the URL first. This is a major bug in Postman extension in VS Code, which is just we have to change the tab, which is very problematic every time. And then we have to call the callback method, and we have to change the code. Let's grab that, change that, and yes, we got the token. Let's just copy the token, and we can just simply create a new request because this one is necessary again. Let's just go to new request and try our API, which is the profile. If we now just hit, we will get unauthorized. Now in the header, like authorization section, we have to select barrier token, and you have to pass the token like this. Don't add barrier here because when you just select barrier token, it will automatically add that barrier space that token. And now if we just hit, then you can see it's providing the GitHub informations or like the login information without passing the profile ID or anything. So it's gonna took our token, it's gonna decrypt the token, it's gonna find the user ID, and then it will provide the user information. And in that case, nobody can access anyone's profile informations, and that's how we're gonna secure our API endpoints. So I believe you understand the whole thing, and that's also an important concept in our whole implementation of the authentication APIs. So I believe you understand that. If you don't, then you have to find out which specific area you didn't understand, and then you have to understand that area first, and then you have to connect all the dots that you have learned so far. So far we have implemented all the API. Now it is the good time to bind those front-end API, and we have total 4 APIs as we develop here. And in the 4 APIs, maybe 4 or 5, we have to bind them sequentially in the front end based on our user experience. So in the next section, we're going to bind API in the front end, and we're going to make our whole functional authentication system for our application. So that's the section for binding the API in our front end. And for the commit, so far we have done this commit, auth middleware added and wrap profile protected. So that's the last commit for the backend for our authentication. After this, we are going to start working on the front end and also combine with our backend. So make sure you start from here for this section. So the commit we have to follow the added Ruby script for running all the app together. So let's look into the doc. So here you can see we have a problem, right? As you also saw, whenever we try to run our backend, we have to run that separately. For frontend, we also have to run separately. And if we change anything in our validation or our type, like in the definition package, we have to build that. Then we have to run our backend again, then frontend again. So that's like very repetitive and boring task. Instead, why not we just add some script to make that automated? So whenever we try to run dev all, like dev clone all, let's say npm run dev all, it should run all the project we have. So that's what we are gonna do in these sections, and then we're gonna go one by one step. So first step, in the package.json, we have to copy all those script that I have added, and you will get that in this particular commit. So let's grab all those things, and we have to add that in our root package.json file, not any folder package.json file like backend or frontend. We have to add that in here, so that whenever we just open our terminal from our folder, let's say code toad, now we can just simply use nvm use, and then we can just run pnpm run dev all, and that should run all of our project like backend frontend together. So in that script, let's just remove the test and just add all of our script here. And you can see we removed the test and added all of them. Let's just now try to understand what's going on. So if I just grab the whole script and provide that to Gemini, explain me, and then the script, and then you will get all the explanation for the each script one by one. So I think you already able to understand that. So we just using pnpm and the filter argument, which is gonna help to filter the folder, and then we're just running deb and for the front end. So if we just run like pnpm run deb backend, is gonna run the backend from our root directory. We don't have to navigate to the backend folder. And deb package, that's gonna run our package, and if we have to build, then it's gonna build recursively all the folder, because all is kind of like a Node.js project. So it's gonna go to all the folder, try to find out package.json and build there recursively. Then we have build.validation, which is gonna build the validation package. So it should not be validation, I think it should be definitions, because our folder name is definition. So when I implemented the project, I used to name it like validation, but now it's changed, it should be definition. So let's just change this. So why definition? Because it seems like good name, because in the definition we can also put type and validation both together. But if we just rename the package kind of like validation, then it will be kind of more specific for validation. But definition is kind of good for handling both types than validation. And if in the future, if we need any other things, we can also put that there, because creating a new package for every specific task, it will be hard to manage. Let's say for the type, we created type package, for the validation we created another validation package. So it will be kind of like messy when we have multiple packages. So now you have to change a little bit. If you copy the whole code, like I think when I published, you will get the latest code, so you don't have to change that. Still you can make sure that is showing validation, sorry, it must need to be showing like definitions, not validation, like packages like definitions. So when you get the real code, you will get like the actual, you don't have to modify that. So the build colon definition will do this one is gonna filter the definition package, is gonna build that, and the general build is gonna recursively build all the project. And the last one, which is the deb colon all, which is the one that we are gonna use most, which will first filter the definition package, then it's gonna run the definition package as well as after build, then it's gonna run the backend and on the front end. So it will gonna run all those packages like the definition package, including the front end and back end. That's what we need so far, because the logger package is already developed, we don't have to touch that often. So we have to touch definition because we must need to add types. So that case we need real-time changes reflect on our front end or back end project, so we must need to add them in our script file. So in the future, if you need multiple package or you need to tweak something on your applications project, then you can just simply add new script or modify any script to get more feature out from it. And also last one is clean. So this clean script is gonna help to clean all the node modules from all those projects. Let's say from the, we just like use clean, is gonna go to the backend, delete the node modules, delete the dist folder, and also some of the common file like package.log, dist, then yes, .turbo. We have so many files that not necessary every time we clean the project. So that's why that is. So you can just see all those property actually help to clean those things. You can see the breakdown of clean, because in that clean we have node modules, turbo, dist, build, next, out, so many file and folder that do not need sometimes. So you can just simply go the clean command, it's gonna clean all of your things. After that clean command, you have to install them again. So if you just simply use pnpm install, it's gonna recursively install all the packages inside of the workspace, because we added workspace system here. So it will go all those folder and it will try to install recursively, as when we build recursive. That's the beauty when you use pnpm. So now if we just simply try to run pnpm run dev all, then we should see all of our project is running one by one. So if you just go the terminal, open that little bit, then you can see the first it's try to build up definition package, because building the package is important. If we have any change, then it will track that. Then it run the front end, then it run the back end, and that's how we just running everything sequentially. So that's the commit, and that's the changes, and I think that's the first section so far. And if you have question, just feel free to ask your preferred LLM to understand that. Now we can just commit that and navigate to our next commit. So our next commit is going to be this one: common Axios API instance and TypeScript query client setup. That means we are gonna start working on our client side. So in the second section, or the second step from the front end bind section, you will get like API wrapper with Axios for API management and query client with TypeScript query. So if you saw the tech stack that we're gonna use in the project, we were gonna use Axios for API calling, and also the TypeScript query for managing all of our API with a great way. The way you will be very amazed with working. So that's why we need two package. One is Axios, and then the TypeScript query. So it is kind of like TypeScript React query. That's the package name. So let's install quickly these two package, and we can just simply keep that running and open a new terminal, and let's just go to front end and just install that. Make sure we use nvm use and then install that. And if you face any issue, then just use the specific version we have installed so far, like these two, in your front end project. So that's it. Now we have installed. Let's see the next step. So we have to create a API folder and a common API file to do this. Let's just simply check from our commit. So in the front end package, we added these two packages, and then we have to create a new folder called API. And that API folder, we have to add our Axios logic. So let's just create our API folder. So if you go to the front end, in the source directory, in the API folder, like this. So in this folder, we're going to manage all the API, but we need some sort of a common instance of from the Axios, so that we can modify our request, we can play with our request when we request that from our front-end application. So there are two ways we can actually use Axios. So the first one is you can just directly use Axios in anywhere from the front-end project and call any API. And another is to create a new instance of Axios, and that's the standard way, because in that way you can just get control over the Axios, and also you can add base URL, some tokens, and all those things. So we're gonna see them one by one. So let's just first create index.ts file, and let's just put our code from here. Small code. I tried to divide it all the code chunk by chunk so that it become very understandable for you. So here you can see the index file. We have two portion, like two method. The first one is the instance creation of Axios. So you will get Axios from the Axios, and then you have to create Axios.create, which will help to create a new instance of from the Axios. And you have to put that into a variable so that you can use this particular variable everywhere throughout your application for getting all the configuration you have into that particular instance. Let's say in this particular instance we added the base URL, and the base URL will come from our environment variable from the void. Otherwise it will be like localhost 8000/API. That's going to be our backend endpoint. And also let's see we have added .environment already or not. So if I just go to the front end, you can see we don't have any .environment variable, so we can just simply add that. And in the git ignore, it should be ignored. I think it's already has. Let's just put that white API URL and like this, and here we can just simply pass this URL. Otherwise we have the fallback. So if that's not able to retrieve, then we will go to the fallback. And then the timeout, that's mean if it's passed to 30 seconds, then let's say any request that took more than 30 seconds will be held like timeout from our front end. That's important. Let's say your server has like very small server, and if a lot of traffic came, then one of the API from the browser could take a lot of time. So we should not allow the browser to wait until like more than 30 seconds. So that's why you have to add timeout. Then with credential, that's important for the cookie, because if you don't pass that, then it will not store the cookie, or it will not give you to use the cookie. So make sure you use like with credential true. And then headers. In the headers we are gonna need the content type application.json, which is quite common when we communicate with our backend. And you must, and the way we communicate with the way of like application slash JSON. So you must need to pass that. So these are the configurations that we need to add in our API instance, like Axios instance. So if we don't add that here, or we don't create anything like this, then you have to, every time you call any API, then you have to add all these things in those API call. And in the future we will need like token, then we can add like authorization, and we can then add the token from our store. So that's we can use the instance. Now we have another one, which is query client, and the query client will come from 10 stack React query. So this query client is another kind of setup that's going to help to set up our query, like 10 stack query, so that we can use that, like the feature from 10 stack React query, very efficiently. So for that case, you have to use like query client. And if you just curious like what that is, so you can simply, let's just ask from here, what is this? So this is how you actually configure like React query or like 10 stack query into your front-end applications. So you will get the breakdown and explanation. I don't know why it always give in the table, so it's like a not good way. I think I am zoomed in a little bit other, or I think that's the problem. Like when it give in the table, that's a bad UI. So we have to instruct from the first so that it does not give that in the table format. So the query client, this line initiate the client of like the query client class from the 10 stack query. And in the default option, you can pass the configurations. So we have several options. You can see default options, the queries, that mean we can only able to retry one, and the settle time is kind of like in our 10 stack query, it's helped to cache those requests. So if you just implement a query, get query, and if you just use that in single page applications, then you can see in the network tab, it's not gonna call that API every time when you come to that page until you refresh the whole page. So why is that? Because 10 stack query actually cache that API request, and whenever you came back again that page through the single page application, it will not hit the server. Instead, it give the response from the cache, and which make the application way more faster. And for that case, you also have to add the settle time. Otherwise, every time you hit that page, it will give you like the caching data. Instead, you can just add a timeout, so that after the timeout, it will refetch again from the server side. So mostly in our application, 5 minutes is going to be like in a standard, or maybe more than that, because in our applications, all the courses and all those things will not update it often. It will update like 24 hours later, or maybe something like that. So for that case, you can add the settle time increase a bit more, like 1 hour, maybe 2 hours, so that it will not over request in your server, because the data is kind of same. So why it will call every time when you visit the page? So but if you refresh the whole application, then it will refetch again, and it will start the time countdown, so that when that finish, it will refetch that again. And retry is kind of whenever your API failed, you will have option to retry that API. So I just added one. In the future, maybe we will add 3 or maybe 2, so that when any API fail, it will try 2 more times to check that is there any issue from the server or not. So, and there are so many configurations available for the query clients in the default option, and maybe other option. You can also check them out by asking, or also you can go to the 10 stack query documentations to find more things. And also we're gonna see in the future if we had more configurations. And if you didn't understand this part so far now, just wait and see how we're gonna use and configure. This is kind of like a configuration stuff. You don't have to memorize it. Just grab the code and just put whatever I'm doing. So this query client we have to initialize in our main applications. So for that case, you have to go to the main file from the front end, main.tsx. Here you can add it. We already added toaster. Now we have to bind the query client. So for that case, you have to use query client provider. That's also from 10 stack query. It's gonna help to bind the query client, so that we can access the query client anywhere in our application. So you just have to install the 10 stack query, and you have to import that query client provider from 10 stack React query. And also you have to pass the query client setup or the configurations we have done here so far. So when we put that in our main applications, so under the main applications, we will able to use all the configuration we have set up here. That's it. So now if we see, so these are the so far the changes. Now we have bind our query client and the Axios kind of we have done with our setup. Now we can start working on our API request things, and when we implement our API one by one, we're gonna see how it also work with our real application. And if you go to the document section, you can see kind of a example of use case, like how you can use the React query to fetch API. So you can just simply create a new file, like, or you can use existing file. Let's just use existing file to show you the example. And before that, let's just commit, and let's also check our commit, that what is the next commit. So that's the next commit, which is authentication backend plus frontend GitHub URL API bind. So we're gonna go to that commit after we explain the example, so that if you are kind of new here, then you will understand what's going on. So let's just commit these changes and let's just try the example. So let's find out a folder or route. So in our route folder, we already have website, let's say the home page. So that's the home page. If we just simply go to the home page from our front end, it will be this one. You can see that's the home page. Now if we look at the example, we have a functions, kind of like a hook function, custom hook. You can see we use like use fetch to dos. That's a custom hook function which is gonna help to fetch our to dos. And we have to use the use query from TenStack query for get request, which will not interrupt like any mutation stuff. So mutation means like not like post, put, this kind of things. So like a simple use query hook that's going to help to simple get request. So we're going to understand that a little bit later. Let's just add other code, which is in the route component. We are going to call this. So in our route component, you can see we are calling this particular things with a number, and we're using the JSON placeholder to fetch to dos. And when we call that hook, now we should see the to dos information. So, and also we can also add the loading here, and let's just add data.title. That's mean whenever we fetch that, we can see the title. So now if we just go and refresh, then you can see we have a title here. And if we inspect the element from the network tab, if we go any page and come back home page, that you can see we are not able to call that API until we refresh the page. And if we just filter fetch, then you can see that's the API we called. And that's one time we call. If we just go to any page, then you can see we are not able to call that again. So if you just simply go to any page and come back again, you will see nothing happening, like no API call. So whenever we refresh, that's that time we just call the API, and until the API timeout settle, it will recall again and fetch the information. So now if you see the use case of how we can use React query to fetch API with a better way, like you can see in our any component, we can just simply use kind of a hook or functions to fetch API, or maybe for API that will be like post request, patch request, something like that. So we can just simply create a custom hook, and inside that custom hook, we can add any query with our API using Axios, so that we can just simply make the developer experience very well. You can see that like whenever we are trying to call the API, we will just simply call this method, and inside that method we'll get the data and the loading, and if we have error, all those things we'll get from that particular use query hook that we are using from TenStack. And we are also creating a custom hook so that we can also add some other extended feature. Let's say in the custom hook we have a to-do ID. First we pass that, and let's say we have to modify something, we can do that as well. As after doing that, we can pass that to the use query hook, and use query hook will took the query key, because this query key is important. That's help to cache all the query. Based on the query key, it's just has with the API endpoint and also the data. Then in the query function, you have to pass the API call. Here we're gonna pass the Axios API call. Let's say right now we are using the fetch, so maybe I can just replace that with kind of like Axios dot get, like this Axios dot get request. That should also work. And in that case, we have to use like await, and we will get response dot, let's see what we got so far here, response dot data or response dot status. Yeah, and we can just check 200 for that case, or maybe let's just say what the type about. It's a boolean type. So if we don't have the status, then we can just say okay, that's a problematic things. If we have the status, we can just simply return the data from the response. If you just simply return that data, let's just see it's working or not. So if you refresh, that's also working fine. So we can also use that. Now you can see we are using the Axios like this. We are just directly importing the Axios and using the method. but we already have the instance created in our API, so we must need to use like API. So it could be like capital letter, camel case, or you can name it a different, but I just put like a simple things like API. So whenever we need to call API, we will just simply use like API, and we have to use that from our API, not from Axios. And when you do so, you don't have to provide like Axios. You can just simply api.get, api.post. You will able to do all those things like this. So for our case, it will be api.get. And if you saw in our API, we also set up the base URL. So if we don't put any base URL here, then it will use that base URL to call the API. So if I now just refresh, then you can see it's calling from JSON placeholder. But if I just simply remove our base URL from this, then you should not see the JSON placeholder. Instead, you will see it calling from our server, like here, localhost 8000 API to do 5. So that's how cool it is, because it's just trying to get the config from here. And in the future, we're going to add tokens, cookies, all those things here, and it will help to call API from the whole application. So that's it. So you can just simply refactor the whole portion. Let's say we have a simple custom hook that will use like use query, use mutation. There are another two methods like use mutation, use async mutation, use async query, I think. So these are the method from 10-stack query. You can also explore them before you continue from here, so that you get basic understanding of 10-stack query. And I'm gonna not explain a lot of things about that, because I will find tons of video about that. So I think that's not going to be relevant for this particular whole video. You can just simply watch a dedicated video, then come back again to continue further. So one thing we're going to learn from this example is, first of all, for our application, we can create a pattern or convention as we did here, like in the backend. We create first the entity, then we go for like the controller, then we create services, then we create route to connect all the dot together. So in the front end, we must need some sort of pattern here. So the pattern will be, first of all, we're going to create API endpoint like this. It will be kind of a separate function, like what you saw, like we have to add this here. So instead just adding the API here, we can just simply create a new function which will only able to add the endpoint. Let's say there will be a function for user endpoint where there will be all the endpoint related to user separately, and then we can just simply use those function and implement them here, like bind them here like in the query function. And that's going to be like a layer which is, you can say, API layer. So if you just go to the documentation, I already provided that, like the create the first API query and the use it. So how we're going to use it, we are going to follow this way. So first we are going to create an API endpoint, which will be kind of a pure functions that's return the API endpoint with the use of Axios. Then we'll create a custom React hook with the query from 10-stack, so that we can wrap that. And in after that, we're going to use that custom hook that we created in any pages, in any controller, in any hook, something like that. So you already saw that we already have a pattern, like we use like comp routes, then we have pages, then we have components, and for handling components logic, we are using controllers. And also in the controllers, it's kind of like a custom hooks. So we're gonna put a kind of new folder there, which is going to be like query, and in the query, we're gonna create another custom hook for managing API requests, exactly like this. So let's say this particular use phase to do will be go to like in our hooks. In the controller, we have controller UI. This will handle that both, but we are going to create a new folder which is going to be like UUERY query or queries. Inside that queries, we can create multiple folder. Let's say user, product, courses, and all the on those folder we can just put all the query based on our business logic. And also in the API folder, we are going to create endpoint folder which is going to contain all the endpoint based on the modules. Let's say user endpoint, then course endpoint, because all the module have multiple APIs. So we can separate the API differently, then we can separate the query differently, and then we can use those custom query like the custom hook ultimately in anywhere in our front-end application. So that's a kind of a standard polished flow that I have developed for my personal project, and it's working super fun. And if you just use that, you will see how manageable it becomes and how it's really help you to boost your development. So far that's the changes, and we're not gonna do so far here. The example will not going to be pushed, so let's just remove that. And you can find the example in the doc in the second step. Just try with that. And the third step, we are going to implement our fast API. And what's that? So if we just now go to the commit, and also just refresh that because we have changed that. So in the commit, you should see that's what we have discussed. Now we are gonna go with this one, backend plus frontend GitHub URL API binds. If you just go to that commit, that's mean we're gonna bind our first API, which we build, which is going to be like the GitHub URL API. So whenever we go to the sign in, now when we click on that particular button, it should take us to the GitHub sign in page, right? Because it's the first step for sign in with GitHub. So for that case, for navigating to the GitHub sign in page, we must need the URL, and we already developed the API which will provide the URL from the backend. And then when we got the URL from the front end, we are going to navigate to the user to that particular authentication page. So let's just try to implement that. So for that case, you can see we have created API/endpoint folder. So let's just create the folder, because as I told you, we're going to separate all the API endpoints differently, and we're going to use query and also hook. So if I just use one, you will understand what's going on. So in the endpoint, in the future, we're going to create course, then user, then maybe for lessons, all those stuff. So for the auth TS, here we're going to put all the API that's related to auth one by one. So first of all, in that file, that's our first API, get GitHub URL API, and you can see we are using API.get and auth GitHub URL. We don't have to put the base URL because we already put that here, localhost 8000/API. And make sure you didn't use like slash here, then it will be conflicted. You just remove that slash, or in the white environment variable, you must need to remove that slash as well. As like, don't add any slash here, because every time you had slash here, then it will be conflicted. Otherwise, what you can do, you can remove from here, you can add here, you can do both, but I just recommend just don't use the slash here, instead use here, so that it becomes sync, or you can do the reverse thing, that's up to you. So that's going to be our first method. Here we're just simply awaiting the get request, and whatever we got from the request, we are just returning the whole thing, that's it. Or you can just simply go like return like this, just remove this line. So that's a simple one line function. Is going to be every time it will be same. Otherwise, maybe for the post request, we will have some payload. We're going to pass those payload for the second argument for the post request, patch request, or put request. But for get request, it will be straightforward. We're just gonna returning the whole thing. So that's our first method. And now we need to create the query that we create, like use face to do, exactly the same we're going to create here, but we are going to create with a different folder. Like in the hooks, as I discussed, in the hooks we will have query folder. So let's just see the name. So it's query. Yeah, we have the query. Let's just create another folder as I do, like account, because we're going to follow the same structure we follow in the route, so that it becomes sync. For the account, then for the user, for the course, we're going to create multiple folder, because in the multiple modules we have multiple files, and for scaling purpose we must need to create folder to put them together. So in the account folder we have to create auth.ts, I guess. Let's just check. Yes, we have to create auth.ts. That's going to be our first query file, and also we have to grab our first query. So it will be kind of the same like you saw, like use get to do's. It will be like use get GitHub URL, and in that case now you can see we are using use mutation. So as I told you to watch a dedicated video about test a query, so you already know that what is use mutation do. So still you don't know, like just grab that from here and ask to Gemini to give an explanation at least to understand what's going on. So use mutation is a custom hook from TenStack query that's gonna help to handle an asynchronous operation that changes data mutation and then redirect the user from external authentication flow, something like that. So that's mean previously we use query, which handle like all the get request kind of things, but in the use mutation it's mostly handle like the post request, of course asynchronous request, but mostly post request, put request, patch request. But sometimes when you need some get request that need to be triggered from somewhere, so in that case it's kind of like a change, you can say. So that case you can use like use mutation to actually handle the API call with a better way. So if you can see the code, that's the breakdown. So it's kind of a similar that we saw in the use query. First of all, it should take the key, because when you use query, it's a get request, and as I told you earlier, the get request need to be cached, because post request, patch request, put request, these are not the same as get request to cache, because these are kind of a mutational request. So that case we don't have to put the caching stuff. And also we have another thing, which is we have in some of the case we have get request. That get request need to be triggered manually, not like whenever we refresh the page, whenever we come to a page or visit a page. It's not something like that. Let's say we have a button. In that button we click and it should fetch that from the server, and that should be get request and provide some data, and we need that data. For that case we can use the use mutation method. Otherwise you can just simply use query hook. And in the use mutation hook, you don't have to provide like the key, because it's kind of a change stuff. And but the other thing is like you have to add the mutation function. And in our older example, you can see we have added query key and the query function. That's the API request from the Axios we provided. So in the mutation function, we must need to provide the API request. So you can see here we are just simply providing the API request that we get here. So we're just getting the data. Instead, you can just simply pass the data from here, response.data. You can do that so as well as, but it's recommended to pass the whole Axios response to the query, so that query can handle the data errors and all those stuff. So you make sure you just return the whole thing, so that whenever you declare an async function, you call that method, and here you can see the data. And if that whole thing got error or anything happened, the use query or use mutation will handle that. And in after the handling, you will get like on success and on error method, where you can just declare if that particular API failed, then you will get that in the on error method. If that particular API got success, you will get that success method. And inside the success method, as we provided the data, you will get the data as an argument. And in the error, you will get the error. So that's simply a kind of implementation of the use mutation. Now whenever we can call this hook, we can just reuse all those things. We're going to see that. But if you have any question on these particular things, let's say what's happening here, we're just calling that API. So when we click on the button, we are going to use this particular hook, and it will call the get URL API. And when that API will come, like when the API got a success result, we'll get the auth URL from the backend. And what we will do, we will just navigate to that particular URL from this here, directly from this particular page. So whenever we click, it will take us to the login page from the GitHub. So that's why we added that logic in the on success. If we got any error, then we just simply logging that error and it will not do anything. So that's our hook. Now let's see how we are using that. So we have to go to the signin.tsx file, signin.tsx file. That's our sign in page, like this page. Now we have the button, and let's just see how we use our changes. So first of all, for using that case, we have to just call that anywhere in our page. So like this. So we are just gonna call the custom hook, and we have to use that a variable. And in the variable, or you can just destructure all those property like data, then is loading, all those things, you will get that. But I am just gonna use the older one, because we have to trigger that, like we have to trigger that when we submit the form, sorry, when we submit the, or like the click on the GitHub button. So let's see, we have the sign in handler. So let's just complete the sign in handler which we created earlier. So in this sign in handler, this is the button click on click method. That's the control here. It was empty. Now we have added github.mutation. So we have added a condition here. If we have the pending state, that's mean whenever we are requesting something, let's say we click some here, and internally in the 10 stack, it's have the state to manage the loading and the pending, all those things. So we have to check that if already we are requesting something like this API, then we should not request that again. Or if we already have the data, like after the request we got the data, then we are not gonna request that again. So that's why we added that condition to prevent multiple API requests. And after that, you can see we have a method in that particular variable which is called mutate async. That's the method that will trigger our mutation function. You got that? We have two methods here basically, which is going to be like muted one. Yes, we have muted, and another is mutate async. So I would recommend to use muted async for asynchronous task. You can use muted async as well as, like, sorry, the muted function as well as, but just use muted async. It's like a better function. So for handling like asynchronous task. And now we have called that things, and under the hood it's gonna call the API, and if that API got success, it's gonna navigate to the authentication page. So let's see what's happening here. So if I just go to, and then you can see it's trying to navigate to that authentication page. But as our backend, we added the callback to send back to the API URL like github/callback. That's why it's sending us to the callback with the code, as we saw when we experiment with the Postman. So we're gonna see the second part where we're gonna use this page, use the code to call that API from our front end to the back end, like passing the code and performing all those things. But so for now, let's just skip that to understand what's going on here. So as I already log in with GitHub for a session in my browser profile, so let's just open a new incognito tab and try to see that page coming or not. So if I now just click there, you can see that's the page that we're looking for, and you can see that's the URL that we generated from the backend, and these are the name or the level or the icon that we provided when we created the GitHub Auth from our GitHub account. And now if we just provide the username and password and sign in, click on sign in, then it will navigate to you the callback page that we discuss here. Let's say GitHub callback. When you go this page, it show the loading, and also in here you should see the query of the like code, something like that we saw earlier, like this GitHub callback. And then here you will see the code, and that code will come from the GitHub. So what happening is, like, when you provided those information and go to the sign in, as we set up that callback from our GitHub account and also from the backend, it will go to that particular URL with the query params adding the code, because that code is the key that's going to help to validate our authentication system. So that's why it is crucial to use that code. But so far we need to send the user to the navigation page, at least like the GitHub authentication page, so that user can sign in and come back to our callback page. So that's so far we have implemented in this step, and the commit was like this. And then we're gonna implement the GitHub callback page and all the necessary steps for that particular functionality. And if you go to the section in the 3-step, we have done so far the GitHub URL handler API. That's what we added. And in the fourth section, we're gonna implement the controller for GitHub callback or something like that. Let's just commit that and navigate to our next section. So now let's look into the next section, GitHub callback API bind. So here you can see when we sign in, when you click on the button, after GitHub authentication successful, it redirect back to the GitHub-callback page. And in that page right now we have only the spinner, and in the URL parameters like the query params, we will get the code. And when we saw while testing the API, we used that code to call the GitHub callback API from the backend to actually generate the JWT token and refresh token. So that's we are going to implement with our project. So for that section, we have to follow the commit of this one, GitHub callback implement frontend plus backend, and the last one was GitHub URL API bind. So let's look into that quickly. And these are the file changes. So let's also look into the doc to start the steps. So first of all, we have to create the endpoint. I think we already have the endpoint created for Auth, where we declare the GitHub URL API. Now we have to add that callback API. And then we're going to create the query and then the controller and how we're going to connect all them together. So let's grab the code from the commit. So here you can see in the endpoint, we have a new method, which is going to be GitHub callback API. And that's going to be under our first API. That's API is kind of auth/GitHub/callback. So if you go to the Postman, I think I didn't save them. So this will be the API which will help to generate the JWT token and refresh token set in the cookie. And we must have to pass the code. So this function will take the code. Now we have to create the query hook as we create for our GitHub URL. So let's look into the code. The code will be here inside the hook/query/account/auth folder. We will have a new method. So let's just grab that method and see what's going on. So in this method, we are now going to use the useQuery hook, as whenever we come to this particular page, it will automatically call the API taking this particular code. So that's mean we don't need to trigger that manually like we did here. Whenever we click on a button, we have to fetch something. That's not happening. It will happen like whenever we reload or come to this page, it will automatically call that API, but it will require the code. So for that case, we can simply use the useQuery hook, which will take the code and which will call the API that implemented here. So let's also import the API, and you can see it's just a simple use query hook that we saw in the example section, where we just have to pass the query key that will help to catch the API with the parameters like the code, and then in the query function we have to pass the API call, including the whole response like success or error, whatever we got, and make sure you make it async function. And in the enabled, we have to make sure we pass these things, because without code we are not going to enable the API. So let's say someone come to GitHub dash callback page without code, then it will not hit any API because we don't have the code in the query params. So that's why this is important. And this is from use query hook. This is a boolean field that's going to help to trigger the API based on your need. And then we have another property, refetch on window focus. That's mean whenever we focus on the windows, we are going to fetch again or not. So we should not fetch that, because this is kind of a sensitive for one time. So if we just fetch that every time when we focus on the windows, let's say we switch into different window and then we focus back again in our current window, we don't want to fetch that again. And then for the retry, we will allow only one. And I think we already set up retry one, so we don't have to put that here, because we in the query client we already provided retry one, and that will help to affect on all those 10 step query we are going to use. Let's just also import the use query and also our API. So that's it. That's going to be our query. Now we can just use this query in our GitHub callback page, like here. Whenever we got that code in the query params, we're gonna fetch that. So let's go to the page and try to see where we can just put that. And if you go, then you can see inside the return method, we can just simply call our hook. So yep, before that, if you go to the documentation, we have to create a controller. Why controller? Because this particular page will have some logic, like business logic or the functional logic. So we must need to put that logic somewhere separately, as I discussed when we talk about the folder structure. So in the controller, we already have one which was for the profile controller, where we write all the logic related to the profile form. So similar case will be here. We don't want to write all the logic here, because that time it become like mess. So that's why we need to create a controller. Inside that controller, we're going to call that API, and all the logic we need to add, we're going to add them there, and we'll simply call that controller here. So let's just create the controller first. So the controller will be named with these things. So let's just grab the name, and the name will be, let's just try this. So use GitHub callback controller.ts. That's going to be the controller name. And when you are practicing, you also try to make the convention same, or the same pattern, because it makes sense. And let's just grab the whole controller, or just simply try to write one by one, like to give you a better explanation. So this will be the controller, and make sure you use then the name of the controller. And here we will need 2 or 3 things. Like first of all, we need to identify, or we have to find out the particular code from the URL. So for that case, we must need navigation from the React Transact router, so that we can access the navigate method, and also we can access the query param. So I think navigate is necessary when we are gonna return that back to some other page, like when we need redirect or like navigate to other page. But for getting the query params, we need to use like this. So URL search param is from JavaScript by default, you can find that, and window.location.search. And in this property, we will get our search params, and in the search param, it will provide you kind of like an object, and in that method, we will find get method, and there you can put the property or the key, and that's going to be the code. So the code we passing here, like when the GitHub redirecting here. So here we will get easily the code. So let's just console log the code to show you like all is good. Don't just blindly copy paste the code. That's not a good practice. And also we have to use that in our component. We can just simply directly call here, and that's it. We don't have to do anything. All the logic will be go here. And now if we go and try to inspect here, then you will see. So if I just turn on the console, then you can see we have the code, and that's the code that we are getting from here. So that's our terminal, because that's our DevTool console. It was doing some problem, so that's why I just separate it. So now you can see that's the code. Now let's look into our next portion, which is our API. So as we got the code, now we can just call that API passing the code. So let's just call our API so that we can pass the code. like this, and the API will be like the query that we created. The query is like this one, and this one will be the endpoint. So that's how the flow is right now. And when we call the API in the structure of the calling, use query will provide you everything. As you can see, I return use query exactly after the execution. That's mean whatever we will get that when we declare it here. So kind of like here, if we just provide a variable, we'll get that, but we can destructure everything. And if you are in the VS Code, then you will also get all the suggestion like is error, is fetching, all those stuff. And for our case, we need is loading, is error, data, and error. So that's how beneficial using 10-stack query. And then we have some use effect hook. So let's also look into those use effect use case, like why we have used them. So first of all, check this one. So whenever we got the data, you can see we are getting the data from the backend. So when we got the data, we are going to do something. And also you can see I have added the navigate in the dependency. That's mean the main purpose of this use effect hook is when we got the data, we're gonna do something. That's one case. Then another case is when we got the error. Let's say is error property, and inside that error, if we have something, then we are gonna do something. That's another one. And the last one, which is we have the code and also the loading and also the navigate. The code means like this one, this code, the query params code that we got when we redirect it to in our page from GitHub. So that's another story. So if I just bring that fast, I think this one will be better. So when we have the code, where it's just gone here, so let's cut that and paste it there. So whenever we got the code from the URL, then we're gonna check if there is the code or not. If not, we don't have any code, then we're gonna navigate to the sign in page. And also if we don't have the loading, which is right now false, then we will also send them to the sign in page. So let's say if I now just try to comment out these two use effect hook as well as the API call, and is loading, let's just declare the is loading somewhere here, const is loading, let's just say it's true. And also we need to import the use effect hook. So if we don't get the code, that means we must need to send that back to the sign in page. So here you can see now, if I just refresh, as I provided the code, now I am able to access this particular page. So if I don't provide the code here, then it should return back to the sign in page, but it's not returning us to the sign in page. Let's see what's going on, because it's trying to check the loading is false. So we just provided loading true. That's why you can see. So whenever we try to go the callback page, then it should redirect to the sign in page because we didn't provide the code. So let's say we provided the code, then we should not redirect to the sign in page again. So that's the logic we have to implement, because if we don't provide that, then anybody can try to visit that particular page, and which is not we are gonna allow. And what if somebody gives like a wrong code, then yeah, that's also possible. But we don't have any validational stuff from the front end to validate the code, because the code is from the GitHub. So yeah, if we want, we can also validate by some sort of API things, but as we are sending the code to the backend side, so ultimately it will be validated from the backend. And if that's not validated, like invalid code, then we are eventually returning back to the sign in page. So wait for that section. So now we have understand this use effect. Now let's also reopen our API call like this. Now we are gonna look into the other use effect hook. So the second one is going to be the data. So whenever we got the data in our API request, like of course in the data, as you know that this API will return you to the access token from the backend, and it will take the code. So that's mean in the data we should get the access token, and when we get the access token, that's mean it's the correct access token, and we will also have the user information on that particular response. So now we can use that user information, store that into our local storage or session storage, and then we can navigate to any page we want. So that's why you can see here I check the user informations, that is there any information into the data.user. If we have that, then we're going to redirect to the user admin panel. Let's say if that's an admin, then we're going to send them to the admin page. If the user is learner, then we're going to send them to the learner page. And you already saw in the earlier section, we have created separate panel, and also we have separate route. So for that case, in the data.user.role, you will get the role. And of course, here you can see in the front end we are using the enum from our package. You can see the suggestion is from the definition, and let's just import that so that we can also leverage our package in our front end as well as not only back end. So now you can see that's the use case when we are using it. And also when you see the earlier section in the profile form controller, we use our package definition for the validation, and also when we develop the backend API, we also use the same validation there. So now this particular use effect is okay. So whenever we got the data and if that's valid, then we're gonna navigate to there. What if we got error? Let's say we provided a wrong code, someone trying it like manually providing some wrong code and hit enter with this URL. So what will happen is the API will return like error, and we will grab that error, and again we're gonna send back the user to the sign in page. That's the section if you are confused here. So whenever we got any error, we're gonna log that error in our browser, and we're just waiting for, let's say, half second, and then we're gonna navigate to the user to the sign in page. So let's just save that. So far we have done the implementation. Let's just now try. You can see that it's already navigated to the sign in page because the backend actually provided error. Let's say here you can see authentication failed. You can see it's showing in the red color because we're already using the logger package, so that's why. And if you go to the network tab, you can also see from the backend it's saying 401 and it's unauthorized. That's it. So even if you try to give any code, then you will not able to go to that page. Let's try again. So you can see the loading happen, and after a few moments it's just redirect you back to the sign in page, and you can see the log as well as. Now for login, we must have to provide a valid GitHub code that from the GitHub itself. So I think that's the implementation, kind of like calling the GitHub callback API. So now if we just try to continue with GitHub now, then as I already sign in with my GitHub account, so it will create the session, it will give a valid code. The valid code will be validated from our API called GitHub callback, and it will provide the valid response, and also it will provide you the access token. And when we got the access token in our code and also the role, user role, then we will navigate to the user based on the role. So let's also check from the database, like what is the role for the current user. So I'm just gonna open the database client to see. I think we have only one user in the database, and if you have multiple GitHub account, then you can just simply see the login page in here whenever you try to continue with GitHub, because if you have multiple account, you can choose account from there. It will be a UI where you can choose new account like the existing account. So in our database we only have one account. That's fine. So whenever we need to see the learner page, we can change the role. Whenever we can want to see the admin page, we can also update the role from our database manually, because as I don't have multiple accounts, so I have to do that manually based on our need. So let's also check. So for editing this row, I have to go to the edit mode as I'm using dbehavior. And if you are using Linux, then the application will be a little bit buggy. As you can see, I am also getting some error, and also sometimes it got stuck. I cannot able to update some of the value. So yeah, you have to appreciate what you got in that particular UI segment. Right now we have to change the role here. So I'm going to change that to admin first and then save that. So that I want to check the admin profile, because it should take us to the admin page when I sign in. So let's just refresh and try to sign in. Then it's gonna give the code here, and boom, you can see we got that code. We request that to the server, and then server returns access token. We got the access token, and we successfully navigate to that page. And if you go here, then you can see that was the API that we check in the Postman like this, and it got call with the code, and it returns success. And if you look at the payload, that's the code, and in the response you can see the user informations and the access token here. So that's the access token, and you will also get the role and also username, avatar, and also the email so far. So these are the informations that we need. Now we can check the role, either it's admin or not, and based on that role we will send that to the desired page. And that's the access token. Now we can store the access token to fetch all the API, including now we can make sure all the protected route and all those authorization stuff we do in our regular application. So that's our profile page and it's for admin. Now let's change that to, let's say, learner, so that we can also test our learner side working or not based on our logic. So if you just change the role to learner and save that, and now let's just as we didn't implement the logout yet, so what I can do, and also we didn't store anything like access token or all the user information in the local storage yet. So if we just refresh, then nothing will happen, or if we just go back to the home page, nothing will happen because that's not totally implemented. So let's just try to sign in again, and it should now take us to the learner panel, and you can see that's the learner panel. We have only 3 menu in our learner panel. So that's how the navigation flow working so far. Now it's time to store those user information or the access token in our local storage, so that we can navigate to the next sections like implementing the protected route, and then also make the whole authentication flow working fine. So let's go to the commit and see if anything we have missed. We have created the query, then we added the controller in our page, and also we created a new controller and also the endpoint. So far we are kind of done with this particular section, step 4. Now it's time to store all the information in our local storage or persistent storage, whatever we're gonna use. So let's just remove this and also commit the changes so that you can get the code. So here is the commit. Let's just commit that. And now we should see the next section, which is going to be auth store implement and necessary types added. So now we're going to implement the auth store and try to store all the information in our storage. So for persist the auth information or any information like global state management, we used to use like Redux Toolkit, Mobax, some sort of tools, but nowadays Justin is super popular, so we're gonna use Justin. So let's just install that first in our front-end project, and you can see these are the issue from the backend side, like all the error when we provided wrong code. So GitHub provided that error from like it's a incorrect or expired token. So let's just navigate to another terminal and try to install Justin quickly. Okay, you should see some sort of this error if you are using pnpm. So that's kind of when we change some folder stuff. So you just have to delete the node modules, and then you just have to install that, or like install the whole packages first, and then you can just simply try with installing the Justin. Yeah, we are kind of good. Now let's install Justin, and you can see it's installing. So I didn't dig into this particular problem, like why it's happening. So if you are kind of get bored with this problem, then you can find out the solution, or let me know, comment down. Let's say you need a whole dedicated video about pnpm, then I'm gonna dig into pnpm and all those stuff, and then we'll make a comprehensive pnpm course tutorial in my channel. So yeah, let me share your interest. So that's just got updated, like it was running all the front and back end stuff. It's just updated the front end project now, and we also installed Justin so far. So let's go to the package. Yeah, we have added the Justin here, and the package version is 5.0.8. Let's see from our code. So yeah, in our older commit, it was also 5.0.8. So now we have installed that. We have to create a store, because Justin is something that's work with like store kind of things. So let's create our first store, and also the folder as well as inside our front end src directory, and in this store we're gonna put all the store that we need. Great. Now let's create our first store, which is going to be authstore.ts. And if you now think like, I don't know, like Justin, how it's work, how the state management work, it's pretty simple. If you just think a kind of object, like in the JavaScript object, what you do, you store key, and in that key you can put any value. You can put array, you can put object, you can put string, number, everything. So if you think like this way, Justin is kind of like give you a kind of a object, extraordinary object. That's where you can put method, you can put property where you can set value, where you can get value, all these things. So it's pretty simple. If you yet didn't understand the whole Justin concept, then I would just recommend to watch any just dedicated video about Justin for now, because in this particular project, it's not something that I will teach every single topic from scratch. Instead, we're gonna focusing on building the whole project. So if you are kind of not good at Justin, then just watch a dedicated video to understand what's going on. And I believe if you just spend 20 minutes, just pause this video and watch Justin video for 20 minutes, then you will understand what's going on. there and come back again to continue. So here we have to create a store, and of course in the store we have to add some method for storing those informations. So for that case, let's just use kind of like the boilerplate, like how we can create a store. And here you can see, oh, I think first we have to follow the documentation, like what steps we have to took. So in our auth store to process auth data, you can see first of all we have to install Justin, and then we created the auth store. And yeah, I think I didn't add much step here, just explain the code, something like that. So let's just look into the code and explain from here. So let's just grab the first line like this, and we have tons of code here. So let's just grab the whole portion so that I can comment out and try to explain you what's going on here. So you can see for creating a store, you have to use a method like this, create from Justin. So you should get that from Justin. Let's just also see where we can get that create method. So in the store, here you can see from the Justin, we will get the create method like this. From the Justin, you have to import that, and this create method will help to create the store. And inside that create method, you can pass the type. So if I just remove that, it will look like this. This is the functions, and inside that function, you can also kind of use another functions like this. You can see the way that's mean it's kind of like a different way of using function, where when you have multiple argument, you can use them by like this, or you can just simply go with the first argument like this one, and then you can go with another one, something like that. So there is two ways. Of the first argument, we can just make it like if we just the code, you can see the first argument we must have to provide those type, and the second argument we have to provide the whole kind of portion of code that's gonna help to implement those method and also the state changing stuff. So let's just put the code back, and I think let's just grab the whole code and ask Gemini to give us a better explanation, because I think Gemini will always give you better explanation than me. So let's see. And in as usual video, the creator actually script down all those topic first, and also try out some core point that he need to explain. So while recording this video, I didn't just write down any script. It's fully raw video. So that's why I choose, like, whenever I need to explain something, I will just grab that code and ask Gemini to provide the topic context. And in that sense, I will show you also the content and the stuff, and I'm gonna explain with my experience like what it is to understand better from your side, I know, or to explain a better way. So let's just see from the Gemini. So first of all, we have to declare the initial state. Of course, I missed that part. I just grabbed the main code. I instead let's just declare the initial state as we do in our Redux. We define kind of an state. So as I told you, it's kind of like an object. So yeah, let's just declare the state. So let's just remove all the code so far and try with declaring the state like this. So it's an object, simple object, and of course we have to provide the type as well as. So let's just see from the commit we created the type or not. And in the package definitions, we created a new type here in the definition source type, then auth.ts. Let's also create the type quickly. So let's navigate to our packages, and then the definition package source types, and here we have to create, I think, auth.ts, and it will contain the type. So let's just grab the type, and in the type you can see this is kind of like an interface, and in that interface we are creating iauth state. That's mean that's going to be the state for the auth that we use here. And in that state we will need user property, and this will come from users. If you go to the user type, we already declared the user type. If we don't, then we have to create the user type here like this. So in the user type file, we have to create a new type or interface that's going to be for iUser. So iUser mean interface user, and it will hold the ID, username, name, email, image URL, and role. Where those data coming from? This data is coming from here. So if you look at the user data structure, you can see email, ID, image URL, name, role, all those things. So you have to declare the type based on the database response. So let's go. So these are all the type. Kind of good, and now let's just import that, and in the user we have to provide the iUser type, and also the access token, it will be kind of a string, so that's why it's a string. And we need a property that's going to be handle the state, like is the authenticated or not. So that's the boolean flag in our store. So in the store we will try to maintain a flag That's going to help us to identify is that authenticated or not. And also there will be some actions, because the store, if you are familiar with Redux, we have some sort of action and also state. So the state is kind of like the variables or whatever you can say for storing the data, and the actions are going to help to change those state or set those state value or also get those state value. So method are actually help on that thing. So this kind of similar kind of mechanism here. We need some sort of actions, we need some sort of state property. So in the actions we will have the login method. That method is gonna help to store login information. So you can name those method with different kind of pattern. Let's say I use like login, so it could be like set login information, something like that, and also remove login information, which will eventually use like for logout, and update user. That's kind of meaningful. Set tokens. That's also meaningful. These are the method that have its own work. Let's say for the login, we're gonna store the login informations like access token user data into the store. For the logout, we're gonna clear them, and then for the update user, we're gonna update any user information from the store. We can use that. And for the set token, we're going to use this set token method, which will take that token and set that. So these are the action method we will need, and we will need them in our store implementation. So that's why we just declare those type first. I think so far these are the type stuff that we need to add. And also in the index.ts file from the definitions, you have to export that. Otherwise you will not able to get those type. So we already exported the user. Now we have to export the auth as well, as that's we newly created. So it will be auth, and if you just simply save that, you should see the bundle also happening in the real time. And you will not see that bundle, it's already gone, because 3 of the project is running continuously, so you will not see the effect. But if you try to import that type right now here, you should get the suggestion like this, boom. So you don't have to build that then install that again. So it's happening under the hood when we added the script earlier. So now let's just try to import that. So that's our initial state, and it's a object with all the value is empty. So now let's look into the Gemini. What's the next step it provide? Now create safe user. That's a function that's gonna create the user. We're gonna look into that later. Let's just also see the store setup, how we can set up the store. So yes, we have to use the create method to set up the store, and also we have to provide all those type. As you can see here, let's just grab the code, the store, and this one. So if we now just put that, you can see we have 2 type here. In the create method, as I earlier said, that we need to pass the type in this particular way, and here we also have to pass the actions type as well. So we are going to combining the state type and the actions type, so that we can use the single store to get all those property as well as the actions method. That means we'll get user like authstore.user, we'll get also authstore.login, something like that. So that's why you have to merge 2 type together here. So let's just the actions here, and now as we are gonna persist those informations into local storage or session storage, we also have to use a method like persist from Justin, so that you can also persist them. So let's just also import the persist and create method from Justin, and of course the persist will come from Justin middleware. It will not come directly from the Justin, so you have to use like this import like Justin/middleware, you will get the persist, and that's kind of another method which will help to persist all those information, and also wrap that with this kind of syntax. And in that persist, you can just provide that particular object, like in that object you can define all those property as well as you can define all those method. And if you go to the Justin documentation, you can see the simple implementation. Let's just go to the Justin and the GitHub, where you will see the documentation. So how we can use that? Just import the create method, and inside that create method you will get a callback method, and that callback method you will get the set and get property, which will eventually help to set the state, and also you can declare some of the property and sort of stuff. But when you need to persist something, you have to use like persist. Let's just say that's available here or not. Persist, and yeah, that's the section. If you just go to the document like the repository and search for persist, then you will see persist middleware, and you will see like how very minimal way you can just use that persist. So if I just grab that code and explain you what's going on, let's just put that here. So we just imported the create method from Justin. We already did that above, and we have to import the persist, which already did, and also create JSON storage, because it's trying to help to store that into the JSON storage. We are not going to do that. We are going to store that in our local storage. So if we just go and see in our persist, we use like auth storage to store that. So we have to put like the name for auth storage, and for the storage, by default it will store in the local storage, so you don't have to put the parameters. So if you want to store for session storage, then you have to use like create JSON storage, then you have to pass like session storage, something like that. But if you don't provide any argument here, then it's gonna default store that into the local storage. So that's how you can see you must have to provide a name so that it will be unique kind of things. So you have to use the create method. Then inside that create method, if you saw the simple implementation, that will provide you the set method and get method, all those stuff like here, the set method. But when you are going to persist something, then you have to use the persist method, and inside that persist method, the same callback function you will get, like the function like this, where you will get the set and get method. The set and get method is help to set the data, and the get method will help to get the state information like this. So in this persist method, in the first argument you will provide the callback, and the second argument you have to provide the name, then all the configurations that you want to set for the persistent. And in the first argument you will see the callback function as well as the set and get method. So here in that callback function, you can see there is a property called fishes. That's mean it's a kind of like a number state, and then after that you can see like add fish. And our goal is with this simple implementation is to increment or like add more fish into our store. So that's why we have to define the state. So that's the state, and for our case, initial state will be user access token is authenticated, and the second one is kind of like the method, which method will help to change the state. That simple it is. So that's why I added the type for our method as well as like login method, logout method, update user, set tokens. And you can see the example like in the add fish method, whenever that method will be called, it will call the set method from here, and inside the set method it will take the same object that you declare here, like all the property that you declare. So you can just simply use the set method and you will get all the property here, and if you just provide any value to those method, it will set directly on that particular store. And that's why here we are also calling the get method to get the latest state, and then we are just adding +1. That's been whatever value we already have in the store, we're gonna add one every time we call the add fish method. So that's why we can see we need two things. One is the state, and another is all the method that's gonna help to modify those state. So that's kind of a simple implementation. And if you just put the persist, then it will be stored in the local storage. If you don't provide any argument here or the property, like you can provide the storage here, like session storage, then you saw like create JSON storage, there are several storage, and if you don't provide that, then it will be automatically stored into the local storage. And if I just bring that code and remove this particular persist part, then you can just simply set that here, and this will be kind of like a global state. It's not going to store into local storage or session storage, but it will help to manage the global state. So if you don't refresh, then you will see the whole leverage with the store. So that's kind of a simple implementation. That's what we are going to do. So in this persist method, we must have to declare all those method as we declare all the initial state here. Now we can just put that initial state so that we can connect all the property and the method. So let's look into our code from the commit. So our commit was this one. So in this commit, let's just go to the changes. Here you can see we just injected our initial state into our persist method like this. And of course we have to use like object as well as in the persist method you can get the callback method like this. So you have to also declare that. So let's just bring now the whole persist method, because I believe you understand what I'm trying to point out here. So in this persist method, now we have to, okay, we have two persist methods. So let's just remove one and put that. Now you can see that, let's just also bring the create safe user method. We're going to explain that, but let's get rid of from the error. Let's just comment that for now. Yep. So now you can see, as we saw in the example from the just end, in the persist, let's just also find the persist like this. In the persist, we will get the callback. We already declared that. we have the set method. We don't need the get method inside all of this method. That's why I didn't import. And we just simply inject our initial state object like this. That's mean it will get like user object, access token, and also is authenticated. Now we have to declare all the method that's we need, and that's why we provided the type as well as auth action, which have login, logout, update user, and set token. So let's look into the login method. So in the login method, it will take the access token and user data. User data will be kind of like the iUser type. So if I just import that again, here you can see we have the iUser type like ID, username, all this user information. So whenever you pass those information with the login method, it's gonna call the set method and it's gonna set the access token as well as all the user information. And in the meantime, if it's kind of like a login method, that's mean whenever we call that method, we can make sure that okay, is authenticated will be true. So you cannot just call that anywhere. We must have to call that when our login successful happen. And also we have the user data. So we can also check that if we have user data, then we're gonna make that is authenticated true. Or you can just simply add that here. And now you can see we have done some modification like create safe user. We're just calling a symbol functions, kind of like a helper function that's gonna make our user data for preparing to store in the store, because in our store we have kind of a type which is ID, username, name, email, image URL, and role. So we have to make that kind of data set. So in the user data, you can see we have the ID and we have the username, we have the name, email, image URL, and in the role. So the role. So maybe we can just simply get rid of from these things. We don't need that. Instead, we can just simply put the user data here instead. So but you also have to provide the type like I user so that it will not provide you error. So you can do that as well as, but in some cases in the future, maybe there will be multiple property in the response from your API. So that time you have to modify those data and you have to insert the validated data, like the data you are going to accept based on the type. So you can do that. So but for now I think that should work, so I don't have to need that particular method that I created. So maybe when you get the code you will not see this particular method because I think that was redundant. I believe we will get all the value so far. So let's just see if we got any error, then we're going to check from there. So that's the login method. Here we're going to setting up the user data and the access token and also the authenticated property. Then let's say the logout method. The logout method will take the initial state and it will reset everything from the store. So that's why you can see in the logout method we just set the initial state. All the property will be kind of reset like null, null, and false. Then in the update user method, it will took the user data like any updated user data, and then it will try to update our user property like this one. So this user data, now you can see the set use case, and in that set method you will also get those state. Let's say here you can get like a get method which will help to get the current state from the store. But there are another way, which is in the set method you will get a callback, and in that callback you will get the state which is going to be the current state. That's another way to retrieve information from the store in your method when you trying to modify something. It's kind of like actions, you can say those are actions. So in that state, now if we have user, like if the user property is not null, then we are gonna update our user information. Let's say state.user. That means all the property from the user data will be merged with state.user. Let's say we provided image URL in the user data, but in the state.user we have the image URL, but the data was undefined. And that in that case, the new user data will be replaced with the older, because it's kind of like an object. So when you put the second object that you are going to merge with the object, then it will to call the value from the second object to override the older property. So that's the way you can just simply update the already existing property. And if we don't have the user, then we're going to just put that null. And set token is also going to help to set the access token. You can see set access token. And now you can see we are not providing all the property every time we call the set method. We are just providing the exact property that we need to update. Let's say for the user, we just provided user. Let's say for the access token, we just provided access token. And other property with the data will be keep remain as that was. So that's the beauty when you use Justin. You don't have to write a lot of boilerplate things. It will do automatically for your case. And now you can see we have one thing which is partialize. So what is that, right? So if we now look into our commit, then you can see we also have that. Let's just look into the Gemini to understand what's that partialize mean. You can see here partialize, this is optional function explicitly define which part of the state should be saved to the storage. In this case, it persists the access token user is authenticated. That means in this partialize method, you will able to declare or define what are the state that will be persist in the local storage. For our case, we're gonna like to store the access token, the user, and is authenticated. We would like to store all the property. Let's say in the future you have multiple property in the same store and you don't want to store them all together, then you can just declare those a name, like let's say profile informations. That's something that you want to store as well as, so you can just put that name and also make sure you define that in the initial state. So that's how we actually implement this kind of store. And now if we kind of use this auth store, then we can access all the method, and also we will access all the property that we declare including those value and anywhere in our JavaScript front-end applications, and there will be no barrier. So now let's look into our code that what we implemented so far in other files. So we added the justent, then we added the auth store. Now we can store our authentication information into the store. Now let's see what we changes here. So in our GitHub callback controller where we get the access token, now if we just use that particular store, we can store there. So let's just add that. So how we can use that? For using that, we have to go to the controller. So the controller will be in our hooks, then controller and user, use GitHub callback controller. And here we are just going to import that in the top so that we can use that auth store like this. You will get that auth store from here, our auth store, and that's just simply it is. So in the state, then we need to find out the method. So we can do two things like this one. That's a way where you can just simply call login. You can see all the method and you should also see the property, let's say user, like this. Or another way is you can just simply use a callback way. That's you will get inside of that method, and in that callback you will get all those things. Let's say in the callback the first argument will be state, and in the state you will find the method and the property. Let's say if you need user, then you can just call by this, but we need the login method because in the login method we can pass or provide the access token and the user information, then it will store them into the storage. So that's it for the login method. Let's just see what other changes we have done. So in the use effect hook we modified something. We, if we have the data, we just added, or we just call the login method here to insert the data. So let's just go to this use effect, and if we have the user informations before redirect, we are gonna call our login method from the store so that we can pass the access token and also our user information. And when that done, this will store the information into the storage efficiently. And then now we should see some changes here, like we added a set timeout because we are navigating to the profile page and also checking the role. So in this particular line, like login method, it could take some time to store the information into the store. So what if we can add a simple set timeout for a half millisecond so that we can verify the whole steps correctly stored in our store. This is for safety purpose. Sometimes let's say because it does not have any async functional things, all will be triggered one by one. So if let's say if we don't just provide the set timeout, so what if this particular things took some time, then it will automatically redirect to the admin panel or runner panel without storing the user information. So for safety purpose, we can just simply add a half second set timeout so that after successfully stored that in the storage, we can just simply call the set timeout method. Or also we can add kind of like a callback method here, like if you go to the store in the login method, if you can take a callback method here, then you can just probably call that after that particular set function call, so that it will also give you more verifications. So you can do that. So but for now let's just make it simple so that it will also give you a little bit time to the spinner to load, like half second, and then it will navigate to you the desired profile page. And that's so far we have changes. And let's just also look what are the things. Of course we have to add the login in the dependency. So right now we're not getting any error from TypeScript to add the login. If let's just say if we remove the navigate, then you can see we are also not able to get that TypeScript warning or error, so we can just remove that. But yeah, we can verify that by building our project. So let's go to the front end and let's just build pnpm run build, so that we should not see any error. Because sometimes in React newer version, you also have to provide whatever property you used in the use effect hook, so you also have to provide them in the dependency. So that's why you can see we already got an error, which is import user from here. Let's just see. So we got that error in the package, I think. So yeah, because we import the type with the wrong way. In React we should use like, or like you in newer version we have to use like this to import something like some type. So let's just build that again, see any error or not. And I believe there are no errors. That's mean we don't have to provide those navigate and also the login method in the dev dependency anymore, because I saw in like previous year React 80 or maybe 19.1 or something like that, we must have to provide those as a dev dependency. Like if you use any method inside that use effect hook, you also have to give those method as a dev dependency, otherwise you will get kind of warning or error. So that's good, we don't have to provide them here. So yeah, we can also remove that particular navigate from here. And also we should add the error. Yeah, that's fine. So far we added those changes, and also let's remove that from here. So we don't need that, only need those the data that exactly change and that will trigger the use effect. So if we now just go, then so far that's it. So you have to work on this particular use effect hook, and in the future if you add multiple logic, if you have more logic that will happen when you log in. Let's say you have to call the profile API, you have to took some informations maybe from there, maybe from it's depend on your business logic. So you have to work on this particular hook when you log in. And also you might have to create multiple store as well. As that's based on the requirement. So in our controller we don't have to do anything so far. We are gonna just retrieving that access token and also the user information. Then we are gonna import store that in the local storage. And then let's just see what are the changes we have done. I think we are kind of good. Let's also check all the files. We added just 10, also store that in the storage. Then we have created the store and all the type and the method. Let's practically see that our data or the information are already stored in the storage or not. So if we just go and look into our storage, that's the dev tools. If we go to the applications and go to the local storage and try, then you can see we have a store. So what happened whenever we refresh, so it's automatically create the store and put all those informations here. You can see in the auth storage we have the state. In the state we have the access token and also the user informations. I think, oh, this is coming from my older implementation, as I always run my older project here. So that's why you can see the same name auth storage. But it is like when I build the whole project, I run that. So that's why all this storage actually showing here. So what if I just simply clear them and try to refresh. Yeah, and you can see that theme also gone. So let's just change the theme to the dark and also check the storage and refresh. You can see we only have one, which is going to be like the theme. And in the session storage we don't have. And also, as you can see in the auth storage, we didn't mention like session storage. It will automatically set to the local storage. Now let's just try to log in to see what's going on. So I'm gonna go to the sign in page. Let's just sign in, and we saw some error, but yeah, we're gonna look into that later. But for now it just works so fine. So it just take us to the profile page for the learner. And also if we just open the dev tools and refresh in the application from the local storage, then you can see we have auth storage. And in that auth storage, if you click, then you should see state. In that state you will get the access token, authentication true, and also the user informations like this. So that's how we can just simply leverage the just 10 to store any information globally. And we can also persist them, and also we can use for our applications. And so far we have done the store things. Now we can check from anywhere. Let's say we are in the home page, let's say we are in the learner page, let's say we are in the admin panel. Anywhere we can just access the just10 store, try to find out the token. If we have the token and the user information, then we're gonna make some route protected. And if we don't have those information, we're gonna don't allow to visit those route. So let's just grab the commit and commit that changes, and let's move into our next section, which is going to be the logout functionality. And in the logout functionality, you can understand that like we just have to clear our storage. So yeah. So let's also look into all the steps that what we did here. So we created use auth controller. That's mean we are going to create some sort of a common controller for handling our logout. And also if you look into our applications in our navbar, you can see we have admin panel, my courses, sign in. So we don't want to show all the button, and also the logout button and all sort of stuff. So we have to manage them here logically, so that we can only see admin panel when admin login. We only see the my course button when the learner actually logged in. So for that case, we have to access our user information from the storage. So we need some sort of a common controller or hook or kind of like a way to get the user information from the storage, because every time we try to access from the storage, we have to call the auth store, and then we have to retrieve the user information and also the logout to do all those things. Because we have two way to handle the logout, because one is from our website, we have the logout button, and another is we can go to the profile page like this, and we have a button for logout. So we have three way to log out, because admin panel they can log out, learner panel from the sidebar they can also log out, and from the website they can also log out. So the logout is kind of common, and we also have to perform that every time. And this logout also need the user informations, so that we need some sort of a common way to handle all of those things. So if you go to the commits, then the next section, the step 6, will be the functionality for logout. So you must have to follow this commit, like backend logout functionality with use auth controller, create and use in navbar sidebar. So if you just go to that commit, and then you should see all the changes. We have changed so many files. So let's see from the steps that what we have to do. First of all, we have to create the logout API. Yes, because we already have the logout API. So as we discussed, when we sign in, it will set cookie in our session. So we must need to call the logout API, so that it also clear the cookie from the session, so that nobody can access that refresh token or try something to call the API or generate access token. So that's why we must need to implement the or like bind the logout API as well as. So for that case, we must need to add a new endpoint in our authentication file, and then we have to create a query, and then we have to use that query to perform the logout. So let's just go to the commit and see the endpoint. So in the endpoint, that's going to be the code. So let's grab that and add a new endpoint. This is going to be like the post request and auth/logout, and we're naming it like post logout API, and it will not took any parameter, because everything we have is in the session. Let's say whenever we call this particular API, in response we set up the cookie in our session, and that's why when you call the logout API, it will also took that particular session with that, like the cookie with this particular request, and then backend will grab that refresh token and is gonna erase that from the backend side. And when that response come from the backend, in the front end you will not able to get the cookie again, and with this way it will remove the cookie and it will perform the whole logout functionality. And also in the backend, it's also working with the database as well as. So if I just now go to the commit, and we added the API, now we also have to add the query, a kind of a new query, like using the use mutation, as we use earlier the query like use query for the callback. But now we have to trigger that particular things with a certain condition. So that's why we need to use mutation hook from the test stack. And of course we need the API from our endpoints. So here in the mutation function, you just simply put that, and you can see we don't have any on success or on error, something like that, because whenever the API will be called, it will just do call the API, and when we got the success, and success means like whenever we are going to use this particular in any component, you will see like we get the data, and in the data we'll get success true. And when we got that, we can just clear the data from our storage. Like you saw in our storage, we have the logout method. In that logout method, it will reset our storage, and when that reset, everything will be kind of like a before sign in stage. So let's see what are the changes we have done. So we added the query. Now we have to use the query and also the storage to perform or like make all the functionality. So in this particular section, we're gonna complete all these things. And also I'm gonna try to add the logout from the admin panel, or also we are gonna make these two buttons working so that when we log in we can also go to our admin panel and the learner panel. So let's just first create a controller, because you can see we have some common task, like we have to log out, we have to need some sort of user informations, and in the future maybe there could be some more things that related to the login user. So what if we can create a common controller, like a custom hook, which will handle all those things. So if I just go to here, let's just copy, and also in our controller, so let's create a new controller in our account folder, which is going to be use auth controller. That means all the auth related functionality, all the auth related method we're gonna create in this particular controller. So let's bring our code from the changes. So I think you're already familiar with my approach, like the controller approach. This is the best approach I found, or like I invented. I don't know, I didn't saw from anywhere. I just somehow the concept just came into my mind, and I just implement, like create a controller, then use that controller in any components. So you might be see that maybe in any other project. If you found any project, then let me know, I will check them out. So in this particular controller, we are gonna do several things. First of all, we need a method for handle our logout. So you can see that's the method. Let's just make it small. And also if you look into our admin panel, you can see, let's just go to admin profile. Here we have the username, or the name we have to show here, and also we have to show the avatar. That means we need user information. So we are gonna make this hook kind of like reusable for everywhere. So you can see user information, that's going to be the name and the URL. So that's why we have created a user info object where we are using the user from the auth store. You can see we call the auth store, and we grab all the method like user. These are the property, like user will contain the user information, access token for access token, is authenticator, and then we have all the method like login, logout, update user, set token. So these are all the method we have. And also we call the query here, like the query for calling the logout API, like we just make it like logout mutation. So whenever we call logout mutation dot mutate or something like that, is gonna call that API to handle the logout. And we also need the navigate to navigation. So yeah, I think you understand this part. So we just make an object, we send that as a return. So that whenever we initialize this controller, we will get the user information, as well as we will get all those information from the store, so that we don't have to use like the auth store. So now let's look into the handle logout. So what it will do, it will try to call that particular logout mutation. Before that, it will try to check if there are already requests ongoing or not. That's why I just call logout.isPending. It's gonna help to check that either any request is ongoing or not, or like in progress. So it will prevent to multiple request. And then we are using TypeScript to call our toast. Basically we are trying here the toast from the React hot toast, which will help to, if I just go simply, then you will understand what I'm talking about. React hot toast. So if you just go and then click here, you can see there is an option called promise. So what this will do, it will help to wrap your promise with the toast. I think I already showed you in the profile section, like when we added the profile from component in the profile submit from, you saw that. So in that particular toast dot promise, you can put any promise, and when how much time it will took to resolve that promise, it will spin there, like the loading will happen here. So if you just click, you can see the loading. So it will be based on your promise resolve time. So for that case, you have to provide a promise. And here you can see logout mutation, muted async is kind of like a return promise, and the whole thing will be here. So that's why I just call that in the first argument from the toast.promise method. And in the first argument, you have to provide any sort of promise, for our case that query. And second argument, you can just provide the loading message, and also if you have success and all those stuff, you can also provide that, like on success, I think there are messages. So if you just simply search that in your front end project, you will see some of the use case like this: success, error. We have two property as well as, so when that done, then you can say the success method and also the error method. So for our case, just the loading is fine. And when that's happened, like the promise got resolved, means the API got successfully returned something like success, then we're just simply gonna log out. We are gonna call our logout method from the store, and which will reset our state, as well as we're gonna navigating to our user to the sign in page. So that's why we use the navigate here. So that's overall the implementation in the controller. So as a summary, we are just handling our logout, so that we can just simply call that handle logout from anywhere in our application. Is gonna log out the user, like clean up the state, and also navigate to the sign in page, including calling the logout API. And the logout API will clear the cookie from the server side, so that we are become super clean for logout. And then we need some sort of user information object, so that's why we created an object, and also we provided the information from the user so that we can easily access that. And also we somehow, let's see, if we use the access token anywhere. Yes, we just pass the access token directly in our controller return method, so that we can just simply call this use auth controller anywhere. We'll get all the information we need, and in the future if we need any other functionality like logical things, we can put them here. And what we have to do in any component, we can just simply call that, and we can restructure all the property here. So let's just see all the use case from our commit. So first of all, we use that in our navbar. So let's go to the navbar, grab the file name, go to the navbar, and here you can see in the navbar we have a property which is kind of auth, but mostly I think we didn't use that controller directly here. We just created a new props in our navbar. So let's just add that props. So in the navbar props, we can see we only have nav links. That's mean in the navbar you can only pass the nav link. So this is the navbar for our website. If you go to the website, here you can pass the nav links, which will kind of create all those menu. So now we have additionally added a new property called auth. It will be optional. So let's just add the auth in our interface, and here the auth will have the is authenticated, handle logout, and the user. That's mean as you saw exactly from the controller. So we can just simply control all the navbar based on our value. So now let's just use those property as we change something. So let's just also remove our tab. So here you can see we have wrapped so many things with those value. So first of all, if you look into the code, here you can see all the link. These links are not related to anything authentication, but you can see we have sign in button, admin panel button, my codes button. So we need to wrap or the logic for all those buttons. So let's try one by one, or let's just simply copy the changes, or I can just go to the view file, and then I can grab the whole code so that I can see you the changes, show you the changes, what's going on. So let's just paste that and also go to the commit changes here. Then it will be super clear way that you can see what are the changes we have done. So we added the props, then we are gonna use that props in our navbar component. And here you can see we have the sign in button, then we have all the button. Now we have to wrap those things. For sign in button, it will be no longer exist if we already log in. You can see all the admin and my course, all those button gone, because right now we don't have the login stage. We didn't logged in yet. So when we log in, we don't want to see the sign in button. So that case, we just have to remove the sign in button based on is authenticated true or false. So that's why we have to wrap that here. Then after that, if it's not authenticated, then we do some logic as well, as which is if I just go here, then you can see the first condition is if we have authenticated, then we are not going to show the sign in button. If we don't, and if we are authenticated, then we have to show all this button based on another condition. Let's say for the role of admin, we can access the enum from like user role, which is from our definition package, and user role.admin. If the role is like auth.user, you can also see from the props type, like in the user we have the user information like the same type. That means it will come, the user information will come from the store. So now we can just grab the role from the data. So auth.user.role, if that's admin, then we're going to show the admin panel button. If that's the role is kind of like learner, then we're going to show the learner button. And for the logout, it will be general button. So whenever anyone sign in, then we will always show the logout button, but the logout button will call the handle logout method that we declare here in the props, like handle logout from our auth. So that's mean if we just call or like pass all the auth related information when we use the navbar, then we can simply perform all the functionality, and the dark mode light mode will be same exactly it was earlier. So that's the changes we have done so far from the navbar. Now let's just try to see after login. So if I just click on the login, then it should bring us to the profile page, which is fine. If now just go to the home page, then you can see, okay, you are not able to see anything here. So let's just see, because we just added in our component, right? We didn't add those auth into our component where we declare that component. So let's see where we declare. If we just go to the commit, let's just remove this one. Okay, I just somehow removed that tab. Let's just open that again. So in the navbar, we have changes that like we have additionally added that props, and now we have to change them from our component, like the pages. So we have to change like layout from website, layout from admin, layout from learner. So let's go to the layout. So if you just go to the VS Code and search with the file name, then that's here in the website slash underscore layout.tsx file, we use the navbar component, like this component, where we added our new props auth. So we have to pass that props here with the information, then it will perform our functionality. So for that case, we already created the controller. So let's just import that controller here easily. You can see we don't have to write all the common logic every time we use that controller. So that's the beauty when we create a common kind of custom hook, which we can use it anywhere, any component, not anywhere like any function. We can only use that hook in our React component. So in the layout.tsx, we call that, we will get is authenticated and also the user information and also handle logout. And we have to pass them with the property like in the auth props here, like this. So when we just pass them, it will take them from our controller, and after that it will pass with the navbar, and in the navbar you will get those value, and so that is gonna conditionally render all those things. Now we should visibly see all working fine. Here you can see right now we logged in with learner, that's why it's showing the learner. So if I now just try to call the logout button, it should call the logout API. Let's just go to the network tab, clear everything, try to call the logout, and we can see it's navigated to the sign in page, and also we should see logout API called, which is called successfully and returning success 200. That's mean the logout is working fine. So now let's just change something from our database, like the learner role. So here we are going to change that to admin panel, and then we are going to save that. And sometimes I'm using Ubuntu and Linux, so sometimes it just creates some problem like slowness or bugginess. So it happens sometimes with several applications, not only this UI client. You can see it's just kind of stuck. I can not able to change the type. So yeah, let's just wait and change it. I think I have changed that so to the admin. So let's just log in so that we should see the login panel button. So if I now just log in, then we should see, yep, we are navigated to the admin panel. And if we go to the navbar, then you can see we have admin panel. And if we click on that, you can see we are now navigating to the admin panel. One thing I also want to mention, so when we work on the navbar component, we also added the link here. You can see the link. Earlier, if we just look at the navigation navbar, you will not see any link attached with all the button. Let's say in the admin panel button, we don't have any link here. So in the changes from this commit, we have added those links so that whenever we click, it will take us to that particular link. So now if we just go to admin panel, it will take us to the admin panel link. So if that's login with learner, then it will take us to the learner panel. So that's from the changes for the navbar. Now when you go to the admin panel, now also have to make functional these particular things like the image and also the logout. Right now it's not working, so we have to go to the sidebar from the admin panel as well as from the learner panel. So let's just see from the changes. So in the admin panel we have a layout, and that layout contains that particular sidebar so that we can pass those values. So let's just go to that file, and this is going to be the file for admin layout, like here. And here you can see we already have a logout handler where we can just simply call that, and also we can pass the user informations like the name and the image. You already saw in the sidebar section we have created the sidebar with all those property or the props. We can pass those props and it will work as exactly we declare. So let's just see from the commit so that we didn't mess up with anything. So in the admin we have called our auth controller. Now you can see the reusability, like we don't have to write all the logic here every time. Instead we are just calling our auth controller, and we can use those common method like handle logout and user information. So we can just simply pass user information like this because we already have that. So use sorry for my typo, so user info, and that's going to be by passed by here. And also we need to pass the logout handler. We already have that. Instead we can just simply pass like handle logout. We don't need that method anymore because this handle logout will automatically handle the logout, and it will not accept any argument. So you don't have to pass anything, just a simple function, and it should work fine. So if you see the changes, that's the changes we did, like adding all those stuff and nothing more. So now if we just go to the admin panel, now we should see the name and image perfectly showing here, as well as if we just click on the logout, it should take us to the sign in page. Now let's also change the value to the learner, and save that, you can see it's just hang again, but I believe it's also changed. So let's just sign in again, so that it should take us to the learner page. And here you can see it's take us to the learner page, and you can see it's not binded here, so we also have to bind that. So in the learner page, the layout, learner layout.tsx, if you go there, and that's the file, like under learner folder, you will see underscore layout.tsx, where you have to do the same, like call the hook, use auth controller. So let's just call that after the theme, and import that. Now just remove our logout handler, which we don't need. Just add the user info object and also the handle logout. So you might be thinking like, what that user info object? So if you just saw the sidebar section, you understand, like in the sidebar section we have defined a user info, which is kind of the same. It will take the name and the image. And if you go to the auth controller, it will also have the name and the image, same property, so that it will show the name and image as well. As so the logout handle we also added here, sorry, in the learner. Yep, we just added that. So let's now just refresh and see. Yes, we already have that name, Hassan. And also the logout button, let's just click, and boom, it's working fine. So now we have implemented the sign in, and also after sign in, it will take you to the admin panel or learner panel based on the role. And if we go to the doc, we have completed the sixth step, I think. And then the later section, we're gonna work with the protected route, because if we now go and try to log in, let's say with the learner mode, let's say right now we are in the learner panel. So if we now just simply try to access our admin profile, boom, we can also access our admin profile, which is not something valid. We must not have to access the admin profile. So for that case, we must need to protect some of our route based on the role. So we're going to see them in the later section, but so far we have done with this section, which is kind of like the logout functionality and the common controller, which is use auth controller to handle all the common stuff. So in the 7th step, protected route issue and solution, we have to follow all these steps. And if we go back to the commit, then we have completed our last page from the commit. So I think if you go to the all commit from YouTube lessons branch, then you will find almost 99 commits, and the last page will contain almost 26 to 30 commits. So we have 2 page left, like all the commit from the 2 page. So there was the last page, and you can see the last commit we have done is this one, front and back end logout functionality with the navbar and sidebar. So now we have to look into our next step, which is protected route or something like that. So let's just go to the previous page, and in the previous page we have to look into the last commit, which is going to be this one. You have to just search with this title, like front and back end protected route added and not found added. So that's going to be the commit, and then we're gonna go one by one up to here, and then the first page will be covered. So let's open the commit and see all the changes. So we have all these changes, and if you look into the steps, then you can see now that we can visit the admin and learner panel route without any issue while we are logging either from admin or either from learner. But in general, if learner login, then they cannot visit the admin profile, as well as the same if any admin login, they cannot visit the learner profile, because these are separate for the role. So we have to fix that. Right now we have that capability, we can just visit any route, which is bad. So right now we are in the learner panel, so if we just simply go to admin profile, we can also visit that. So we have to prevent that. So how we can prevent that? We must need to add some sort of condition over those routing based on the role, so that we can restrict those things. So for that case, we need to create a protected route, or like a component that's gonna help to protect our pages. So it will be kind of a component. So if I just now go to the commit, then you can see under the component and under the auth folder, we have to create a new component, which is going to be protected route.ts. So let's quickly create that file, and we have to navigate to the components. Under the component, we don't have any auth folder, so let's just create a auth folder. Why auth folder? Because this auth folder will contain all the components that related to auth, and protected route will be a component that's we are going to reuse several times in our applications, from the website to the learner panel to the admin panel. So I think making it kind of a generic component for authentication is a better option. So let's grab the whole code that what we have done so far for the authenticate route. Let's also add the I, so we are good. So here this is a component. First of all, we declare the props for the component. In the props we will accept a property called required role. That role will be the type from the enum we have, like e-user role. That means either it will be learner or admin. So whenever we declare that component, we must have to, not must have to because it's optional, we can pass the role. And the second one is children. It will be by default. So yes, we must need to pass the children, is mandatory. So let's look into the route component, protected route. And first of all, we are retrieving the user information from the auth store as well as is authenticated property. And also we added the navigate, and then we have a use effect hook, and after that we are returning the whole children that we got from the parent. So let's say we call the protected route and we provide the children, then this route will render the children, but before that it's gonna do something here in the use effect hook. So in the use effect hook, let's just also navigate, remove the navigate method, and whenever the use effect hook will run when we got the required role, let's say this value change, then the use effect hook will be run, and let's say the is authenticated value will be changed, then the use effect hook will again run, as well as same for the user. So what the use effect hook is doing, so if there are no authentication, like is authenticated is false, that means it will navigate to the home page and return from the use effect hook. So whenever we call this component, let's say we pass a children, the children will be, let's say, admin panel page, and in the admin panel page, if we wrap our protected route component with that admin panel page, then we can simply check that in the use effect if we have authenticated user or not. If not, then we are going to return that to the home page, something like that. And also we can check all the role. So required role and user dot role not equal to required role. That's mean if the required role available from the props, if not, then we will just simply not do anything. If there are the required role, then we are gonna check with the user role, and if that not match with the user role, then we are gonna do some cases. Let's say if the user role is admin, then we must need to navigate to the admin. If the user role is learner, then we are gonna navigate to the learner, otherwise we are gonna navigate to the home page. So what this will do, let's say your role is learner and you are trying to visit the admin route. That's mean whenever you call this or like grab this particular component with the admin route, then it will take the required role. The role will be kind of user, but you are trying to access the admin route. So that time it will check, okay, what's the user role, and if that user role is not matched with our required role, then we are gonna just simply navigate to the desired route. Like for the admin, it will be admin profile. For the learner, it will be learner profile. So that's a simple protected route mechanism that's most of the time you already used or implemented, and we just have to wrap this protected route with all the pages that we are going to make that restricted. So that's so far the protected route. Now one thing also we can see from the steps, like what is the next step. So the next step is add the protected route as a wrapper for the admin panel and the learner panel, and we have to add that in our layout.tsx. And as you know that for the admin panel and the learner panel and the website, we have a common component or the layout component which inherit all the pages. So what if we can just provide the protected route component into that layout component, so that we don't have to add every pages the protected route, it will automatically handle that. So let's just see the commit. If you go to the admin layout.tsx underscore layout.tsx, then you can see we have to wrap our protected route with the whole layout component. So let's just grab that protected route and let's navigate to the admin layout tsx, and here you can see we have the design. So if we now just simply add the protected route here, then it will make sense that this route will be for admin panel. So that's why we have to pass the required rule, and of course we have to import that as well as import the user role. That means we are telling the component that please use the admin as a required role and try to verify from the authentication store like what is the user role. if that not match with admin, then don't allow the user to navigate to the admin, instead navigate to the learner profile, or vice versa. So that's the logic. So now as we wrapped with the protected route component, then we now don't have to worry about the changes. So now let's just say if we now just refresh, you can see we are not able to go to the admin route because we are right now logged in with learner profile. So if I try to visit that page, you can see we just directly navigated back to the learner profile. So the same scenario should happen with the learner as well. As so we just have to go to the learner folder and the layout, and here we can just wrap our application with the required role is learner. So let's just import that, and also import the user role, and let's just make it learner. So if I just make that admin, then we can visit that page. Let's say I just make admin, and right now I am logged in with learner. So if I now just make to visit admin, then we are not able to go there because in the admin layout we added this is admin. So maybe we can just add learner so that learner can visit this page as well as, and this should be also learner. So let's just say learner. So now we can visit both page. Let's say learner profile, and if we try to visit admin profile, we can also visit that. But that's not the case. So for the admin it should be admin, and for the learner it should be learner for a specific visit. So that's it. That's how we can just simply create the protected route. Now even if you try to visit from anywhere, then you will not able to visit that. So that's the changes so far. And one thing we have to do is like what I can see from the code, we have added the not found component so far. Let's see from the steps. So in the steps we also talk about the not found page. Let's say we are trying to visit a route that's not available, and you can see right now the UI is not looking well. So let's just create a not found component and implement that, so that anywhere if we try to hit any wrong route, then we should see that particular UI. So for that case we have to create a component, and that's going to be a common component. So we can just simply put that inside of the common folder name not found.tsx, and let's grab the css code, and it will be a simple tailwind css code with the design of not found and a simple button. Let's just put that. You can see we are using the use theme because as I told you earlier, the use theme is important when you are trying to do the new page rendering stuff. But yeah, you can also have alternative. I already told that in the section, like how you can just get rid of using the use theme everywhere when you have new page or something like that. And then we have the router, so that we can navigate to the home page like this, or maybe we can just simply use window dot go back or something like that to go the older page, but just make sure it's navigate to the home page. And it's a basic pretty style. You can just give the code to understand what's happening on the design in Gemini. So I think I should not explain you these things. So let's just see. Okay, right now you will not see the effect because we didn't use this component. So how we can use this component to make sure all the wrong route will navigate to that particular UI. So TenStack provide a better way, which is if you go to the main tsx file, which is in our main.tsx here, you can see we have a create router initialization here. So in this create router we have tons of property we can set. We can control the routing step, file based navigational configuration. So if you go there, and you can see it will have a new property like default not found components. That's gonna help you to set kind of a not found component, and you have to provide the component like this, and now it will work without adding manual things. So it's gonna automatically handle that. So if you now just try to see visit, you can see 404 page not found and something like that. And if we click on the home page, then it's gonna take us to the home page. So let's try with any different route. You can see it's navigating to that page. Also from admin profile, let's just try. We are getting the same page. So that's what we implement so far in this commit, which is going to be like protected route. And in the steps we are kind of done. So now our next step is profile info on reload, profile page data display, and app initializer. So we're going to explain that. So let's go to the next commit. So our commit was this one, and this one will be our next commit. So let's open that. So in this commit you can see we have several file changes, and let's look into the steps what we have done. So now let's fetch our profile information once if we are logged in. This is necessary because our app depends on the authentication state and user information. So we have to call that API every time we reload the page. So what's the reason that we need the profile information on reload? So that's a important step. So let's say your application is running and it's a single page application. It does not have any refresh stuff. So when you navigate to any page, you can see we don't refresh the whole things. What we do, we just navigate to one page to another page, something like that. So in that case, if you are logged in, then we have only one way to get profile information. Let's say someone log in today and they log in with the profile information. We got that information, and we put that into our store. That's fine. But what if the user stay for 7 hour 8 hour in our application and it's a single page application and there are nowhere we can retrieve the profile information, and there are no things because we only retrieve the profile information when we logged in. And in the meantime, within 8 hours, admin can deactivate the account. Admin, if want, they can delete the account, and admin, if want, they can change the role. If want, then they can do anything. So for that case, if we don't fetch our profile informations often, then anybody can log in and can stay for years, because we are going to implement the token management. So if the access token got expired, then we are going to retrieve the access token again from our application. So in that case, a learner role, or let's say in an employee management system, a user logged in, which is an employee, let's say a general staff. Now his profile need to be updated, like approval and all sort of stuff things that's related to the profile information. So if we don't fetch the profile information often, then we'll not get the latest information. So that case, we must need to fetch the profile information whenever we reload the page, or let's say we kind of create a new session, something like that. Every time we're gonna retrieve the profile information. Why? Because it's gonna help us to sync with the user informations from the database to the application. So that's the reason we have to fetch that particular profile information. So we're gonna call it kind of like app initializers. So why that? Because every time in our applications there could be some sort of initializing thing, and in the initialization phase we do like fetch some of the core information. Let's say it's a project management software. So when we logged in on the software, it's kind of a loading state happening, like initial stage. We fetch the company informations, then we fetch all the project, and we fetch all the relational things that need to be fetched initially. So that's the stage. And any applications, we must need some sort of a initializer, which is gonna help to initialize a tons of things, maybe profile information, maybe company informations, maybe some sort of internal information from the backend. So that's why this part is important. So we're going to implement that. So for that case, we already implement the profile API. So we must need to call the profile API, because in the profile API we will have some informations. You might wondering why we need that, because we already got that data while we logged in. But what if you logged in for 7 days and you didn't fetch the latest information from the server? What if the user already deleted? So that's why you must have to fetch the information from the server to get sync. So we have to create the endpoint, then also the query, right? Because we follow that pattern. So let's create quickly our user endpoint, where we're going to put the profile API. So the endpoint will be in our endpoints folder. So if we now go to our endpoint, so let's just find endpoints like this. We have only auth endpoints. Now we will have another endpoint, which is going to be like user.ts, where we are going to put all the endpoints that related to user. Let's grab the endpoint as well, as we are going to use the same API from here. This is going to be like API/profile. So whenever that hit, it will return the profile information. And you already saw that we don't have to provide the profile ID, because the user ID will be taken from the access token. So now let's create the query, because we follow the pattern. And in that pattern, we have to create the endpoint first, then we have to create the query hook. And let's just see. Yes, we have to create another folder in our account folder, which is going to be user.ts. Now you can see that we are trying to organize all our code so that it can be maintainable when we make it so large. So here in the query, we have account, we have auth, which will handle all the auth related query. For the user, it will handle all the user related query. So let's just simply create the first query, which is going to be fetch the profile information or something like that. So we have to create the key, that's mean y key, because when we use query, we already did here. Let's say in the use get github callback, you can see in the query key we have to provide those key. So that's why I create a constant here like this, profile keys, or let's say user keys. That's mean every query we add, use query hook, we must need keys. So what if we can manage those keys in a single point? So that's why we can create a constant. And here this query name will be use get user profile query. And what that means? That means this gonna call that endpoint with the necessary stuff if we have. So here you can see we just fetch that access token from our auth store, as well as we call our update user method from the store. And here you can see the use case of the auth store. We can use that anywhere in our front-end application. So now in the query key, we provided the query key here, user data, as a constant. And in the query function, if we don't have the access token, then we will not able to fetch profile informations, because fetching that access token is mandatory. So when we have that access token, then we will call the profile API, get user profile API. And when we get the data, we're gonna simply call the update user method to provide the latest data. So in the update user method, you already saw it took user data. And if you go to the auth store and go to the update user method, it's just updating the user property from the initial stage with the new user information. So that's mean when we get the profile information latest, then we're just simply gonna update our user property from the store. And when that's done, we're just simply returning the whole data. And we are enabling the API request when we have the access token or its change. We are gonna call that, and we would like to settle that API within this time. So if you just simply copy this and try to check what's the value means, let's just put that. So the calculation is sorry, let's just go down. Yes, so the calculation is 5 minute into 60 second into 100 millisecond equal to 300,000 millisecond. So what that's mean? So we are just trying to make the API cache for 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, it will refetch again to get latest information. So we already discussed about this property, but I just showed you like what's the way you can just add the time, because this settle time only took value within milliseconds. So that's why you have to do that millisecond stuff. You have to find out the millisecond and then put that, because if you want to took 5 minutes into millisecond, then you have to just calculate into 5 into 60, which is give you the second number, and when you multiply it with 1000, then it will give you the number in millisecond. That's it. And retry is 1, we don't have to provide because we already provided that. So let's double check again. So if we go to query client, then we should see yes, we already have that here. And also the settle time is kind of 5 minutes here as well. As so I don't think we have to provide specifically here, because within 5 minutes it's gonna refetch again the latest information. And also refetch on Windows focus, we don't want to do that, so let's just make that false. So that's the query that's gonna help to fetch the informations, and now we can just simply use that anywhere in our application, but not anywhere, but specifically an area. So let's just see from the commit where we used yes, we created a new component which is called app initializer, and this component will be wrapped with our main application, so that it run every time we reload, or maybe every time we visit this our website or our application, this particular component will be run. So this is kind of a wrapper component for the whole application. So let's first create that and see the use case, then you will understand what I mean about the initializer. So for that case, in the components, we should go to the common, I guess. Yeah, in the common, we can just create this new component called app initializer. And yes, let's just grab that component. It's pretty simple component. You will understand what's going on. So in this component, we have a children props as usual. And that children props, we are gonna just returning that props. But one thing we are doing here, which is we are calling our profile query. And this query hook, as we used to use query, so it will not trigger manually, it will trigger automatically when we got the access token. So whenever we got the access token, it's gonna fetch the profile information and it's gonna update the user state for latest information. And that's what we have done in the app initializer. Now let's say in your applications you have to fetch company information, then maybe you have to fetch some external information. So all those things you can do that here. So whenever anybody refresh, and if we wrap with this app initializer with our main application, then anybody refresh everywhere or anywhere, all those API will be called and all those logic will be handled easily here. So that's why a kind of a, you can say it's a kind of a wrapper for our applications, and in that wrapper we can do anything we want. So let's see where we use that app initializer. Mainly we used in our main.tsx file. So let's just copy this, save that file and go to main.tsx file. And here under the query client provider, before we added like router provider, we just wrap that router provider with our app initializer. So whenever we visit any page or reload, we are gonna call our profile API so that we get the latest profile information. So if somehow admin deleted the learner or user, then it will automatically get that sync. So that's why we need app initializer. Now if we have any other logic, we can put them here, and every time we reload, let's say if I now just inspect and see the network tab and try to reload, then you can see we are calling the profile API. And right now you can see we're getting unauthorized error because maybe we don't have the token or something like that. So let's check from the local storage. We already have the token, so we have to find out why we are getting this error, because the JWT token is already expired. If you know, we have added our JWT token expiration is 50 minutes, and it is almost 1 day. I recorded the earlier section, and when I logged in, it's almost like if you just refresh, then you can see the last login time. It was yesterday, so that's why the JWT token actually expired, and that's why when we are trying to go to the profile page, we are not able to go there, or like the profile API. So for that case, we have to right now relog in again. But as we have a mechanism that we are gonna implement, which is the refresh access token mechanism. So whenever we got any API failed about like unauthorized request or invalid access token, then we directly call the refresh token API to generate a new access token so that the user cannot get interrupt. But right now we don't have that mechanism. That's why user easily able to navigate to all the pages, but they will not able to call any API as like as the profile API we saw. So let's just quickly log in after log out so that we can see the profile API is working. So if we just log in, then you can see we just came our learner profile, and now let's just look into the profile API calling or not. If we just refresh and see, still we are getting unauthorized error. Let's just refresh again. Okay, let's debug that. What's the issue? And from the backend we are also getting no auth header provided. Okay, that's mean right now we are just calling this API, which is the get profile API, and this is protected API. We already saw from the backend we added the middleware for protecting this particular route. So if we go to the routes and the index, here you can see in the profile API / profile in the user router, we have protected these two route, update profile and get profile, with authenticate JWT. And that's mean we must need to provide JWT token in our headers with the authorization property. But if you go to the headers, we don't have any particular property called authorization, which is using our access token to send that to the server side. So that's why we are not able to access this API. So that's an issue. And let's see we fix that in our commit or not, like in this commit or not. So far I can see I have fixed that here. So I think in the next commit we have fixed that, like refresh access token management or something like that. So far we have done like the initialization, but yes, the profile API is not working, so we have to fix that, adding the refresh token management system, as well as the passing the JWT token in the header, because otherwise we are not gonna able to access any protected route, because that route need access token, and this access token is stored in the auth store, and this is something that need to be passed for every API request after the login. So we have to make some sort of a common stuff. And if you already saw in the first API bind part, we created a simple API file which has the instance of Axios. You can see here we define the base URL, timeout, all those things. So now if we want, we can also bind our access token easily in the headers authorization part from the store, so that we can send the JWT token to the user. So let's see that section. So for fixing this unauthorized request for our profile API is for we are not set up the token yet in the headers. So for setting up the token in the headers, we have to follow the commit like this one. And here you can see index.ts file, which is under the front-end source API index, where we created the Axios instance. Like here you can see we created the Axios instance, also the query client. Now here we have to add the token. So we can add the token here, or we can use a standard way from the Axios, which is called interceptor. So if you're familiar with that, you already know how to use that. So what that is kind of a middleware things where you can intercept any request or any response from Axios, because Axios track all the API requests. Now you can intercept with using the Axios. So you will get a simple code here on that particular commit in this file. So just grab the code and let's see what's going on. So in this code you can see we are using API, and the API is from the Axios instance we created. And then in that API you will find interceptors. That's a method, and on that class, I guess it's not method, yes, that's a class, and where you will get another property called request, and also you will get response as well as. So that's mean you can interrupt with request and response. So based on your need you're gonna use. So we are going to use both request and response, because in the request we can set the headers, and in the response we'll grab the error from the response globally, and then we can perform anything that needed for that response. So let's just add the token, access token first, by grabbing the request. So every request will happen by using this API. We're gonna grab the request and we are gonna use a middleware, and in that middleware you'll have to pass a callback function which will get the configurations, like the configuration for the whole request. And then we are going to retrieve the access token from where? The auth store. And as you can see, we are using just 10, so we can just simply retrieve the store information anywhere in our front-end application. So for that case you have to use getState. So this is a method that's help you to retrieve store information in any JavaScript file or TypeScript file. So that's why you have to use this getState, because if you just simply use authstore.access token, you will not able to do that. So that's why there is a dedicated method for that. So use getState instead .access token. This will give you the latest access token every time. And when you got the access token, and as in the config from the request property or the middleware, you will get the headers, config.headers, and that's the headers that actually sent to the server. So what if we can modify the headers a little bit, like in the config.headers we are going to add authorization property, and in that authorization property we are going to add barrier access token. Exactly what we did in the Postman when we try to do a new request. We go to the authorization. Here we select basic auth or barrier token. So in the barrier token, we have added the token here. And in the headers, you can also add that property like authorization, and then you can add that token here. That's also gonna work. So in our front end sense, we also have to add that token in the headers with the property called authorization. And when we modified our configuration, now we can just simply return the configuration so that it processes with the further process. Let's say if you look into the backend code earlier, when we develop the middleware, we have a next function that we can call whenever we finished with work with the middleware. So that's kind of the same. You will get the configurations and then you modify the configuration, and also you can return the configuration so that it processes further. If you don't return the configuration, then this will not work. It will be kind of like interrupted. And if we got any error as a second argument from the use method, we have to reject that error. So that's so far the code which is going to be help you to add the access token in your header. And if we now just save and try to call our profile API, we should send the token easily. So if we just refresh from here and see, we are still getting that because you can see invalid or expired token. That's mean now we are passing the token somehow, but it's getting expired. Here you can see authorization and bearer, then we have the token. But previously it wasn't passing, that's why we are getting 401 unauthorized error. But now we are passing the token, but it got invalid because the token I retrieve or I the login session was almost 1 day before. So that's why we're not able to get the token. So let's just try to log out and sign in again. Let's just clear from here. Let's sign in and try to check that we can retrieve the profile information or not. So if you go already, you can see whenever the login successful, then it already called the profile API. And here you will see the profile information easily. And if you go to the headers, that's the token. Now you can use the token as well as in the postman to call the profile API as well as. So let's just refresh again. And you can see every time we refresh, the profile API got called. Even if I go to the home page and try to refresh, then it also calling the profile API, but it will be cached. So if you just simply refresh, then it will call. Otherwise, it's not gonna call because it's already cached in our transact query. So with this API call, it's gonna help us to retrieve all the latest information. Let's say the account is deactivated or not, or like the last login information. And it's important every time we reload, we must need some sort of information to get sync with our API, and it's also gonna help to track the token. Let's say you have logged in, but you have not done any interaction yet in your application for 2 hours. And if you saw in our token, it will expire within 15 minutes. So if someone just try to do any interaction or just refresh the page, then the profile API will be triggered and it will be failed. And that time we can grab that failure API and call the refresh token to generate the new access token. Then we can call back again. So in that case, user will not notice anything. User will get a better flow of using the applications without interrupting. So that's overall the way how we can set the headers. And there are another way, which is here in the header. You can just simply pass that to as well as like authorization. Now here you can just pass bearer, then your token like this. That's also a way, but the better way is to use like the interceptor from Axios. And you have to use the request, because in the request you can also grab so many things. So now if you need anything else, you can also add those logic here. That's the standard way. Now so far we have really good now, but what if the token got expired? You already saw here when the token got expired, all the API getting failed. So now we need the mechanism implement that we discussed, which is going to be the issue we face, like access token expired, then we have to refresh the access token. Otherwise, all the API will be stuck like we saw here. So let's just go to the backend, or before that, let's just commit all the changes. So in this commit, we have done so far the new API, profile API added, and also the app initializer, which is gonna help to fetch the profile information every time we reload the page, or we can add multiple logic based on our need, initialized logic. And in the query, we have created a new query for the profile, as well as we added the app initializer, and mainly importantly the Axios interceptor, which was helping to add the access token in the headers. So let's commit the changes. We are good. Now let's move into our next section, and the commit should be refresh access token management. So that's that commit going to be for our next section. And if you go to the doc, that's the doc step 9, where we're gonna fix the access token expired issue by refresh access token again. So let's just open that code, and you can see there is only one file we have changed here, but there are many lines of code here, so we have to understand them. So first of all, if you go to the doc, it will recommend you to add, if you go to the backend and dot environment variable, here you can see we have access token expired in 50 minutes. That means if you log in, you will get the access token, and after 50 minutes it will be expired. So let's just forcefully make it 1 minute so that we can check for now in real, like what happening when a refresh token got expired. So if we now just simply close our terminal and rerun again, because we have changed something in our dot environment variable, so we have to rerun again. Great. Now if we log in again, then all the JWT token, it will be expire within 1 minute. So let's go to our website and try to log out and log in again, so that it will generate a new refresh token and also access token, and the access token will be expired within 1 minute. So let's just add a countdown, and we can just say 1 minute. I think it's already will be passed, let's just say. And in the meantime, let's look into the code. So we have to change the expire. Right now here it's showing 2 minutes, but as I'm recording, let's just say 1 minute. And when that's done, we will get 401 errors globally for any API call, because the access token got expired, and any API we call from our application, all will be failed. And that time we have to grab that request. Like let's say we are in a simple page which have multiple API calls, and when the token got expired, then we have to store all those requests somehow. So let's just see, just now refresh and try to see, because you can see it was the earlier, when we refresh, that was the earlier request. Now if I just remove and try to refresh again, then you can see the token got expired, and you will see invalid or expired token. So that means, let's say I was added a API in the course module, and now in the application I was trying to view all the course again. So when I refresh, I will get error and I will get no data because of the invalid or expired token. So when that happened, now we have to grab that request which got 401. We have to store that somewhere, and then we have to refresh the access token again, like generate the new token. And when we got that token, then we are gonna look into that store, like all the API that got failed, and we have to recall those API with the payload, so that they got resolved and they got actually give the better user experience. So for that case, as I told you, that we need some sort of interceptor from the Axios, but right now it will be for the response. So earlier we used that for the request, but now we have to intercept the response to get the 401 API error, and the message should be invalid or expired token. So if we can grab all the response, and if we grab 401 unauthorized and also the message invalid or expired token, that means we can make sure our token got expired. Now it's time to refresh the token. So here we have several tasks. If you go to the documentation, you can see a flowchart where we make a request. We got 401, and when we got 401, it returned response like unauthorized error. So if we don't get any 401 error, then we just return the response. That's fine. If we got the error, then we are checking that is that already refreshing the token. So there should be some sort of boolean flag in our application to track that whenever we got any API request, are we going to refresh the token or not? Like, are we going to start the token? So when we start refreshing the token, because it's a kind of API call, so it could take some time. So that's why we need a flag that will refer that we are refreshing the tokens, because while we are refreshing the token, we are not gonna call any other APIs or the refresh token API again, because we should only call one, and it will, when it will give us the token, then we will make that flag false. So that's why we need some sort of a boolean flag in our code that we are gonna check we are refreshing the token multiple times or not. So if we already refreshing the token, then we are gonna add to queue and wait. That means, let's say we just call 3 API, and when the first API got hit, we track that and we start refreshing the token, and we start turn on the boolean flag true. And then after that, in the meantime, when another request came from, maybe when user navigate to other side, then that request will be added in a queue or like in a store, because that API request will be failed. So we must need to store those failure requests, otherwise we will not able to recall them again when we have a new access token. So that's the fundamental things. And while it's refreshing the token, we call the start token refresh method, something like that. And when we got the refresh token, new refresh token, we update the token and we retry all the requests that we have in our store, like in a queue. We try to recall one by one, which we added first, we are gonna resolve that first. And if we don't have like the refresh token got success or something error from the backend for the refresh token API, we just log out the user, redirect to the login page, because there could be something missing from the refresh token, or the access token or something could be happen from the server. So any error occur in the refresh token API, we just directly log out the user. So that's kind of a flow. So I believe you understand what's the flow. If I just summarize, we request a lot of API in a page. So whenever any API got failed, we use interceptor from Axios for response to grab 401 unauthorized error. And whenever we got that, we try to turn on a boolean flag that we got an error and we are trying to refresh the token. And then after that, any other request come, what do? We grab those requests and we put into a queue or a store, so that we can recall those API again. And in the meantime, when the refresh token got success, we update our access token, and then we go to the queue to refetch all those API to resolve them. If we got error from our refresh token API, then we just simply log out our user, because there are some issue with our refresh token. Maybe the refresh token got invalid, because refresh token is the key point that help to generate the access token, and it goes over the cookie. So, and also refresh token has expired date, which is 7 days. So after 7 days, that's mean the whole application, from the application user will be logged out. So that's the overall flow. And the code should be kind of like this. So there will be a boolean flag like is refreshing token, which is going to be true, and then we are gonna send the refresh token API. We're gonna call that to generate new access token, and then we will also override our header when we get our new access token, and then we are gonna return that header. And if that's done, we're gonna just make that boolean flag to the false. And we also have a sequence diagram for better understanding. So let's just say when user call the get profile API in the applications like API.get profile request object a, and we have the interceptor. In the interceptor, from the response, we got the expired token response for the API profile. And whenever we got that response from the server, we go directly. In the meantime, we took the flag like turn, go back to the store, trying to call all those API that fail and try to resolve them. And if them done, then the application will be done. So now let's look into our code and try to implement it step by step. So first of all, we have to declare our two API. The first one is going to be the refresh token API and the logout endpoint. So these are the two endpoints. We can declare those endpoint in our API endpoint, but for now we can add that here. We can refactor that later. So these are the two endpoints that we need, because whenever the refresh token got failed, then we will call the logout API to log out the user. And then if you go here, as I told you that we need some sort of flag. That's we are gonna enable the flag like this, a global variable, so that whenever we try to refresh our token, we are gonna turn on that flag true, so that other request we got failure, we will store them into a queue or like a array. So that's mean we need kind of an array to track all the requests that got resolved or all the requests that got rejected. So that's why you can see request queue, a queue for API requests that failed while a token refresh was in progress. So whenever the token refresh API calling, it could take some time. And in the meantime, if any API got failed, we must have to put them into the reject array. So that's why here you can see it's a reject function and the resolve functions. In a request queue, it's an array. So initially it will be empty, but whenever we got any failure API, we're gonna put that into the reject, and if that's got resolved, we're gonna put that into the resolve, so that here we can track them. And we're gonna use it like a QA. That's mean the first API got failed will be resolved first in first out formula. So if we now go, then here you can see we will need a functions called process queue. So let's also grab that function. So what this function will do, as we have the queue now, the array, then we need some sort of a method that's gonna help to insert the data into the queue or performing that particular things. Let's say here, if you go to the code, then this will process all the requests waiting in the queue. When the API got success, it resolved them with the new token. On failure, it reject them with the error. So in the process queue, whenever we call that, we can get the error in the first argument, and in the second argument we're going to pass the token, and initially it will be null. So we were going to loop through in our request queue, and we will get the every array item, and in that array item it's kind of an array of objects, so we'll get resolve or reject. So if we got the error, then we will add that error in our reject array. If we got the result, because means if we don't get the error, then we're gonna call the resolve, adding the token into our resolve method as a argument, so that we can use that. And after that, we're gonna clear the whole request queue when the process is done. So that's a simple helper function that we're gonna use here. So let's now grab our main code, which is going to be the interceptor, which will help us to intercept with the response. You can see api.interceptor.response.use. Previously we used the api.interceptor.request. So if you now go, we have to grab the response and mostly the unauthorized error. The same thing we will get in the response. We will have a callback functions like this, and you must have to pass the response from the first argument. You will get the response. If you want to modify something here, you can modify that, but this is for the success path. So we have to do nothing here, because whenever anything happen, if you, let's say, want to play with after successing API, then you have to play here. But when it's come to the error, then we have to another property like error. The same thing we did here, like in the error we just do nothing, because we don't want to play with the request error or something like that. We want to play with the request success like this, which will get the config, all those things. But as a response, it will give you the response. So whenever it got success, so we don't have any work to do. Only we have to do in the error. So let's just import the Axios error as well as, so we'll get the error, original error. So we store that original error so that we can override it, but or we can reuse it. So that's why we first store the original error, and then if we don't have that original error, or if we don't think that okay, we don't have to refresh the token, that's a method we have to create to check when we have to refresh our token, because not every API failure we're gonna start refreshing our token, right? So that's why we need a function to track that as well as. So that's why I created a function, does error need token refresh. So let's just find out that function from our code, this one. So this function is gonna responsible for handling that, to check okay, do we need to refresh our token or not, because the refresh token only should be allow when the API status got 401, and also the message is like unauthorized request, something like that. So that's why in this function, then you can see we have to pass the error we got fresh. You will get that error, and it's going to be Axios error, and we're going to return true or false. And from the error we will get the original request, that's the configuration, and the response from the error. And in the configuration we will get URL and some sort of metadata. So if you look at the comment here, so it's not a refreshable error. If we already tried to refresh for this specific request, it's not a 401 unauthorized error. The error came from the refresh or logout endpoint themselves. So that's mean in this function we have to track several things. First of all, we have to check we are already trying to refresh the token or not. Then we have to check the API request 401 or not. If not, then we are not gonna allow to refresh token. Then also we have to check that we are calling the error, the API, refresh token API or the logout API or not. Because if we call these two API, then if those API got failure, then we are not gonna enable the refresh token. So that's why here you can see I provided an array like refresh token endpoint and logout endpoint dot includes original request dot URL. That's mean the original URL, if that match with these two endpoint, then we are not gonna allow to refresh token, because these are the two endpoint that could be failure, but this API failure will not indicate that we need to generate refresh token like access token again. That's why we have to add all these conditions. Make sure you have added 401 check, because that's important. That's mean this function, separate function, will help us to identify whenever we have to call the access token refresh trigger. So if all this request or like condition got failed, then we have to reject the error as it is, because we got the error. Now we have to return the error with resolving like rejecting the promise. So we must have to do that. But if we got the confirmation, let's say yes, now we should refresh the token, then we are gonna proceed further. So first of all, we have to grab our original request and we have to add a property underscore retry equal to true. Because if you look into the mechanism, let's say here we are, if we just refresh and refresh again, then in the network tab you can see we try to call twice. Okay, and whenever we got failure in our first API, as soon as we got the failure, we call the refresh token API. And while it's calling the refresh token API, and in the meantime, if we refresh again, then if we don't protect that, or if we don't have any restriction on that, then every time we refresh, every time it will try to call the refresh token API, and which is not something we are gonna do, because whenever any refresh token API got called, it generate new JWT token. Also, it inserted a new refresh token into our database in a row. So if we don't prevent that from our front end, then it is a problematic implementation. So that's why we need to identify our request of that particular refresh token API. Let's say here we got failure from our API, like a profile API, and we got the original request, and now we are gonna add a property underscore retry equal to true. That's mean that particular profile API will be pointed to retry again when we have the refresh token. And that's why you can see in the function we also check original request have the property retry or not. If that has the property retry, then yes, we are gonna allow to fetch refresh token. So that's a important thing. So you have to mark this as a true to prevent infinite loop. That's what I'm talking about, because if you don't add that, then every time the request got failed, then it will try to refresh token API call again and again and again. So that's a problematic things. And also, while we are adding return true, then we have a condition that need to be checked. So if the refresh token, we have a boolean flag already declared here, you can see that's false. But if that's true, then we are gonna put all the requests into our queue. So that's the method that's gonna help to the queue, because while we are trying to get the new token, then we must need to store all those failure API. Let's say we call 10 API, like user trying to fetch them, but one API got failed, we turn on the refresh token true, and then other API also failing, but we have to store those API, otherwise we are not gonna call them back. So that's why we need a method for add request to queue. Let's just go back to the commit and grab our method, which is going to be this one, add request to queue. So let's just put that bottom of the code. That's the method. If you go to the method, so that's mean in this method we are gonna use our array that we declare. We're gonna put all the requests there. So you can see original request, we'll get the original request, and in the original request we'll get the URL and all those things. And we have to return a promise here. You can see a new promise, and the promise will be resolve and reject, as you already know. So we are gonna call the request queue.push, and in the resolve we are gonna put the token, like here you can see if we have the token or the type of token is going to be string, then we are gonna set our new token like this, original request.header authorization barrier token, and we're gonna call the resolve method. But inside that we are gonna call our API from Axios here, and that's gonna took our original request, so that it actually wrap the whole request into the Axios instance, so that whenever the queue is trying to resolve those API, the API will be called with a new token. And if that's got failed, then we are gonna call the reject method from the promise, and we are gonna also set a new error like this. And for the reject, we also have to call that, because we are gonna push that in our request queue, and if you see that request queue, it accept, resolve and reject. And if you go in that particular method, you can see that's the use case. So that's our method, add request to queue. And if you need better understanding, let's just grab that, as well as grab the array, and let's just ask Gemini to explain that better way. So if you just provide that code, it should explain what's going on. So it's a request queue mechanism commonly used to handle token refreshing. And when a request failed due to an expired token, the logic pause the failed request, and any subsequent request wait for a new token and then replay them. So that's the request queue. You can see the purpose, queuing logic. So here you can see logic to push, resolve and rejector into the queue. Then you also see the promise wrapper, the resolve logic, all these things. So you'll get all those explanation if I am kind of fail to explain you what's going on here. That's the backup point for you. And of course, you don't have to understand uh, internally what's going on, but you can just understand, okay, this method is responsible for adding our request to the queue. You can also understand that things. If you understand that things, that's also fine. Then you can move to the next part. So here you can see we are checking is refresh token is true or not. If that's true, that's mean all the requests we get like error, we are gonna put them into the queue, and those will be waited for get the new token. And then if they got the new token, they will automatically recall the API, because that the mechanism we have added here, like the resolve and the reject. So let's go here. And now if we don't have the is refresh token is true, that means it's a new request that's got failed, the first request that got failed. So for that case, we have to add like is refresh token to true. That's we declare here, so that from the next failure we're gonna add them to the queue. But for the first, we have to make that true, otherwise it will call the refresh token API multiple times. And after that time, when we add it like true, now we have to call our handle refresh token method. So there will be another method that's gonna call kind of like the API request. So let's just quickly look into the code from our commit. So that's just the API implementation. If you go here, then you can see it's a new method. So in this method, let's just grab the method. So in this method, you can see it's handle token refresh. So that's mean it's gonna generate the new access token. It's gonna call the refresh token API, and if that got failed, then we're gonna log out all those things. So that's kind of a logic. Here you can see execute the token refresh API call, handle the outcome. On success, it update the auth store and resolve queue request all queue. On failure, it logs the user out. That's mean we have to log out the user whenever we got the API failed. And in returns, it's gonna return our new access token. So what's happening here? We call post request to our refresh endpoint like this, and endpoint is like this one. So we're calling that refresh token API, and this will return the access token. That's why we added the type. So we get the type when that API got resolved. But if that API failed, then we will get the failure like token refresh failed, because that's mean the refresh token got expired. And when that's happened, we are gonna give error in our process queue. That means all the API will be error, and we must have to log out from our application. So that's what you use, like authstore.getState.logout. So whenever we have done that, it will clear our state, it will clear our process queue with adding all the error. And also we have to navigate our user to the sign in page, and also we have to return the promise as a reject like this one, so that it also reject here in the try catch. Then in the finally block, it will make our is refresh token to the false, so that all the state got clear if we got like the refresh token failure on that API. But what if we got the success? And if we got the success, we'll get the access token. If we don't have the access token, then there is something issue from our refresh token API. So we must need to get the access token. So when we get the access token, now it's time to set the tokens. We already created the method set tokens, which will take the token and it's gonna set that access token. And then we have the process queue. Here you can see in the process queue, if we have the error, then it will reject with the error. But if we don't have the error, then it will go to resolve all the things from the queue. All the things mean all the API from the queue with that new token. And if you saw in our earlier implementation where we call the add request to the queue, you can see we have added several things here. Like in the request queue, we push that, but in the resolve, we will also taking the token. That's mean every time we store API request, we also storing the method, this two method. And in this two method, we can pass the token as well as. So whenever that method will be called, it will take the token, like the new token, and it will try to resolve that API. And if that got resolved, then that's fine. We are using the same API Axios instance and passing the token with the original request, then we should get the result. And if that's reject, then it will reject something like this. So that's why you can see if we now just go here in the stage here, then in the process queue we have to pass the null because we got the token, and then we have to send the token. And whenever the process queue call, it's gonna loop through all those queued requests that pending in the array and try to resolve with the token passing. So that's what's happening here. and we have to actually return the access token as well, as so that we can use that later. So let's just go back to this line here. When we got the access token, new access token, now we have to set that in our header, and we also have to return the original request by calling the API instance that we create. And we are doing all the refetch mechanism in our handle token refresh method, so that you don't have to worry about what will happen with those failure API, because it's gonna handle in our handle token refresh. So it will call the API, it will look into the queue, and it will say if that access token done, it will use the access queue. If it's gonna use the access token to send that to the queue, and in the queue method is gonna process all those failure API using the new token to recall them again, to resolve them again. And in the meantime, when that's done, we also have to make our original request, because this interceptor only intercept in the first API that got failed. So the first API didn't add it into the queue. We just turn on the retry method, but we didn't add that first API into the queue. So for that case, we have to also resolve the first API as well as. So that's why you have to see, like you can see, like request.headers, we just override the first request got that fail, which we are gonna add the barrier token overriding the headers with the authorization. Then we are just returning that API with the original request, so that it got resolved. And finally, we must have to set the refresh token false. So this is kind of a common mechanism or the pattern that we must have to implement. And I think I'm sure I am not able to fully give you the explanation of this whole code. So I just highly recommend just grab the whole code and try to ask Gemini a better explanation first. Then if you didn't understand any portion, try to again ask more question, like what's going on that code, so that you will not get any confusion on those things. And I believe you will able to find out the answer from here, any question you have on your mind after watching this particular section. So, and also you can ask to provide better sequence diagram, because in the sequence diagram is okay, but I think we could make it better. And if you find out a better explanations as well as the sequence diagram, then don't forget to add that in our documentation. You can create a PR, you can go this particular section, add that code, and it will be visible for everybody, so that everybody can also learn that. So that's it for this commit, like refresh access token management, and it's a tons of thing. And if you are kind of beginner, you're not able to understand that easily. You have to understand how we process the request and response, how we process the promise, because here you also have to understanding deep understanding about the promise, how we reject that, how we resolve that. And also you have to understand the data structure called queue, first in first out, something like that. So after that, maybe you will be able to understand what's going on here. And now it's time to let's just simply check that all working. And you already saw that the profile API got success. So if we now just refresh, then you can see here the profile API first got fail, which got like this, the token got expire. Then as soon as it tried to call the refresh token, and when the refresh token API got success, it give us the access token. And then as soon as it's called the profile API. So right now we only have the profile API calling, but in the future, a single page, there could be multiple API calling, and those need to be stored in the queue, so that whenever we got the access token, we must need to recall those API again. So let's just wait again to see the profile API got failure, so that we can see that it called the refresh token and also the profile API as well as. So let's just try to refresh. Yes, let's just wait a bit, because we added the expired time 1 second, sorry, 1 minute, so it will be expired. And if I now just clean and try to refresh again, okay, let's just wait a bit more. I think it's 1 minute. Let's just refresh again. Then you can see it also got failed, first one, and then it called the refresh token, and it also called the profile API. And internally, anything happening after calling those API, like let's say 5 API got failed, and those 5 API are responsible one another for showing you kind of an UI or something like that. So all those things will sequentially call. So you don't have to worry about handling them. Let's say one API call profile information, and using that profile information, another API calls, and then another API call. So all those stuff will be handled as we added a queue. That's mean the first API got failed, that will resolve first, so that you don't have to worry. All the process will be follow the same. So that's overall for these sections. And if you go to the documentation, that's the implementation and all sort of stuff. So there is high opportunity here. You can also implement or modify the documentations because that's not fully proper yet. That's your chance to contribute on this project to make the documentation more better. So now we have to go to the next functionality, which is going to be the profile form. We already have the profile form here. You can see some of the demo information. Now we have to make it logical, functional for every user so that we can update our profile. We can also make sure all the authentication flow is working, and so far it's working. We can log out, we can sign in. Even learner cannot go to the admin panel. We also had a route. So for completing the whole authentication module, we just have this particular section left. So let's try to implement that. So for that case, before we start, let's just commit the section. So it will be refreshed test token management, where we just change one file, which is our main file. So let's just commit that. Yep, so we are kind of good here. So now let's go to the section here. So as you saw, we have update profile API, as well as we already implement that first. So now we have to bind that API, and for binding that API, we are gonna follow the same pattern. Like we create the endpoint, then we create the query, and then we bind that. So let's go to the commit. So the commit will be for this section will be like profile info get inform and then profile update. And after that, you can see our authentication part is done. So let's go to that commit, and then we're gonna navigate to this one. So in this commit, we are gonna change our existing file. There will be no file here. So let's just add some of the type, because you can see in our profile we have last login and also join date, all these things. So let's just make sure we added all those type as well as in our user definition. So if we go to just copy the definitions file and go to the file, then you can see in the iUser interface we don't have those property like last login, created at, updated at. So these are the property that also will come from our API. I think those property already coming from the API. So if you just refresh, you can see in the profile API you will get all this property like updated at, created at, something like that, and also last login. So we also need to add the type support so that we can get those value as well as. So that's why add that type. Then we have to go to the auth store. In the auth store, we also have to add those property to the store so that we can store those value. And I think that's the commit, like profile info get inform. That's mean in this commit we are gonna get those profile information and we are gonna showcase those information in our form. Right now it's demo. So in that process we also have to add those informatic data. So let's just also add those property in our store so that from now it will also store those informations. So let's just go to the auth store here. You can see we have the login, we have the logout, update user, and the set token. So let's check where we have to add that. Here if you go to like open that here, you can see in the create safe user. Okay, if you saw the previous section, we just removed that particular method like create safe user because it seems like it was redundant. We don't have to use that particular things. Instead we are putting the whole data, user data, into that state, and all the property is kind of same, so I don't have to modify anything. You can see the last login is the camel case last login from our API response, as well as created at, updated at. So what we have to do is just need to verify that we are getting the all the information. So how we can verify that? We have to go to let's say the profile page. So let's say the profile.tsx, yes, and the profile form basically. And in the profile form you will get that we already have the controller, and the controller is something that's controlling everything in that particular form, including the field value. Let's say for the username, email, full name, image URL, and you already saw how we use React hook form to validate the form and adding all those stuff. So if we now just set those information into React hook form, then everything will be working fine. We don't have to touch anything in the UI or the from related things. So if you just go to the code, and you can see in the controller we just modified something. We didn't add or work on our UI because the UI is already done, the functionality already done. We just have to work with the controller to add those data and have to add the API for updating user, something like that. So for that case you can just have to go to that controller, and in that controller now we can also check from the auth store like we are getting the last login created at and all those value or not. So here you can see in the subject we can just bind those information. So let's just see the changes first. Here we have to import the auth controller. So this is profile controller, so don't just get confused with the auth controller and the profile controller, because the auth controller will give you all the information from the auth store as well as logout mechanism and some user information. So you can find the user, this user. So in that user we will get the data. So here you can see we just remove that user, instead we're just passing the user. So let's just say here the user, all the properties kind of same, so we can just simply pass the user like this, and the user will directly come from our auth store which all the same property. And now if we just try to refresh, then you should see that's the username, that's the email, and we are not able to see the full name and the image URL, but we are getting the exact last login and the join date, because the full name and the image URL is related to our React hook from, and we have to set that in our React hook from, because in the default value is a string, empty string, so you are not able to see that. So that's why we have to grab those information from the store and we have to set them into our React hook from. So how we can do that? For doing that, we have to use effect hook and also a method from React hook from which is called reset. So you'll get in the use from, when we destructure, you'll get the reset method, and this reset method will help to put all the property with a new value. It's gonna reset your state. That's the hook from method. So in the use effect hook, let's just grab the use effect hook as well as, and we can just replace that under or like above the submit on submit method. Let's just also import that use effect hook, and here you can see whenever we can just simply remove the reset because it's redundant here. So whenever we got the user from auth store like this, like user information got changed, whenever changed, the use effect hook will be triggered, and whenever we have the user, we're going to call the reset method, and we have to provide all those informations, like the name is going to be the user.name, image URL going to be user.image URL. That means if we call the reset method anywhere in our applications, like sorry, from the route and the template, not anywhere, then we can set any value with any key with any value. You can see the name is going to be user.name, the same going to be for the image URL, and we are getting the information from the store. And how the store getting the updated data? Because of the refresh token management. So whenever we got the refresh token, we update our store for the access token, and when you got the new access token, we call the profile API as well as and all the API that need to be called with the latest information. So that's how the flow is working. And when we got, now we can just save that, so it will be set up the data information into the hook form, and now we are good to showcase all of our information. You can see that's the name and that's the image URL. Now if we just try to change that, we can also change that. If we just remove that and try to update that again, you can see the validation is working fine. And if we just try to update, yet we didn't add the API request call, it's just a simple demo. You can see whenever we refresh, it's just gone. So now we also have to add the API call. So let's see we added the API call here or not. Okay, we didn't add API call in this commit. We just showcase all the informations in our profile form. So now in the second commit, like backend plus frontend profile update, that's why we're gonna update our profile information with the API call. So let's just commit the changes. I could have make like a single commit to all the changes. So let's just take that, and that's so far we are just simply getting the information and updating our React hook from. That's it. And now let's go to the second commit, which is profile update. This is just simple, the pattern we follow. Like in the user endpoint, we just have to add a new endpoint for the update profile. So let's go back to the endpoint. In the user endpoint, we already have the profile API. Now we just have to need the update API, and we also have the type as well as it's already in the package.definitions. If you go there, you can see the type from our schema that we created here, update user profile schema. If you follow that section, you already know what I'm trying to say here. So make sure you also follow the section where I show you front-end starter and authentication UI, where I show you how the form work, how we have developed the form validation and all those things. Now it's time to just update everything. So that's the schema, and from that schema we got the type like name and image URL. So that's what we just added here. Like in the data, we will get the name and image URL. So that's why I added the type. And when we got the data, we're just calling the API and we're just sending the data to the put API. Now we have the endpoint. Let's just save it. And also now we have to create the query. So let's just add a new query. You can see that it's going to be, of course, mutation, because it's not gonna just called by default. So we have to go to the hooks, and in the query, in the user, we have to add a new query like this. And of course we have to call the query client. So after the profile update, we must need to recall the get profile API, because we are gonna get the latest data. So for that case, we have to use a use query client hook for refetching the profile API again. And that's very easy. You don't have to call the same query, or you don't have to call the API endpoints. Instead, you can just use the query client, because we have the key added in our older API request, like this profile keys dot user data. It's already stored in our cache. Now we can just call that key to refetch that API again. So that's why you can just simply use query client. So query client dot invalidate queries, when you that call this method and pass the query key profile key dot user data, same key we provided for this API, it's gonna refetch that API when this API got on success. So if you already know the 10 stack, then you understand like what's going on here. And we also get the type from our profile. And one thing we have to do is, like in the profile data, we also need to pass the number, like ID as a number. So yes, that's mandatory. So that's why I just added an end type and the number property for that. And for the API request here, we also have to provide the data, so that we get the data here, we will pass that here. So if you just go and see, then you can see it does not have the property ID, so we must need to use this type, not this type. So let's just create another type here, because as we saw in the backend, we must need to provide the ID. So let's just use this profile with ID. So that's going to be the another type, and t update profile with ID. So that's going to be the type for that is schema. Let's just also import that. So now we just simply use that type here, as well as in the query. You can just use that here. And let's just go back to the query. Here we manually added and operator to adding that number. Instead, we can just simply use our type. So that's, and you can see we are getting the like the suggestion real time. We don't have to build our package, because as we added the script earlier section, it's just improve our development experience. So by so far, that's the query. Now we can just simply use that query to call our API, and it will automatically refetch our profile API as well as get request. So that's the query. And I think we have done good. Let's just clear that import, which is not necessary. And now we have to go to our controller, and in the controller we have our on submit method already. So let's just go to the controller, and the profile controller from here we have already the on submit method, including the toast. Now we have to add or like complete here. So if I just go, then you can see, let's just fully copy the on submit method and replace our on submit method. Here you can see we're checking that if we have the user ID or not from the store. If we don't have that ID, then that's mean we don't have that information in the store, so we will not able to give the permission to update the profile. But if we have the user ID, that's mean okay, we are good to go. And also the form should be validated, and that will validate it by React hook form, so you don't have to worry, you will get the form data when that validated and the submit success. And then we have the toast promise, and now we have to use the mutation. So let's just also add the mutation, like the query that we created. So we have to import that, and we have to take a variable like this. Now in that particular update profile mutation, we will have a new method like the mute async that's gonna call the API. So that's already you understand. And in that mute async, you have to pass the data, including the ID, because that's also need the ID. And the form data will become from like the name and image from the form, like we took from. So overall, we are able to get all those informations. And the same thing we already have, like the loadings and the error. So now if we just save and go and try to refresh, then we will get the information easily. Then if we now try to edit something, let's just say Hassan edit, that's the name. And if we try to go update the profile, okay, we are getting the error. Let's just see and debug what's going on. So if we just try to save, then we get the error. And put request 404, we are not able to get the API. Okay, so maybe there is an issue with our backend that we are not able to find the API endpoint. So the API endpoint is kind of same profile. So let's go to our server to double check in the routes API slash profile. And if you go there, okay, our API name is got changed, which is now update profile. So I am not sure why I have changed that, maybe for the understanding purpose, but we can make that something like this. That's also fine. It will be like the same API with like update or like put request, but specifically I'm not sure why I have added that. So let's just use this, the same thing, because I already committed earlier, so it will not be good if we just change that again. So let's just go to the query, and from the query, let's just go to the endpoint. Let's just update the endpoint. It will be update profile. So let's just now refresh and try to update Hassan edit. And again, we are getting the error. So let's try update profile 404. Still, we are getting 404. So API slash update profile. So let's just check from the backend again. So that's the route. In the route, we have the URL like update profile. So if we go to the index, then yeah, I got that. So the issue is we have API slash profile, and then it will be like update profile. So that's the whole route. So I think I must have to remove that instead of just make it like a slash. The same endpoint like the get request, which will eventually kind of like API slash profile, but for the get request will work like the get profile information, and for the put request it will work for the update API, so that the API will be remain as like API slash profile. And here we can just simply remove the things, and let's just say profile. So in this particular section you just have to update the backend as well as, so make sure you sync with the commit with the same commit name like I told you here, because that's important. You could have missed that part because I'm changing something that you will not maybe okay, you will find the latest code, because I'm just gonna when I will publish the repo, you will get the latest commit. So in that commit you will see the changes from the backend as well as that what I have changed, but it's the old project world commit, so you are not able to see that here, but I'm not gonna publish that as well as, so that's fine. So we just updated that API with the put. Now we can just test that. Let's just refresh, try to update. Yes, our API is getting successful. Let's just change something like Hassan edited, and we now save that. Then you can see the API got updated. And let's just also look from the network tab. You can see first of all the API got failed, then it's okay with the refresh token, and then we try to call them like this, the put request with the new data, and it updated successfully. So now if we just try to refresh, we got the new information as well as Hassan edited. So let's wait for a little bit to check our post request also working with our refresh token mechanism or not. So I'm gonna edit like say Hassan edited 1, and let's just wait for 1 minute to request the put request that it's also trying to recall again or not, because that's important to check. Okay, cool. So I think 1 minute have passed. So now if I try to call the update API, we should see success. But if you go here, then you can see a amazing thing, which is we got first unauthorized error. Okay, but we didn't get any error in our UI. You see, as a user, I didn't notice that, okay, something failure happened. So what happened? We called this post request, we got unauthorized error, like invalid or expired. And as soon as we call the refresh token, we got the access token, then we call back our put API. You can see the first API we call is the put API. So we took the same data, those data and everything actually stored in our queue, like the payload, configuration, everything. And when the new refresh token come, it just call that API. And when that resolve, we call another get API, which is calling from our query. If you go to the query here, sorry, you have to go to the query here. You can see on the on success, we call the query client.invalidate queries, where we provided this. So whenever the update profile API got called and success, it again call the get API request for fetching the latest information. Yes, there is another way, like in the response we are already getting that particular response, so we don't have to call that particular API. So yes, that's a good point, why we just call a API that we don't need to call. We are getting that response data instead of just calling a new like the API again. Instead we can just use that response body and set that again in our auth store. That's also possible, no issue. So for that case, you have to just use that on success, and in that on success you will get the data. And instead of calling the API, you can just reduce the API call, and you just simply grab that logic, and you can just do like this. And of course you also have to use the update from auth store like this, and you can just simply get rid of from the client. And here we got the data. Maybe we have to change something here. Let's just see that's what's in our data. So let's just console log the data and try to check. So it's kind of a optimizations we are gonna do to reduce API call. So if we now just open the terminal, go to the console log and try to call the update, here you can see that's the data. Fine. So we got the same object and now we're just updating our state. That's it. We don't have to call the API back because in the response we got the latest information, right? So why just we call the API again? It will create pressure on our server. We don't need that. So we got the same data set, and now you can see whenever we update, just one API call, like the update API. Let's just, sorry, it's just the older one. Let's just call this. You can see it's just only the update API call, and in response we got that data, and we just set back that data. So that's the put request. For double check, you can just console log the data to match with your iUser data set from like the interface from the type, so that we are kind of good. So this is how we can just reduce API call sometimes using the response data and set that up in our on success method. Or if we need some like tons of data in our get request that need to be refetched must, then you can just use the invalidate way. So that's how I can show you like two-way the invalidate request as well as. So in your commit, this will be the commit, but you will see these changes like here, all the changes I have made. So make sure you watch the video section to sync with the commit, because the documentation could be little bit outdated for this particular section because we have changed something that not in our documentation, or you have to just add those things, and that's high chance or highly opportunity for you to contribute on this project as well as, especially on the doc from the code. You can just grab the code, you can improve the documentations, and also in that case you can able to contribute on this project. So let's just commit all the changes, and okay, let's just also recap everything, because we have completed a section like the authentication section, and that's the crucial sections. That's the foundation section for our whole video tutorial, because when that's done, now we will just implement all the feature easily, because the foundation is like authentication, authorization stuff, and also we have some sort of authentication for admin, learner, this kind of thing. So this is kind of a bit long. You can see that's how long the section is, but you have to be patient about this section to understand each topic and each steps how we did, so that you will get clear enough on the authentication things, and then you can just use this knowledge to implement any kind of authentication. Either it's a raw authentication with email, password, either it's a OAuth, either it's anything, any sort of logging, because the mechanism, the pattern, the process is kind of same. So far in this section we created the UI first, like the form UI and all the UI that we need. Then we created the backend, all the APIs using the entity tables and all the method that's required for the handling the authentication. Then we have created all the middleware that will protect our route. There are 3 middleware we created, and those middleware are gonna help to protect all the route. And after the middleware complete, we created all the front end part that's need to be bind with our backend. We added all the script that's gonna help to run our project efficiently without just building the project. Uh, all the packages stuff we did earlier. Then we have created the pattern that we implemented for binding our API, like endpoints, then query hooks, then all the component stuff, then all the steps we have done so far. So you can just go to the section, and also if you go to the commit list from the last page to the second page, you will see all the level like authentication, and then the commit level. So make sure you watch the video and also sync with the commit, and try to understand each commit and the stories behind all those commit, and I tried my best to explain all those part. So if you face any issue in any section, just raise a comment in this video, or you can just use Gemini or ChatGPT to provide chunk by chunk code. That's why I have followed this way to create multiple commits with chunk by chunk code, so that it's become very easier to you to understand all those portion. So yes, there will be always alternative way to understand, so I think that's the better way. So get all those commit, follow all the commit one by one, try to complete this authentication section, and then you should move to the next section. And yes, it's a congratulations for you that you have came so far with me with this particular tutorials with implementing the authentications. And so far we have built the foundation of our applications. If I just go here and just refresh, yes, in our website it doesn't have anything, like just a simple text, but we have done so far foundational things like the theming first of all. Then we have done our learner panel as well as our admin panel, which is by the way we will not able to access, only admin can access. And let's also test one thing. We can test that, like go to our database, because right now our user is kind of like an learner, so we also have to test that from the admin panel we are also able to update our profile or not. So that's a feature as well as for the admin. So you can just simply do that by opening your database, change the role to admin, and when that's admin, now you can just log out and go to sign in again. And you don't have to log out because we already called the profile API. So whenever we call the profile API, then it will automatically turn that layout to the learner layout or like the admin layout. You're gonna see that here. So that's the admin profile. Now you are not able to visit the learner profile as well as. So let's just remove that name. Let's just make it like admin and save that. Yes, we are able to save that. If you just change the avatar, that's also going to be work. Now if we just change the role again, now we are in the admin mode. So if we now just simply change the role, so let's say learner, and if we save, I think that's done. Let's just close. And now if we just refresh, then what should you expect? It should take us to the learner page. We don't want to see the admin page again. So if you just simply refresh, boom, you can see it's automatically get the latest informations, and then based on the information it's turn the whole UI into the learner panel. So we have implemented all the logic so far for the whole authentication section. So I think we are kind of good. Now we can start working on our next section, which is going to be admin and course. Now from the work we're gonna do is for admin panel, and admin can create courses, lessons, chapters, all those things. They can organize the course, and later when that done, we are going to work with the website so that we can showcase all the courses. Then user can purchase those courses, and then we'll move to the learner, where learner will able to learn those courses, track those courses, lessons, chapters, and all those things. And then we're gonna move further. So thanks for watching for at least this point. That's gonna build the foundation. Now I will just request you to watch and be patient about the next functionality as well as, because there are tons of things in the next section that's going to be very very interesting. So let's start our next section, admin dash course. And in this section you will see we have 4 modules that we are going to cover, including some of the foundational things for admin and learner panel. So if you look into the UI, then you can see what we are going to cover in this section. First of all, we are going to cover course, module, chapter, and lesson. These are the 4 core foundational module for our applications, and it has the hierarchy. First it will be course, then modules, then chapter, then lesson. All is related to each other. So if you go to the course, then you can see we have the course list here. You will see all the courses, including you can drag and drop those courses to organize the order. Then you will have new course where you can create new course. You can see that with validation and all those stuff. Then if you go to the module section, the same thing, you will see all the module list, as well as if you go to the new module, you will able to create new module, including we have icon selector here. You can select any icon from the Lucid icon. That's also we're gonna build. We're gonna build a drop down like this, and also input field, and all will be kind of a reusable component. We will build once and we're gonna use that everywhere. Then if we go to the chapter, that's kind of a similar, where you can see you can create new chapter, and also we have some sort of filter stuff here where you can filter those chapter list based on course modules, because all those are related to each modules. Then if you go to the lessons, then you can see we have 4 module as well as like all the lesson list, new lessons. Then also lesson is related to content, then we also have to showcase the content or set up the content with the lesson. You can see we have the markdown preview where we are going to link with markdown with our lessons, and of course the quiz is one of the important feature in our lesson, so that's also going to be injected with lesson. You can see the drag and drop stuff, and there are tons of things you're going to learn from this particular section, and I believe this is one of the most important part in our whole video series. So make sure you sit tight and be patient and follow along. Including all this module, we also have to implement some sort of layout related work, which is you can see in the sidebar. If I just go to our application right now, if we just refresh, we are in the admin panel. We only have those sidebar menu statically. We don't have any URL so far. So our main target is going to be make our sidebar routes very dynamic. Let's say when we click on the course, it should take us to the course page like all courses. And same for the module, chapter, and lessons. So we have to make the sidebar working, and there are two options we can do. One is how we added all those menu. We can just simply put the link beside that to navigate to that particular menu, which will be kind of common, everybody do that. But in this section we are not going to do that. We are going to make this sidebar dynamic so that any URL in the future appear in our sidebar, or any menu we are going to add new, it will not just something like we change statically. It will be super dynamic, because in the 10 stack router it will provide you the router tree, so that you will get all the route in your application by kind of like in using of hook. So we are going to leverage that, and we're going to build a dynamic routing system, and it will be very very interesting. You will not see maybe anywhere that kind of things. And along with that, if you go to the applications demo here, in the course or modules or chapter, you will see we have tab and also breadcrumb. Like whenever we change to new menu, you can see the breadcrumb change. So that's also going to be dynamic. We're gonna use the URL to find out that breadcrumb level. And then also we have tab like this. So these are the tab that's also will be coming from the file based navigation, so we don't have to manually do anything. Instead, we'll just create the tab in our routes. It will automatically add it in our tab. So that's also going to be a dynamic things that we're going to build. And if you go to the documentation, then you will see in the first section, which is going to be common layout for admin. That's mean in this section we're going to build them. We are going to build a dynamic route for sidebar. Then we'll go to the breadcrumb, and then we're going to implement the tab. You can see the diagram is like complex things we're going to build. And in beside, you'll able to learn how we can hide route with file based routing when we are building the dynamic routing stuff, because each module have a separate page like a new page or kind of like edit page. You can see like when we have a new course, that means we can create course, and all course we can see all the courses, but how we can edit them. So we will also have a page for every module, which is going to be like edit course or edit module, and that's gonna use or reuse this particular page like the form and those buttons and all those things. But on that page you will not see the tab. So we are also going to hide the tab for a specific pages, so that functionality will be also implemented in our dynamic tab section when we are going to build that tab. So overall I would say this is really interesting video section. And if you just learn the foundational things that I'm gonna told you in this section, then you will able to scale any front-end application routing system to the next level. So when your application's routing become super big, there are tons of modules, then it's really hard to manage them. Let's say if you just go to the documentation, you can see this routing system here, like in the sidebar is super dynamic with the URL. So let's say if you go any section, the URL remain with the category and then the sub menu. So this is kind of a dynamic URL example. So we are gonna kind of build same kind of stuff in our application, not fully like nested and nested submenus, but yes, if you just know how we implemented our feature, then you can also implement this kind of sidebar stuff, which will be super dynamic, including like all those breadcrumb stuff, and if you have multiple feature along with. So that's going to be it what we are going to build. So let's start with the first one, common layout for admin. And for the commit, if you go to the commit in the second page, you will see the authentication finished with the last commit of frontend plus backend profile update. So that's the commit that's finished our authentication part. And after that, we are gonna start with admin dash course. So all the commit that start with admin dash course will belong to this all section. So you just have to find out admin dash course and the specific commit that we are going to discuss or explain. So the first one will be dynamic sidebar route edit. And if I go to the doc, in the first step, fix the sidebar with dynamic route rendering. So if you look at our code right now, we cannot go any pages, as well as we don't have those pages. So if I just go to the commit like dynamic sidebar route edit, that's the commit. In this commit, you can see there are several file changes. First of all, we need to create our main or first route for our course, right? Because when we click on the course, we should have to go the all course pages. And if you see from the section, our first module is going to be course. So we'll work with the course first, then other pages as well as. So that's why we need a course list page. So let's just create the course list into our admin panel. So for admin panel, we have to go to front end, then src, then routes. As you can see, we have the admin routes. In the admin routes, we have the layout, and under the layout, we already have the profile.tsx. But as you can see in the section or in the demo UI, we have multiple route under the course module. And if you go to the lesson, then we will have maybe more than 4 module in the lesson module. So for that case, we have to make folder inside our underscore layout folder so that we can make it kind of scalable. So here you can see we have to create a course. Then in the course, we will have all courses. That's mean our URL should have something like, when we go to the course, let's see from here, then the URL will be like admin/course, then all course. Then if I just click new course, then it will be admin/course/new course. So we already have the path for admin. Now we have to create a folder for course, and then we'll put all the page courses. The same will go for the modules, like we'll create a modules folder, then all modules, then new modules will be contained in that particular folder. So let's just simply create that. So it will be course, and inside that course we can just simply create all courses.tx, including the new course.tx. So we're going to create that later, but now if we just simply save that, and if we just go our applications like this, in here you can see we cannot visit to the course page from the sidebar, because if you go to the sidebar code, simply go sidebar.tsx, and the sidebar should be from admin panel. Let's say in the admin layout, we added the sidebar, and in the sidebar we have the menus. You can see all the menus with label and icon. We don't have any link like to. Yeah, maybe we can add here the route. Let's just grab the route like this, admin/course/all course. Now if we just go and try to click, still we are not able to visit that particular course. So we have to fix that sidebar, including the routing system. So whenever we click on a particular module, it should take us to that module base page. So for the base page is kind of like the list page, but still we can also order them, or we can also decide that which page we're gonna show when we click on that particular menu. So far we're gonna build that. So let's look into our commit. So we have created this page that's going to be for the all course. Also, let's try to visit that. I think the page should appear here. Let's just say admin course all course. Yes, you can see it's showing the page, and also you can see it's showing the active menu like the course, because you saw earlier in the sidebar logic, here we have is active property, which checking from the route that is matching with the level or not. If that match with our level we provided here, then it will show it's kind of an active route or active menu. So that's why you can see that. Now we just have to make the menu clickable, as well as when we click it should take us to that particular page. Now you might thinking we can just simply declare the path here like to, and in that path we can just simply say admin or like the exact path we want to navigate. And in our sidebar you can see we already have that sidebar menu type where we have the to, and we can just simply add the on click like here. You can see we already have the on click that's gonna help to navigate us to that particular page, right? So that's a way you can say. I'm not gonna disagree with you, but in that case you can see whenever you change any URL route, you have to change them every time into that sidebar. It's for admin, it's for learner. Every time you play with your routes from the routes folder from admin or learner, you have to come to the sidebar, you have to change that URL. So that's kind of I think not a standard way, but in many applications you will see that this kind of implementation. If you have nested, you also create a nested kind of object where you just statically define those route. But for scaling purpose, when your applications have maybe more than 20 modules, and the sub modules, if you calculate it, could go over 50. So that case, it's not kind of a good practice to use kind of a static definitions to manage those routes. On that case, you have to make the whole routing system in dynamic way so that you can grab all those routes, you can filter those routes, you can find out those routes based on the role, because in our application we will have route for learner and also admin, so we have to filter those route, we have to make them protected, and also learner cannot access admin route, so all sort of stuff we have to play with those route. That's why we need kind of a central logical equipment or components or functions that's going to help us to manage everything from there. So that's what we're going to build. That's, you can call it like a dynamic routing system. So if you go to the sidebar from the commit, then you can see we have several changes. So first of all, we're going to work with the dynamic route from here. So my main goal is going to be, let's say in our routes we will declare all the pages. So let's say for the admin, in the course we will have all the courses page, then for the module we will have module pages, for the chapter there will be chapter pages. So overall there could be more than 20 routes. So now my goal is to look into all the routes, find out the category from that route. So first of all we have to check what are the route is related to admin, then we're going to separate them. Like what are the route for the admin and what are the route for learner, so we will separate them based on the role. For admin panel, we'll only work with those admin route. Let's say in the sidebar, there should not be any route that came or come to like for the runner route. So there will be only admin route first. Then we will have the category. The category means, let's say, the module. So if you go to our demo, then you can see we have module, chapter, lesson, and all sort of stuff. Each of them have sub modules, sub URL like this. So if you look closely on the URL, then you can see we have a category like this: admin, then lesson. This category is the module actually. So admin, then chapter, then admin, then module. So every time we create new routes in our admin panel, either it should belong like a single category or there could be sub menu. So what if we can retrieve all those category and show them into the sidebar, and whenever we click on the sidebar, it should take us to that particular route or maybe any specific route we provided to go. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to all those routes. We're gonna separate admin and learner routes. Then we're gonna look into the category from those route, and we are gonna match with that category with our sidebar, and then we're gonna navigate to that particular page when we click from the sidebar. So that's the purpose of the changes we're gonna make. So in the sidebar, you can see we have added a new property which is called admin. So this props is going to help us to separate all the routes that's going to be related to admin. So under the logout handler, let's just add isAdmin. It's going to be a boolean flag, and also let's import that here. So whenever we got that isAdmin true, we are going to separate those routes. And here you can see the use case of the router state. In the router state, you will get all the router related information. So in the changes, you can see we have done some things like this particular portion of code, and you can place that before the isActive section. So here is the interesting part. You can see we have two functions that we created. So the first function is generate sidebar routes. So this function will help to generate all the route like this, like route for the admin panel, and that will have the category. So that's the function. And the second function is going to be like map route to menu items. That's mean when we get all the route for admin with all of its sub route, then we can just match with them with our sidebar route we provided here, like the menus we provided when we declare the sidebar. We're going to match with the level like courses. So we're going to match with that level with our URL category like courses or modules, something like that. So that's kind of a function that we're going to implement. So for implementing that two function, we need to create a utils file where we're going to put those two functions. And also you can see after manipulating with all those route, we will get a menus list. So that will be kind of a list that we can render as a menu in our sidebar. Here you can see we're already rendering the menus, but now it should come from our manipulations where play with those dynamic routes. And the menus for the sidebar props like this will be kind of a reference to find out our route dynamically. Like the level is basically the main key point. With this level, we are going to find out our specific route from this particular subcategory category. So let's just create the utils function as here. So I'm going to give you a little bit of twist here that you might not understand what's going on here, because you have to first understand the purpose what we are going to do here. So make sure when you just finish this section, then you recap with the main purpose of this particular section, and then also try to sync with the code. So let's create that particular file in our utils folder. So you should have already a utils folder. If not, then we have to create a util or utility folder where we can put all those helper functions. So let's just create utilities folder in our src, and in that utilities folder we will have another folder called UI, because we're going to put all those UI related utilities here. So let's just create the file sidebar menu utils.ts, and now we can grab one by one function. So first we are gonna grab our first function that we used, like generate sidebar routes. So what this function will do, I have prepared a kind of a sequence diagram providing the code from Gemini, but the diagram does not seems to be like understandable for anybody. That's why I'm just gonna ignore that. And also, if you go to the documentation, you will see a simple flow, like what's going on. First the sidebar component, then it received those props, then it called the generate sidebar route, which actually filter and categorize route based on is-admin. That means it's gonna filter out the admin routes and then categorize those route with module like course, chapters, lesson, something like that. And then when we get categorized routes, now it's time to map those route based on our sidebar menus. So when we pass the sidebar in our layout, we pass the menus. So we are going to match with the label with those categorized route, and we're going to make that clickable to whenever we click on those categorized route, it should take us to the first route, something like that. So, and after that, we just render them in our UI. So that's a simple flow. So let's try to understand our first function, which is going to be like generate sidebar routes. So in this function, we are taking the Boolean flag for is-admin, and we are taking all the routes. So in these routes, if you just saw in the router dot flat routes, this is the property from the router. It will help you to find out all the routes from your application. So if I just simply log our changes here, let's just say router.flat routes, and also let's just make comment as well as this one. Instead, just make sure it become like an empty array like this. And if we now just do our applications and let's just simply inspect, then you should see an array of 8 items, and that's mean we have total 8 route so far we have created. And if you just wrap up those route, then you can see we have options. Inside that option you will see the path like ID and the path like course, all course. Then if you go to the second one, then you can also see options. That's the route for the profile. So you will get all the list of your route. So that's a kind of a good feature from 10-stack router. You can control them in a code as well as. So now when we have all those route, so we have to use like flat route is the method. And with the flat route, when we will get all those route, now we can map through all those route. We can find out the exact item we need, like we need the ID or the path. So you can see we just filter out, like map out them, because in the route flat routes it provided lots of data, so we don't need that. We only need the URL and the ID for the route. And then we are filtering those route by checking the admin and the learner. So if that's is admin true, then we're gonna just put all those admin route in our category object, or maybe in our sidebar route, because admin route should only be visible to the admin panel. And the same will go for the learner. So in the sidebar menus here, you can see the routes underscore routes property will take all the routes that related to admin panel or the learner panel. Then in our first line, we check the role for the sidebar. So is that for admin or for learner? So that's we just took here. And then we have declare a map. You can see new map from JavaScript. Why? Because we're going to map through all of our routes. So we got the list like admin slash course slash all course. Now we can just ignore the admin part, because now we understand that this admin route, because we filtered them out first. Yeah. So now we can ignore that first part like the admin. Then we can took our second item from that particular path. So what we have to do, we have to split the whole URL. Then we have to look into the second path, which is going to be like course. And these will be all of our category. Let's say we have total 20 routes. In the 20 routes, the course category have nested route for, let's say, 5. Then the category name will be course. And then after that course URL, like all course, new course, edit course, drag and drop course, whatever nested route will be part of the sub menu for that particular category. So that's why we have to find out those category. So that's why I need a map where we will put the map key as a category name, and the value we will put all those route, because in the flat route it will not give you categorized route. Let's say it will give you all the route in a flat way, but I need a categorized route. So for that case, I have to manually categorize them. So for that things, we need to implement the map, and in that map now we're going to visit to the route. Before that, we're also going to sort our route, because as we have the ID, so we must need to sort those route with changing that to lowercase, so that it actually came into a particular order. And then we filter out the edit route. You can see in the flat route it will give all the route that have edit, let's say view, all those stuff. So if we need to hide some of the route for sidebar, we can also remove them. So that's why I just remove all the route that's not related to our sidebar things, because in the sidebar whenever we click, it should either go to the visible page like all course or new course. Those page does not have dependency with the query params. So for the edit route, it's kind of a dependent route, so that's why we have to ignore them. So that's why I just filter out that particular route. And after that, you can see routes.forEach. So we got all the routes that now don't have the edit. Now we have to loop into those flat routes, and then we have to set our category in our category map. You can see first we check the route start with admin or not, like here. Definitely it's gonna start with admin. And then we also checking the length is more than this particular text or not. Let's say we only have admin, let's say localhost 5173-admin, then it's kind of a different route. It's not categorized route. The categorized route must have second or third nested submenu like this. So for that case, we have to check the length, like what's going on the length. If the URL length is bigger than the admin, like only this or this, then we can say, okay, we have the submenu. So that's a simple condition we have to add. And then we are gonna split our route URL. Let's say the whole route we discuss here, like this one, we're gonna split that, and we're gonna took the second one as a category, this one. So the first one will be slash, the second one will be admin, the third index will be course. So that's why you can see we have put 2 that will access our third index, and which will be the category of the things. And now we are going to check if the category we have and the menu, like the category map data structure, we have that category already exist or not. If that's exist, then we are not going to add them again, but if that's not exist, we are going to add them, as well as we're going to put the URL. Okay, so what's happening here, we will just simply check from our map that do we have the course category. If not, then we're gonna put the key as a category name, and we're gonna put the whole route as item for that particular course. And as we order our routes, so you will based on the ID, and the ID is actually based on the creation and also the order you define in your file-based routing. Let's say in the course you can see all course. So if you create another file which is going to be like new course, then it will place under the all course because it order alphabetically. So for that case, ID also work like that. So that's why we just sort with the ID so that we can get the benefit from the alphabetical way. Let's say if we now create a new course, then it will go above to the all course, and that's fine. The first route will be all course, so that whenever we click on our course category from the sidebar, it should take us to the all course page. So that's what we're going to achieve. That's why you can see we just put that URL, the first URL we will get, because the category will be only available based on this condition. So whenever we just set the category once, then it will not look into the second URL. As we shorted all those URL, so we will only get the first item, and it will be inside of our category map with the category name. So that's why we just set that, and we use the set method for insert that into our category. And when we have the category route, you can see category object. Now we can create a category object based on our category map, where we have the category, like let's say the category map will be kind of like course, and in that course we will have admin slash course slash all course, something like that. And then for the modules it will have the same kind of a structure, like modules, let's say it's a lesson, and in the lesson it should have admin slash lesson slash all course, something like that. So that's going to be the um, category map. Now we have to find out all those route for our category, because that's also the requirement. So we can also do that here, but we want to make that separate. So anything in the future we're going to change, we can also do that logic here. So that's why I just put that a separate portion. So here we are just mapping through all those route from the map, and we will get the first route, and we're just making a new array structure, like array of object, where we will fetch from our category map, find out our category and also route. And in this categorized object you will see the key will be the category, and there will be the route, which will be our first route. So let's just simply console log both of our map. Let's say first it will be category map, then you will actually understand what's going on. And then we will have categorized route object. So that's the object we are going to pass for generating our final route. So we just have to put like this. And also we should get the flat route console as well, as so that you can fully understand what's going on. That's it. So now also let's import that in our routes, and so far let's just make that a empty array, or maybe comment that out, and let's go to this menus and just render like this, the older menu that we are getting from our props. And in the route object we are gonna just simply console log that. And now let's try to see in the console what's going on. So if we now just refresh, then here you can see routes underscore routes, that's the flat routes where you will get all the admin related page. So if I now just create a new route anywhere in our admin folder from the routes, then that particular route will also appear here in the route list. You can see admin, then admin course, all course, then admin profile. Then we have category map. What this will do, this will find out the category like this course, then that map has the first item, which is admin slash course slash all course. Then for the profile it's like admin slash profile, you can see. And with that map we just simply categorize another object. Like this is kind of the same, we can also use the category map, but I would like to just maintain another object, because sometimes the order could fail. So we have to find out the first route, or maybe we can just refactor this part, like where we use like a map. Instead you can just simply use a object like we did here, and also you can just simply set that object as we sorted here. So I think this logic, like this particular things, is kind of redundant. So because this is kind of like just a simple object, but the category map is kind of a map data structure where you will only see the key like this and then the value like this. So that's so far our goal, like looking into all those flat route, find out all the admin route for admin panel, for the learner route for the learner panel, and then look into the second menu, which is going to be the category. For our case, like course, you can see course, profile, these are two category. And after that we create a exact route object where we will get the course and also the route, which is going to be the route URL for navigating. So that's so far this functions responsible. So when we got data structure like this, an object, which object has items like key, in the key it will be like the category, which will be matched with our sidebar. You can see in the layout we provided course, we provided modules, we provided profile. So if we just make our level to lowercase, and if we try to check with our key with this one, then it will be matched. And when it will match, we will get the route, and we will just navigate. When we click on that particular button, it will navigate to that particular route. So that's the goal so far. So let's just now look into our second method, which is going to be menu map routes to menu items. So here in this function we are gonna check from our main menu that we provided in the sidebar with the level, and we're gonna use our object that we find out from the generate sidebar routes, like route object. So we'll pass these two, like the menu will come from the props, and the route object that we created, now we're gonna also pass them. So let's also grab our function. Here you can see, let's just grab this and also put that here. So we also have to import the type interface from our sidebar sidebar menu, because the menu structure is also going to be the same type, and also the category route, which is going to be this one that we got from this particular method, and it now must need to be like category, which is going to be string. The route, it will also be going to be string. So here we are creating a new array, and that will be the ultimate array we are going to render in our code here. So it will be underscore menu. So if you just say underscore menus, then you will see the item and the index. So let's also import our function so that the error will be gone. So in that function is simple. We have an array which will be the same type, and we are looking into the main array of our sidebar. Let's say this array, like the menu. So we're going to loop through all by one. We'll get the level. We're going to lowercase that level, and we're going to match with our category to find out our routes. That's it. So if you go to the category, then you can see category, then we have the route. So we just have to match with the key. So that's why the menu item dot level going to be like lowercase. That's going to be the key, and the route info will be category map. So we are going to look into the map, and we're going to look into the category that we found from this level. So this level will be kind of like category, and when we found that item, then we'll just put that item as a URL like the route. We're going to put that enrich item dot to. That's mean in that particular menu we already have the type, like you can see to label icon badge. So icon and label and badge is coming from our menus list here from the sidebar when we pass that props. So we just have to generate the to, like the URL, and the URL we will get from our category route map where we just categorize recently. So after that we will just push that item into that array, and we'll just simply return that array. And if I now just simply go to that page and let's just console log the menus, then you will see what's we have done so far. And let's just refresh, open the console, then you can see we have total 7 menus, and the same menus exactly we define here, like dashboard, course, module, chapter, and lessons. But the difference is we have a new property called to, like admin, course, all course. For course, for the profile we have admin slash profile. Now you might laughing that why you just didn't add the to property here. Yes, we could have add that. We can add that. That's the static way. We have to manually add them. But now you can see all the function, all the logic we write here. That's not going to be like under payoff. It's must going to be like helpful things, because right now we don't have to worry about any of the route statically. It will be dynamically come from all the route, like flat route. We'll just have to provide those label and the icon, even if we need badge, the badge. So that's a kind of interesting thing I'm just gonna show you, and I just implemented, and I implemented that intentionally because it has a good learning scope for you as an audience, because you can just simply use that static route. Our application is not big yet, but for learning purpose we can also learn this scope. In the future, if you face anything like scaling your routing system, then you can at least get some insight from this video to at least think about that, to okay, before we proceed with those big larger routing system, what if we learn from this kind of dynamic routing step. So that's a good thing, I believe. And now if we just try to click on the profile, then you can see we are directly going to the profile, and if we click course, that's also navigating us to the course. So here we don't have to work with anything in our sidebar. So in the sidebar we'll just provide the menus that we want to show, including the icon. The same will be for the learner as well as. So if you go to the learner panel in the layout.tsx, we already provided them, and we don't want to bother with the to adding here, because the to or the path could be changed in the future. That could be dynamic, that could be changed to anything. So that's why if we just make it static, and we have to dirty our hand every time when we change that route. So why not just make it dynamic, so that we don't have to worry about all those stuff. So that's so far the changes for this particular commit. You can see we just added this function. So we have added a new menu like the all course. Later we're going to add all of them, and the sidebar changes that we have done so far. So this is really important and crucial video, and maybe you didn't understand, or maybe you did. So the main purpose is going to be like give you a better learning scope on the routing system, that how far you can go with the 10 stack file based routing. So that's it for the section. So let's now navigate to our next section, which we're gonna do like creating a custom admin panel route, like a component that's gonna wrap for all our admin route. You can see in modules, chapter, lesson, we have some sort of a common UI pattern, like it has a header, then breadcrumb, then the tab, then the main content. So we need some sort of a common component that we can use that for every module, like course, chapter, lesson. So that's what we're going to build in this section. And also we're going to build the breadcrumb. So for the next step, we have to follow the commit for this one, dynamic breadcrumb create with admin layout. The last one is dynamic sidebar route. So make sure you also sync with the commit. So let's just open that. And here you can see we have new files and also the older file changes. So what the purpose? The purpose is build a kind of a layout for admin panel that we can reuse in every module. So for that case, we need some sort of a component. So we can name it as a admin layout.tsx, you can see. So let's just create a component inside of our components into the admin folder. So if you go to the components, we already have the admin folder. Beside the profile from, we can now create admin layout.tsx, and this component will be like this. So let's just grab the whole component code. This is a small component, you don't have to worry about a tons of stuff here. And also, as you saw from the section, that we are going to build a dynamic breadcrumb component. So let's look into that, because whenever we change the route, you can see the breadcrumb level also change, like adding a new kind of level after the category. So that's what we're going to achieve. So for that case, we also need some sort of a breadcrumb URL. So we're gonna, breadcrumb component. So we are just simply gonna create the component into the common/layout. So we already have a common folder, also the layout folder. Inside that, we can just simply create a new file called breadcrumb.tsx. So that's going to be our component. Let's also grab that component and we're gonna understand one by one. So we should understand the breadcrumb first so that it will be easy here. So in the breadcrumb, it's kind of a simple component. Like if you just can see the simplicity from the UI, it will need kind of a dynamic list, and it will be divided by this arrow. And then in between, we will have those level. So that's mean we need kind of a list in our props. So it will be like breadcrumbs. We'll define the list like course, then new more course. Then if we have multiple, let's say new course, after that we have lessons, after that we have everything. So we will get a string of list, and we're just simply going to render that using that divider like the arrow. So that's why we need the breadcrumbs, and it will be like a simple string array. And we're going to pass the title and each tab. So the title will be this one. So basically this will be the component, like the title including the breadcrumb. So, and also a property like each tab. So if the tab is enabled like here, that's mean when we will have the edit page, we don't want to show the tab, as well as the breadcrumb should be changed to different things. So that's why we must need that particular props. So based on that, we can add a arrow button, like whenever we don't have that tab, then we will put the array button. Let's say we don't have that tab, that's mean we will gonna put a kind of back button before the title, because that time there will be no way to navigate to different pages. So let's say as we don't have any edit page, so when we're going to develop the edit page for course, you're going to see the actual use case. So just add that for now, and we're going to put the title. So before title, we will have a back button here, and as there will not be tab, so whenever we click on the back button, it should take us to a particular page or destination. And after that, the breadcrumbs will be rendered through map, and we're going to just split that like this, the text which will have that, and then we're gonna add that particular arrow icon, and we're gonna check if that index is more than 0 or not, and also the index is not the length of that array, then we're gonna show that particular arrow. That's mean the first index and the last index will not get that arrow, and in the middle of all those index will get the arrow. So that's the logic here. So that's a simple breadcrumb components. And now we go to the admin layout. Then here you can see we just render our breadcrumb component. And one thing you can see, use admin layout, we also have a custom hook. So what's that hook is about? So let's just go to the commit and see we have a custom hook here. So if we go to the documentation, then you can see we have to create a custom hook for controlling our logic. As you already know that our front-end structure is kind of like, first we create component, then we create a custom hook for handling all the logic for that component. And if we have API, then we create query and also API endpoint. So that's how our flow. So we're going to follow the same convention for handling all the logic that related to our admin layout. We're going to create a use admin layout hook that will help us to maintain all those component logic. So let's create that hook. It's going to be hooks slash UI, and you can also see how I separated all those hooks. For the controller, that will be like the business logic. For the query, that's for the API query, and the hooks that related to UI layout, then those will belong to the UI folder. So that's kind of it. So let's just remove the space, and yeah, and let's also grab our hook. And what this hook will do, this hook, you will get the router state. That's mean the current router information, like the route state. And in that route state, we are just simply going to split our path, and we are slicing that to get the current path, like that. So that's mean what we are doing here, we are just using our URL to find out our course, like our page title, or that's we declare in our breadcrumb component here. You can see we pass the title, and this is the title, like this. And you can see the implementation of mine, that I didn't do anything hard coded here. Let's say I can do that hard coded route title here, but I just grab the title from the URL. And from the URL, you can see admin slash course, that's the category, and that's the title going to be for this particular page. So why not just grab that from the URL? So that's why in this particular hook, you can see the current path is going to be the path from the location, and we're just splitting with like slash, and then we're gonna slice -2, which will slice the other rest of those path. It will give you the category name. And when you get that here, let's just also import that. Maybe we'll simply try to import that again. Okay, now the error gone. So when we got the current path, now we can use that as a title. And also I think the current path is helping us in the breadcrumbs. So I think I just misexplained something here, because if you saw from the use admin layout, we slice -2. That's mean it will slice from the first. Let's say if our URL is this, then as we split above here current path, we split it with the slash, then we should get array like slash, and then we should get not slash, we will get a empty object first, sorry, empty string first, then we will get admin, and then we'll get the rest of the path like course, all course, something like that. So we'll get the array like this, and we're slicing -2. That's mean we're just removing our first two items from that array, and we'll keep the rest of them like the course and the all course. So that will be kind of our breadcrumb. Sorry for my misexplanation earlier. Like I thought it's going to be the title like this. The title, I think we just manually put the title in our implementation. Here you can see the title is coming from our admin layout. So whenever we declare the admin layout, we can pass the title, but still we can also use the title from our URL. That's also possible, but so far let's just put that simple. Like in the breadcrumbs, we need that current path list, and the list will be like as I told, like it will be all the sub menu or the category menu. And when you pass that list of string, it will use that in our breadcrumbs, and it's just gonna render that here. That's it so far. That's it so far for our admin layout. And if we just refresh and go to course, nothing will happen because we didn't added that component anywhere, because the admin layout is kind of a wrapper component, so we have to use that component in our pages. So first of all, we're going to use that in our all courses pages like this. You can see the implementation, and here you can provide a custom title. Yes, so that's why I didn't actually add it earlier, the title from the URL, but yes, you can also do that. So you can maintain another property for that URL that will be title, so you don't have to touch that from manually. So let's go to our admin page, course, all course. Here we can just simply declare our admin layout, and inside that we can pass any children, because the admin layout will consider anything from the children as a children item. So if you go that, we already have a children property, and that children will be rendered after our breadcrumb. So first it will render the breadcrumb, then the children, and we also have a simple style here. So now if we just refresh and save, then you can see we got the cool layout look exactly like our demo. The title here, you can see hello world. So if you just go to the style, then you can see under the children component, you can see a class. That's the class for this kind of the background and all those things, including it's supported light mode. You can go to course, and then you can see that's the light mode UI, but I like the dark mode often. So that's the UI so far look now. Now in every module we can just simply call our admin layout and we will get this particular vibe. And also if we just provide the title, we can make it courses, all courses, course list, whatever it will place here. And it will be same for all tab. If you already saw here, if you go to the module, then you can see from the new module is the title is same, for the module is also same. So you can make it dynamic or anything that's fit your UI. So that's it. Let's also see from the commits we have left anything or not. I think that's so far we have implemented on this commit, and that's why we have completed the step which is about to create dynamic breadcrumb. And that's it for that. And now we can navigate to our tab, dynamic tab, like this. This is another interesting area that you can learn. And for that case, let's just commit changes. So we are kind of good. Let's now try to go our next commit for dynamic tabs implementation. So that's going to be our next commit, which will be admin course frontend, admin layout, dynamic tabs, and layout done. That's mean with this particular changes, we're gonna complete our layout work, all the work that we're gonna do. And after that, we can just simply start our main module. That was the prerequisite. So make sure you completed this section and then move to the next section. Or if you seems like it's kind of a hard to understand, in your case you can also ignore this part. Instead you can just simply go to the next section to watch our foundational stuff. So for dynamic tab components, we have to create a common tab component first, as like as we created for admin layout. And also we have to use that tab component into our admin layout or some sort of stuff. If you look into the doc, then you will see kind of a flow chart. If I just zoom in, then you can see we have use admin layout hook that fetch all the route. Then we have to filter those route that has admin. That's fine, we already did that. Then we are gonna map all the route with path item structure. Then get our tab, and then we can just put them into our UI. So this is a big flow chart. You might be got bored about like watching this particular section. Maybe it not something that you interested. So I'd just say you can just skip this part or just grab the code from those changes, add them, and then move. You can move to the next sections, because this is something that's only interested to those who want to make a complicated or advanced scaling type of routing management, including the tab and all those stuff. You can use this same foundational logic to implement any sort of different logic based on your need for routing. So let's just talk less and implement all the changes. So first of all, you can see in the admin layout we need to add that tab, because the tab is kind of the same things that will be every page, so we can just place that tab into our admin layout. That's the first thing. And for that case we must need a tab component. So let's also create the tab component in our common layout folder. So let's go to the common components and then layout. We should create a new file called tabs, and let's just grab our tab UI and let's just place that. So that's a simple tab UI that will look like this. We will pass an array of tabs with the link or something like that, and which will work kind of like a tab. That's the goal. So you can see we have part the URL as a to property from the props. Then we have the label, and then we will have the ID for tracking. Then we will have the ID for tracking all those tab. So that's our props. And from the tab props we will have a tab list which will actually use this interface, and then the children. So that's mean this particular tab props will take a list of tabs and it will take all the children. Like it will take those string or like array of object for those tab list, and then it will took a single children every time. So let's say you pass the array and you pass a children, then the first item or the item that's need to be with the match with the children, we have to add that logic in our tab. So here you can see if we don't have that tab length, then we are just returning a small array, and we're just simply rendering all those link in our tab and a simple children there. So that we from the parent we can manage the tab easily, and also we can pass any children based on the tab click. And also we have to make it active as well. As let's say if you go to the UI, then you can see active UI. Whenever we click on a tab, it's kind of become a blue border under the link. So we just added the link for that, and also as we are using 10 stack, we can just simply use link instead of button or something like that, which will have the on click. Like in the to, you can just pass that particular URL, which will take to that particular URL. So that's a simple tab component. And now we can just use the tab components in our admin layout so that we can start working on the dynamic stuff. So let's just go to the admin layout. Now you can see we also did something here in the title. You can see this route tab dot title. So that's mean what I saw told you earlier, that we're gonna make the title dynamic. So yes, in this particular step we did that. So before that, adding the tab in our code space, let's also see our logic in our controller, like the UI controller custom hook. Here you can see that's all the logic. So let's bring all those changes here. So we will have path to title. That's the function that I talked earlier, that yes, we're gonna put the title kind of a dynamic. So that case we need a path to title function that's gonna took the path URL path, and it's gonna divide or find out the title. You can see we splitted that with slash, and then we're just find out that title we just make the first character uppercase, because in the URL it's all lowercase, so we have to make the first character uppercase, and then we have to slice that. So that's will generate the title, you can see. And we also have to pass that title. So we can simply say in the route tab there will be a property. In the route tab you can see we also created some logic here. Let's just grab the whole portion and let's just understand what we have got. So we imported the router, and we also have the current path that was for the breadcrumb, and then we again use our flat route to find out all the route from our 10 stack router. So in the router we will get all those router, and then in the flat routes we'll get all the routes in an array, and then we filter with the admin. As you can see, it's admin layout, we must need the route that's related to admin, and then we map through all those route. We use the title, like path to title, to provide the URL, and then the URL will generate that particular title. And after that, the URL is going to be that exactly URL that from the route, and the ID will come from also the routes, flat routes. That will generate a kind of a routes for our tabs. So the main purpose on this route is like generating route tab. You can see route tab, and also that's mean any route will belong like in a category. It will work as a tab, every route other than the edit route. We also have to add that condition in there, so that not edit route will part of the tab route. And that's for implementing that we need kind of a another utilities function, which is going to be admin tab creator. Because if you go to any pages from the admin route, there are multiples. We also have to categorize them. Then we have to add condition that what are the URL that match with that must be in the tab, and what are the URL that should be ignored from those route from the 10 stack file based routing. So that's why we need some sort of a common utility function. In the future we can add multiple logic, but for now we're going to add some simple logic, like we'll get only those tab, like all the tab, but those URL which have the edit, something like that. So for that case, let's also create admin tab creators.ts utilities, and it will be also belong to the UI folder from the utilities. And let's also grab the code, and that's also going to be a bigger functions. You can see there are tons of logic here, so you might be bored to watching all those logic. So this is kind of a same thing we have done here. You can see that's the data set, which is the same way we created the sidebar. We're also creating the tab. We created a object which key will be kind of like the categorized things. Like in the category it will be like course, and in the tabs there could be multiple item on the tabs. Like if you just simply go to the routes in the admin layout, you can see courses. In the future you will see modules, lessons, all those routes, and those are the folder, and inside those folder you will get multiple routes. Now we have to detect what are the route we are going to allow for tabs. So that's the logical function for handling all of them. So we just took a data object, and in that object we're going to put like let's say course, and in that course there will be tabs. The tabs will be like new course, all course, edit course, all those things, but we are going to ignore the edit. So that's we are going to also add the logic, and we also have a title for that particular tab. So the title will be like course, the key, same thing. So that's why we need that object, and inside that object we are just now going to loop through all the routes we got here, like the flat route. Now we're going to do the same logic kind of we're going to loop through all the route, we're going to categorize them, and we're going to put them into the tab dataset. You can see we just first split that URL, and we just remove that part for that's related to admin, or also we're going to find out the admin part. And then from the URL parts we got like the items, then we're going to checking to find out the key. We're just making a key here, and then we just put that into our object like here. So I'm not going to give you the brief explanation. You can just grab that code and ask to Gemini to get a specific brief explanation from here. But overall, it's kind of like gonna give you the outcome of like a category, and in that category it will be like tabs, all the tabs, and also a simple category title. That's you can see we just use that, like making the first character uppercase and then other stuff like slicing all them back. And when we have other parts, we also now need to make the tab level, you know. So the first part we find out the category and we declare that category, and then in the second part here we find out all the routes that belongs to that category. Let's see, in the course page we have 10 pages. So the course, the folder will be kind of like the category, the folder name, and all the pages will be kind of the tab. And we also have to find out the title for those tab as well as. So that's what we have done here. Tab level, we just same thing happen, we just split that, we just make the first character you know, uppercase, and also we just remove the dash if we have a dash anywhere. And then also we ignore the edit route here. You can see we just make all the label to lowercase, and then we check that okay, it's gonna match with dash edit or not. If that, then we're not gonna add that into our tabs, and without that we're gonna adding that tab, and also we're gonna checking that the category, in that category the tab is already exist or not. If not, then we're gonna pushing that to the tab array like here. And if we don't have that in the tab array, then we'll just simply push that into the tab array. That's kind of the logic. And after that we just sort that, because we need kind of alphabetically sorted, so that whatever file we declare here alphabetically, those will come one by one. Let's say all course will come first, then new course will come second, something like that. Let's say you just added a all course, that will come above the all courses. And let's say if you added b new course, then it will come like second. So we're gonna see the use case when we are gonna implement the lesson module. You can see the sorting use case, because on that case, if you go to the lesson, we have multiple tab. And also I want the new lesson to be second, I want the lesson content to be third, and quiz to be fourth. But if you see alphabetically, then maybe n comes after the lesson, like l, you know, like m, n, l. So l come before the new n. That's mean the alphabetically order, like if we placed in VS Code under a particular folder, then it will be like all lesson, then lesson content, then new lesson, then quiz. So if we don't sort that with a way alphabetically, then we will not able to reach our desire. So that's we are gonna see in our lesson module, and I will explain there like what's happening here. So that's kind of a sort alphabetically by level. So that's overall this function. And again, I'm saying if you don't understand this particular function, just grab the chunk of code and get the your issue from that particular code to Gemini to get clear out. So let's just import that admin tab creator. Now we'll get all the route tab, and the route tab here you can see in this route tab we just using the route tab to find out that particular category, and we're gonna using the current path, the first item and the second item, for find out or retrieve out all those tab for that particular route. So let's just simply console log, then you will understand what's going on here. If we just console log the route tab, and if we now just go to all courses, we already used the admin layout, and in the admin layout we have that admin layout hook, and it should now log our tab. So let's just see from the console, then you can see route tab here, and in that route tab you will see the category name, and in the category name you will see the tabs array like this first tab. So if now let's just create a new page, then you will see it automatically come into your list, so you don't have to do any worry here. Let's just say new course.tsx, then it should also belong kind of a tab. So let's also create a new one. Let's say tab.tsx, then it should be another one. These are the two new page. Now if we just refresh and just refresh that, so yes, sometimes when we change our or like when you create a new pages, so sometimes it happen the problem, you will get it stuck, so you just have to run your project again to regenerate all those route. You're already familiar with that error, right? And if you refresh, then you should see. So now if you go to the course and look into the console, then you can see in the route tab, in the first route for the admin course, you can see there is 3 tab. Yeah, the first one is all course, new course, and the tab. You can see all course, new course, the tab. And if I just somehow add this tab, like if I just rename it to something like add and tab, then it will go to the first. And when it go to the first in alphabetical order, then what should we see on our tab list? It should be, again, it's just got 404 page, so we just have to simply regenerate the tree again. So that's a boring stuff. Sometimes that happen. You can see the file got corrupted every time. So whenever we change or rename anything, the file got corrupted. You maybe have to save that and you have to overwrite all the changes. Then you don't have to maybe refresh the whole thing. So again, we're getting the same issue. Let's just regenerate the file again. So that's a boring part I found in the 10 stack file based routing. So whenever that route tree generate, sometimes we have to click or like manually delete that file. That's bad. You can see the A tab is the first route now becomes, you can see. And as those paths does not have admin layout, that's why we're not able to get that things. So let's just simply delete those files because we don't need that. Or maybe we can look into our pages. Yes, we already created those pages, so let's also create those page, not the tab page. So let's just remove A tab and new course. That's fine, we already created that. Then let's another one which is going to be for the edit course. So as you saw, I also hide the edit page to get the tab. So now if the URL have edit, then we should not see that into the tab. That's what I'm trying to propose you or like show you. So let's just go to the page, and when you go to, again, the same problem. So whenever we create all the pages, we must regenerate the tree. That's a boring stuff. And maybe you can find a solution. I didn't try that out. There could be some solution for that. Every time we have to just run our front end again and again, it's really bad. But after that we are kind of good. So let's go to our home page, go to admin panel, go to course. Now yeah, you cannot see anything in the tab because we didn't render the tab yet. But what we are doing, we are just checking from the console. So in the route tab, we have total 3 tab, right? Like, sorry, we have total 3 page in our code. You can see edit, all course, new course. Now shouldn't we see the 3 route as a tab? No, because we added the logic that all the route that's including the edit in the URL, we are not gonna make that as a tab. You can see we just remove that particular edit URL. So that's why you're not seeing anything that's related to edit. You will only see the rest of the route. So that's how interesting it is. You don't have to manually declare all those route for the tab. It will automatically grab those route from the route file-based routing from 10 stack, and then it's gonna make the tab route as well as excluding all the route I mentioned. So that's the beauty of 10 stack router without that route regeneration file delete or overwriting every time. That's a problem. And other than that, that's all good. So far we have created this 2 page. Now it's time to render our tab because we now got our object route tab. Now simply we can render the tabs in our tabs component. As you know, in the tab component we can pass the array and the label and also the ID and the 2, then it will work perfectly fine. So let's just render our tab in our admin layout. So let's go to admin layout and also grab our code from the commit. So in the admin layout we just have to display our tab. So in the breadcrumb, under the breadcrumbs, you can see we previously have a logic like we render the children. Now we are gonna render the children based on some condition. So there will be display tab variable where we are just checking that from the route tab, and the route tab will come from our controller like this. Use the admin layout. In the route tab we are just providing the key from that data set, like the object we created, like admin tab creator, and based on the key it will provide the array. Like in the route tab it will be kind of the array of those routes. So for the display route, in the route tabs.tabs.length, if we have multiple items in the tabs route or like the tabs array, then we can say okay, we have to display the tabs, and also we have to make sure the each tab is true from our admin layout. If that's false, then we're not going to show the tab. But if that's true, by default it's going to be true, because every page we must need to show the tab, so that we can get this variable. And also we can put that logic inside of our use admin layout. So let's just put that logic here somewhere, or we can just simply pass that. So let's just move the console log. I think you already understand what I'm trying to explain. And the route tab here, we can also grab that particular things here. Let's just say we already have the route tab here, so maybe we can say it's going to be, it's just a refactor function here, route. So we can just set tabs. In that tabs we can just put our code like this, which will eventually all the tabs, and we can pass the route tabs, as well as now we can use the route tabs like the tabs like length and each tab. Okay, then we have to also pass the tab, so better I just put that there. Sorry for the waste of time to refactor this unnecessary stuff. So let's just remove that console log for now. So let's just bring that back. So yeah, this display tabs is gonna check, okay, should we display the tab or not. If that's met, then we're gonna display the tab as well as the children. Okay, and also let's just import the tabs, and if we have the tab, then we are gonna render the tab including the children. If we don't have the tab, then we are gonna check, okay, we don't have that tab, we just only gonna render the children. Okay, and if we have the tab, then we must have to wrap it with the tabs. That's why the children is wrapped with the tabs. If we don't have tab, then we can just simply render the children without the tabs. That's the logic. And so far we now should see our tabs, yeah, in the course. But when you go to the new course, we didn't use the admin layout in that page. That's why we're not able to see that particular tab there. So let's just go to our new page, which is new course, and also we're gonna use the same thing, the admin layout. So this is the common things that we are gonna do with all of our routes. You can see we have to call the admin layouts, and here we can define that particular title for that page. And if we don't provide the title, it's fine, we're gonna take the title from our route. So I can also remove the title from this all list page as well as. So it's going to be like all courses. Let's just see from the commit that we have any other changes in the UI. So in the all courses, we just remove the title, and then from the new course we just created that particular things like this part. So let's just add this part here, the style, where it will be kind of the course from. And the course edit, here you can see we also use the admin layout, but we did a trick here. So let's just grab the code and paste that. Here we will get the course ID as in the URL file based routing. You can see if we just use $sign, and if we put any value, that will kind of like work like a params. So that's why we will get that course ID. And when we get the course ID, then in general we're in the edit page, it will not be kind of like tab. You can see each tab is false. The title is edit course. The breadcrumb will be false because we don't need that breadcrumb. And is from layout, there's a different property that's we're gonna use when we will have a form. So we're gonna use that in the future. So that's the property I just used here so far now. And inside that particular admin layout, we can just put any of that particular UI. So that's for our 3 of this page, and we now uses all of them. And also we created that router, and in the admin layout hook we also added those changes. I think so far we added all the changes. Now let's reflect the UI. So if you go to the courses, here you can see we have the UI, but we are not able to see the title. So I think the title is not working somehow. Let's just go to the all course, we remove the title. Okay, let's just save that. As you know, we already have the path stuff like the current path and also the title. So why not just use that? We also have path to title method, which is going to help to grab that path. So let's just also see how we have used that path as a title. You can see route tab dot title. So that's we just have to use instead of the title here. So the route tab will get the route tab like this, like the array. Then we're gonna just put that title here. Then if we now just go and refresh, then you can see this is the dynamic route title that's I talked earlier. Like it will come from the category like course, and that's it. It will be same because the category is same from the course page. For the module page it will be different, and breadcrumb is also working fine. If you go to the new course, that's also showing the new course UI. Now the thing is, like, we have to check the edit page. So if you just go to like course slash one, that's mean the ID, then we have to go to the edit course. If we just go to there, then you can see, boom, we don't have the tab, we don't have the title. We already have the title, sorry, we don't have the breadcrumb and the tab, because in the edit page we don't need them. Instead we need the form only, and we need the title as well as the back button that we added on there. In the breadcrumbs, you can see that back button. If we don't have the tab, then we will just add the back button so that it help to navigate to any other page, like in the new course page. Yeah, so that's kind of it is about our dynamic tab. If you go to the documentation, then you can see these are all the changes that we have made so far, and we have to test all those pages that's working correctly for our dynamic tab. And you can see the edit tab is also not here because the edit page is not including in the tab, so we cannot see that. And in the future, if you need additional logic that you want to hide some of the pages from the tab, then you can add that logic into the admin tab creator function. You can see this is the core central function where we can just maintain all the logic, like how we sort here, how we ignore the edit URL. So you can add those URL. You can also take a list here that will be like ignored URL. You can also pass them from the page as well as. So that's could be a lot of possibility you can add there. So overall, that's the changes for this particular section, and we are kind of done with our all the layout stuff. Now we can simply see here, if we just now create another module in the layout, like for the admin panel, let's just say module. And in the module, if we create multiple pages like all modules, new modules, edit module, and we just have to use like admin layout. That's it. We don't have to provide any title, we don't have to provide tabs, not anything. We don't have to provide anything. Everything will be happen inside of this admin layout. And when you develop, when you are gonna go the next section, you will see how much easier the whole things become. You don't have to take any of the hassle related to routing because all is handled dynamically. So that's the beauty of TenStack, as well as the beauty from my side, that I have think to give you that kind of a scope to learn. You can just learn that and implement any sort of things from your side, as well as you can make it to the next level. So here you can see all the page. We just use the admin layout and we pass some of the props to hide that particular page from the tab. If not, then we can just simply make it empty and that will work fine. And also in the future, we will have to work with the form. That's why we just pass a simple props, which is gonna be like is from layout. In the future, we're gonna work with that as well as. So that's the whole part for this section, and we're kind of good with this particular section. It's time to start our main foundational stuff for our applications like course, modules, chapters, and lesson. We're gonna implement UI, then we're gonna go with the APIs, and then we're gonna bind them and make our functionality work. So let's start our next section, which is going to be the course module. And this is one of the crucial and best module in our application because course has the hierarchy of modules, chapters, lesson. So that's why it's very crucial. So let's look into the commit we have to follow. So the last commit was admin layout, dynamic tabs, and layout done. So that's for our common layout for admin. But for the course, we are going to follow all the commit above, like definition, package, run, command fixed, image placeholder fixed, then mostly course form UI and component select loading action footer. So if you go to the doc, then you can see we have to develop the course form UI. The form UI is basically this one. So the course form UI, here we can create course. And after that, we have to create some of the common components. Let's say if you go to the course create, you can see we have a drop down, select drop down. Then we have input field as well as text area. I think we already developed the input field. So now we just have to develop a select component. So then we are kind of good. And that component should be matched with our React hook form implementation so that we can sync. And later on, we have to implement, a wrapper function for like create course, update course, something like that. Like you can see as a footer and kind of a wrapper that we can use that in our modules page as well as chapter, lesson, all those pages create from, edit from. So that's why we need a common things, as well as we also need a wrapper. Yeah, that's what I discuss here, course from wrapper. So that could be reusable for any modules. Then we also going to implement a loading component and also the validations. And then we will move to the course list page UI, this page where you can see all the course listed. Right now we don't have those courses, so that's why you are not able to see. But when we will have those courses, we can also drag and drop those courses. So we're gonna see those UI as well as And most important things, we will see like the drag and drop feature, how we can make a reusable drag and drop feature for every application module we have. Let's say for module list, we also have to drag and drop. For chapters, we also have to follow the same. So for that case, we have to make a reusable drag and drop component so that we can use that, and inside that we can put any components or pages so that we can get the same feature everywhere. So that's also a crucial part going to be. And then we're going to start working on the backend API, like the course backend API. After that, we are going to directly go to the bind our full front end with the backend APIs. So that's the plan for the course section. So let's start with our first commit. So our first commit will be, you can see right now from the commit list, this one is the first commit, but we already have fixed that issue. Like while we are running our packages, earlier it was like packages slash validation, but it should not be that. It should be like definition. So let's double check that we are kind of good or not. So it is in our root package.json file. Here you can see package.validation. So we already fixed that, so we don't have to follow this commit. So let's just ignore that, and when you will get the repo published, you will not see the same commit here. Then let's look into the next commit. I think this commit, we have changes, which is like image placeholder URL fix, use placeholder.co links. So let's just look into the changes. So if we now go to the file profile form, so we already have that. So in the profile form, you can see our image URL is kind of like not a valid URL, so we just have to fix that. So you can just simply use this URL like placeholder.co. If you go to the profile page from any page, now you can see when you provided the URL, it's showing a valid image, but when you change that, and you can see there's no image. And let's see if you provide a wrong image here, let's say something like this, and save that, you should see, if you just refresh, then you should see that your profile icon here is not working. So that's an issue, so we have to fix that. So for that case, we have to add a real URL. So you can just simply use these things as a fallback URL, so that whenever we don't get any value, then it's still the project image working fine. Or and these are the two image you can use. This one will be a little bit bigger size, 50, and after that we are kind of good. So now if we just save, now you can see 50 into 50, that's our profile image. And that also should be fixed in the sidebar as well. As so here in the image tag, you will find a on error props or attribute where you can provide the fallback. Like if the real URL got failed, then you can also add a fallback for that particular error. So we also have to fix that. Let's say if we just go to the sidebar, and we should see the image somewhere. Yes, here you can see we don't have that particular fallback. So now we can just simply put that here, and we can add a particular size, maybe 50. Here it's 400. I'm not sure why that's. If we just save and check, you can see that it's also showing that particular image. So now if we just remove that you can see we have GitHub profile for my account. If I just update, you can see that's just update automatically real time. So I think we have fixed that. And the one thing we also have to fix, which is in the sidebar. Yeah, so I think we have added on the sidebar. That's all the changes we have to do. And also in the src, like in the fallback, we already have added that, so I don't think we have to add these two things. So that's the commit. So basically this kind of short commits I have done when I found some bugs or issue that need to be fixed. So that's why you will see some sort of commit like this. But if you saw those file changes already, then that's mean we already have solved that, so you can just ignore that commit. But when for now you can ignore that commit in the video, but when I will publish the repo, you will see the clean commits. You will not see all those unnecessary commits so far. And now we can move into our main commit, which is this one. So this one is the commit for actually follow the documentation, where we're going to create a common form wrapper like this page, like this wrapper, including those buttons and all those things, so that we can reuse that in any modules. And then we're going to create some of the other component as well. As so let's close these things. Let's open our commit. So make sure you are sync with this commit. So let's start with building our first component, which is going to be course form wrapper. Or let's just look into here. Okay, this is going to be like not wrapper but the form UI for the course page, because we already have the input field, so maybe we can just start that design. So let's go to the commit and based on the folder structure, let's just create our first form, which is going to be course form. But before that, I would like to create some type or enum, because that's important before we continue the course from and all those stuff. So first of all, let's add the type. And if you go to the type changes in the packages definition folder, you can see course.ts. So we have to create a new type for course in our definitions. So let's just go to the packages and the definitions. So types, we should create a new file called course.ts where we are going to put all the type that's related to course. So for our case, we are going to add a enum that's going to be the enum for the course status, like mostly not only course status but also module status, chapter status, lesson status, all those feature we have a common status, so that's why we have to add that. And we are going to reuse this particular status throughout the all modules. So the name is kind of course based, but yeah, you can name it like e status, something like that. That's also going to be fine. And of course we have to import that in our index.ts file so that we can reuse that or export that for the package. So that's the type we need to add, like the enum, and in the future we're going to add more type on this file. So we are kind of good with these two files. Now we have to create a course form. Let's just create a course form. So we have to go to our front end, and in the components, you can see in the component under the admin folder, we have to create another folder called course, and inside that course we are going to put all those course related form. To create the course folder, and here we will have course form, and in the course form, let's just grab the whole code for now, and I'm going to explain one by one what's going on. That's the course form component, and here you can see we have some external component that need to be imported, and those will be the common components. So we already have the input field, you can see that's a component for the input field, but we don't have the select component and the loading component, and also the action footer. So what's that action footer component is, so if I just show you in our real applications, here you can see we have a footer here, and here we have a button like create course, and when this will be like update page, it will change to update course, something like that. So we need some sort of a common footer that we can reuse that into our form, like in the module, new module, you can see the same footer. Here we have the save button. For the chapter we have the same, and also for the lesson, you can see in the lesson create we have the same button. Lesson content create, we also use the same. For quiz creation, we also use the same footer. So for that case, we need a common action footer that we can reuse everywhere. So let's just also create that component and import that. So that's the component create folder action footer, and it will be placed in under the admin. So you don't need to create any other folder. Let's just create the file. That's kind of it. And this is pretty simple component. You don't have any additional logic. So let's just bring that and save that. So you can see we have a reset button on click method in the props, and also is reset button disable or not. That's mean we can also get a reset button. Then there will be a on cancel button if we want to show that, and mainly the on save click button. So whenever we will provide the function like on save click, on cancel click, or on reset click, the button will appear, otherwise the button will not. You can see the check based on the function. So and the button will have the disable property. So whenever we need to disable, let's say we have it loading, that's need to be disabled while loading happening, so we can also do that. So and we have some other stuff like overall is loading overall. If we want to change the title of that button, we can also do that. So that's all the conditions. So this is pretty straightforward simple component, you will able to understand easily. And now you can see we have to fix the import errors. So we just simply go for action footer, and let's just comment these two components as well as, so that we can see right now what's the result. And the loading component is also going to be commented. Let's just return a simple string, and we use the select component 3 times. So let's also comment this 3 select component so that we can visually see what's going on in the UI. So when you refresh that, like save that, also we have to use this course from. So if you go to the commit, then you can see we have used this course from into our edit page as well as into our new course page, you can see. So let's just add that under the admin layout in our new course page. So you just have to go to new course page. Here you can see course creation from. So instead we are going to import our course from. That's it. So that's going to be the UI for new course as well as for the edit course. You can see the changes here. We have to provide the ID as well as, because in the edit mode we will have the course ID here from our route params. So we must need to pass that ID as well as, and we already have that props under the course from. You can see the ID, that's the props as a number. So in this particular form we can also use that ID, because this course from will have some sort of controller as well as in the future, and that controller we can pass the ID, and on that controller we can work with the edit, or we can work with the create and all sort of stuff. So that's why it's important to pass the ID. So far we have done with the UI. Let's just try to go to the course page, and that's the all course page. And if you go to the new course page, then you can see we have a price property and description property and image, course image. But in the real we need more field, like we need a validity field that's going to be help to select years or the validity. So it will be drop down. Then we'll need status, where we can just set the status, like what status we want to see, and the lemon squeegee course. That's mean, as I told you earlier, that our course is like our product or courses are connected with our lemon squeegee gateway, and in the lemon squeegee gateway, payment gateway, we can also create products there. We can set up a store there. So we create product there, and we're gonna just link that product into our applications, like this one. Then we will have this one. So these are the product that I have created, lemon squeegee. Now I just selecting those product from the drop down, and you can see the course name, the same name that's coming from the lemon squeegee account. Then the price that's we set up there as well as, and also the description I set up there. So that's kind of the information that coming from the lemon squeegee, and that's we are gonna insert into our database for creating our courses. We can also edit the name, but for now I just disable that in our application. I don't think I have to rename that name, because I will just set the same name as I created in the lemon squeegee. But in the description that I can change or modify, so that's why I added that, and the price will be same like there. So for that case, we need 3 drop down as well as the select component, so that we can implement the drop down. And here you can see we have the price, description, and course image, because we already have the input field component, so we can just use that for price and description field. And here you can see we have used that, and the price will be disabled, but the description will be open, and it will be text area. Is text area true, then it will work like a text area. And for the image, we just use a simple attribute, image tag, and some basic attribute handling the fallback of the image, and a common image from our placeholder.co website. That's the size. And in the future, when we'll bind our API, then we're gonna make that dynamic, so that whenever we select any of course, it will took that image URL and it will place that here. So that's the plan for now. So now the thing is, we have to implement our select component and the loading component, so that we can make our form functional. So let's look into the commit, and we are also good with these 2 changes. Now we have only the common components that we need to build. Let's just start with the easier one, which is going to be the loading. And these are the components that I generated from AI. This code are not directly write by myself. So what I did, I just asked Gemini about my expectations and the requirement. Then Gemini actually provide the code. Then I modify some of the changes. So that's what I did. So there could be some flaw here. So if you can identify them, you can also create a PR for this repository, because it's going to be accessible for anybody. So yeah, that will be also a learning point for you. So let's go to our common folder from our components, and inside that you will see form folder, and we already have one field, which is input field, because select component is kind of related to form. And in that particular form we will need to add the select component, and outside of that form we can add just loading component. So let's just add a new component called loading, and let's bring the code. So in GitHub we should have a button here, so that we can grab the whole file changes code, but I have to copy that manually, so that's a problem. So in this particular loading, you can see there are tons of props, like the size. So this is a kind of a loading component that will help you to show the loading for big screen, small screen, large screen, and also medium size screen. So when you need small size of loading, you can use that loading into your button, and when you need a large size of loading, that the size will be bigger. And also there is an option called full screen, so when you just pass that through, the loading will be covered like the whole screen. That's a great. So when I try to write the component, what I gather all the information. That's information also I gather from Gemini. First I told to give me all the props that could be good for a loading component, then he gives some, like then Gemini gives some of the components, and then I modified them. Let's say add the full screen, and then add the variant, and also no gap, something like that. Then it's generated all the code like this, including tailwind CSS. But basically we are using the icon from Lucid React, which is like the loader to then some atom jap and rotate CW, and we're using CLSX for merging the tailwind CSS classes. So you can see the classes for the primary, secondary, X and Y. So these are the color for the loading. So these are the sizes. These are the text size. These are the loading size. These are the all props. And the spinner, that's the main icon. For the spinner, so when you will see the loading spinning, so that's the component which is using loader 2, and we're just merging our classes based on the size. So that's what happening. And also we have added the animation from tailwind CSS animate spin, that will spin the icon. Then we also have pulse icon, that's kind of like another way of representing the loading. Then we have the bounce icon as well as the rotate icon. So we are mostly gonna use the rotate icon, and I think the spinner, and maybe some case dot loader, something like that. So we have all those icon cover, and the main exportable icon is like the loading. That's the main icon where we will get all those props, and based on those props, in the variant we declare all those other component like spinner, pulse, bounce, rotate, dots, something like that. So based on those variant, we are going to return all those component we created. So these are the micro small component that's we are returning from our main loader application. And that's the render icon method, and in the render icon method we are rendering that. So if we are gonna add any text beside that icon, we can also do that. So that's why we have a props as well as for the text. And if we have the text and the button is small, then we can also place that. But let's say the button is not small, it's a big size, and also we have a loading, no issue, we can also still show the text as well as. So that's going to be placed with the flex style, so that it will be show horizontally, the UI will not break anything. So that's overall the loading component. I think it's not a lot of stuff that I can explain here. You will just can simply took that code, ask Gemini back again to understand further better if you have any confusion on that particular component. So the main component is going to be the select component. That's a component that is a lot of scope to learning, a lot of area that you can also improve. There are tons of use case of this particular select component. So let's create the select component in our form folder beside our input field. So let's just go to the form and look into the comment, look into the commit. Yeah, so these are all the changes. So this component I also generated using AI, various tools like ChatGPT and also Gemini to modify and polish the whole thing. So it's a huge component. You can see almost 250 lines of code here. And I can also explain you the flow and not all the line by line code, because this video is still a huge video, because I'm covering a lot of scope here about a full application. So if I just give you a detailed explanation with line by line changes, then it will not make sense. The video will be more than 100 hours long. So that's why I'm just gonna give you the way how you can understand the code, including if you need line by line understanding, excluding the whole architecture, like what's happening. Let's say for the select component, it is kind of a component that first need to understand the architecture, like how we organize or how we are going to architect the whole select component, and then we need to understand line by line code or portion by portion code. You got my point? If you saw the input field, when I discussed that earlier. That was kind of similar. If you just know the architecture, like how the component actually built, then you will understand the code as well as. But for the input field, it wasn't very hard. It was straightforward. But the select component, you can see there are tons of changes here. We have use effect. We have also use ref. That's we use somewhere. You can see use ref. We also use debounce, some sort of thing. So yeah, that's not easy to understand if you are kind of a beginner or intermediate as well as. So for that case, you have to first look into the code and the doc. Like here, I have added a flow, but one thing I would recommend, you can simply copy that code from here and you can go to Gemini and paste that code and ask to provide you a sequence diagram. I already have the flow diagram, but sequence diagram is also good to understand. So I would recommend try the chart which actually fit to you. Let's say you understand only flow chart, sequence diagram. If it's complicated to you, then go for flow chart. But if you see sequence diagram is more better to understand, then use that. Personally, I use sequence diagram often to understand those kind of structure. So here you can see in the flow chart we have the start, initial props and state. So if you look into the component, and one of the basic general way to understand any component is look into those props. Try to understand those props philosophy, like what about those props, what's behind happening for those props. So let's say for our select props we have options. So what do you think, like about thinking the options? It's like the all the drop down item that we can call like option. Then we have value, that's mean the value that we can set, the value we can get, like the exact value when we select a drop down. Then we have on change, that's mean whenever we change anything from the drop down, that's the on change that need to be triggered, then we can perform something. And also this on change should be into the parent side, not in our children component side. So that's why it's kind of a props. Then we need placeholder, that's just a simple placeholder as usual. Then is multi, that's a important props. Are we going to allow user to multi-select our drop down or not? So we have added the same that feature as well as, like, we can also select multiple item from the drop down. So that's a good feature. So that's why you can see is multi. Then we have label as usual common. You can see the label here. Then we have searchable property, that's also important because based on that the component direction actually goes different ways. It separates our component. So for the search there will be a search input field where we can also search the drop down item. And if you don't want to search add it into your select component, then it will be a straightforward component like this, so you will not able to search. For the search component, I think we have added that somewhere, maybe in the lesson content or maybe here. Yes, you can see the component here. So there will be an input field where you can search, as well as there will be drop down where you can show that. Oh, I think if you go to the module, then in the lucid icon component, that's going to be another crazy component where you can search icon. And you can see we're using the same drop down. You can also select icon like this, and we can also search icon. Let's say I can search for book, something like that. So when I search for book, you can see all the book related icon just came from the lucid icon library. So we are leveraging the library to use those icon in a drop down, and we can select those icon, anything, like you can see the Facebook icon. So that's the drop down functionality. We will get that when we enable the searchable true, the props. Then we have class name, that's all the as usual class name. We can also add wrapper class name to merge those class name. Then we have some error because we are going to use that for React hook, so we can also add error like this. So that's why we need a property for errors. Then also info, if we have some informations need to show under the field like this in the gray color, we can also use this info property. Then required means we must need this field. Then also disable, you already understand that. Then we have render options. Let's say the render option is kind of the drop down item UI. Let's say all the item you can say option, and render option means you can modify that particular UI. You can see like when you go to the modules here, we can see we have item text beside, we have all those icon. But in the course as usual drop down, we don't have that icon option. So that's why we must need some sort of a function that's gonna handle the UI with enhance the UI from the parent side. So that's an important feature that I found we can add. And also render selective value, that's mean if you want to change the UI as well as, let's say you select this one, now you want to add an icon here, or you can want to modify that. If you go to the module section, then you will see the real use case, like when we selected any value, it's showing the icon as well as the text. So That's why we need that prop as well as. And search options, that's the options mean if we have external data like the lucid icon, there could be tons of icons, and if we provide all of them in our options like here, then our drop down will not be optimized. So that's why we should use another array or functional array that's going to help to provide those informations. Whenever we search something, then we are going to look into the item from that particular array. We're not going to render that array here, but instead we are going to look into those items from that array and we are going to render them here. So that's kind of an internal functionality that we are going to use when we are going to build this lucid icon component. This is also going to be learning stuff for you, and in general we all need all those props for in the future. I got all those inspiration from material UI props and also Shartsian props, so you can go to their original code base. Mostly Shartsian UI, you will see like whenever you install the autocomplete or select, you will see the component code, and if you go there you will also see some sort of similar props there. So that's the idea behind that. So there are tons of things learning, because mostly you developer don't actually care about this kind of select component or input component, because mostly you guys are using like external library like material UI, Shartsian, or whatever. And on those library, those kind of components are pre-built, you don't have to touch there. But in this video series you can see everything I tried from scratch, from the authentication to building those things. I try to build everything from the ground, so that you can get the feel that yeah, we can also build everything from scratch. And that's also super important to understand those things, like how those things working behind the scenes, because it's when you have a job, when you work a bigger company, then all those company doesn't use external library often. They use their custom component, they use their custom things. So that case, if you don't understand all these things, how they are going, how they are actually architect, then you will not able to work on those company. That's the simplest things I can say. So that's why this kind of architecture you must need to understand. So let's now look into the main logic. You can see that's the component select, and here you can see the use case. So if we just now go to the flowchart again, then you can see based on the searchable, already saw the props, we have two things. If that's searchable, then we are going to handle the search input debounce with search term. If we don't have the searchable property or the props, we're going to skip the search handling, or we're going to skip that feature. And then after that we are going to do filter option based on the search term. Why we have to look into the search things first? Because we have to provide the option first, means the list. If you go there, the list of that particular drop down. And if we just make our component searchable, then we have to render the list based on our search item, right? Let's say if we go to the module here, and let's say this is the icon. So right now it's rendering a common icons from the list, but let's say if we try anything, let's say h, then it should now render all the icon that's related to h. So that means the search filter is really important before we proceed further in the architecture. So we have to first declare that, okay, if we have searchable true, then we're going to follow a process. If we have not, then we're going to go with another process. So that's the process. If we have search, then we are going to handle the search input from our option list, including the debounce, because if you're familiar with the debounce term, it's going to help you to just wait for a little time and then perform an action. So let's say if I just type something like this, you can see no effect in the drop down. If you just stop a bit, then you can see that effect. So that's the kind of a wait time we added, and we add the mechanism called debounce to actually achieve this result. So that's also we have to look into when we have the search enable. But we if we don't have that, then we don't have to do that. That's the logic here. Filter options based on search term, and then we have to render the drop down button. And then if that is open property is true, that means we also have to want to open the drop down initially, then we can pass the is open property. Then if that's yes, then we are going to render the drop down options. Otherwise we are going to hide the drop down options, because let's say here you can see that's the drop down, that's the button. If you like click on here, then the drop down option actually appears. So that's because of the is open property. So we'll have a property managed in our component so that that will help us to open that particular box. And then you can see handle option clicks. That's mean now when we open that particular box here, now we also have to handle the click. So whenever we click on a particular icon, we have to set that value in our state so that we can show that is selected value, something like that. So for that case, here you can see handle option click. So that's also have a different approach, because we have a property or a props called is multi. That's mean user can also select multiple icon, user can also select single icon. So that's mean we have to handle here two things. First is multi select and single select. So that's why you can see the flow. We have multi. Is multi true, then we're gonna follow a process. If that's not, then we're gonna follow another process. So when is multi select is true, then we have to toggle option in the value array. So that's mean we need an kind of an array in return when we select multiple items, because when we select multiple item, we must need kind of an array to use so that we can put item into that array. Whenever we select, that item will be inside the array. Whenever we select something, it will be inside the array. But whenever we deselect something, that will be outside from the array. That's going to be the logic. And for the single select, we don't have to need any array. Instead, we can just simply select that, like set the value into the local state or in the parent state, because the select is something, is the component that we are gonna use from anywhere, and we must need to pass the set function or something like that, set state, that which will help to set the value from outside of this particular component. And then when that's done, single update or multi select, then we're gonna update the value, and then we're gonna render the selected value. Let's say we selected a particular icon, then now we have to render that particular icon in the UI. So that's going to be like selected value. That's we name it. And when that's done, we can also show the error or the informations, like if we got any error, we're gonna show the border error message. If we have the info, then we'll not show the border. Instead, we'll just provide a info message rendering in the bottom of that particular input, and then kind of we are done. So that's the kind of flow you should follow. So first we will focus on the search, then we'll go for the open the box of the drop down, and then we'll go for the selection of like is gonna multi select or single select, and then we're gonna update the value for the selected, and also we have an option to render the UI of the selected value, and then we are gonna look into the error. So this is architecture. And if you just know this particular flow, then if you now just go to the code, even if you just paste that code Gemini and ask the explanation, you will get a better explanation, as well as you understand the flow. Now you will understand that in a better way. So let's just understand from here. I will just give you the option that you can just search and looking for answer from Gemini, but I will just do my work here to explain you from my side, and other than that you can ask for Gemini. So we must need an state that we declare, like is open. That's going to be the state that will be managed locally, because we don't have to open our drop down outside from our component. So yes, we can just manage that state in locally. Then we will have the search term. That's also we can handle locally. We don't have to outside the search term. So if you go to the icon here, this search icon, search input field, we can handle that inside of our icon. Yes, maybe in the future, if that goes very complicated, then maybe that search term need to be handled from the outside of the component. That case you also have to took that state outside from the component. And then we have a debound search term, as well as, let's say, whenever we change something, the debounds should also affect something like that. So that's why we need another property or state. And you can see we have defined 3 useref hook, including the timeout for one, set timeout type. So another is for search input, another is for select ref. So we are trying to grab the reference for the input field for the search term and for the drop down, and another is for the debounce time reference. So we have the first use effect hook, which is gonna, you can see like the search term. That's mean whenever we change the search term, we have to do something. So that's what happening here. And as I told you here, whenever we do the search things, we have to handle the search, and we have to filter the option based on the search term. So that's why here is the changes. And also you can see the debounce use case, like you have to took a reference for the debounce, so that whenever our debounce end, we should use that reference to clear that timeout, and then we can proceed further. So you can also grab this whole code and try to understand like what's happening here chunk by chunk. So let's just say explain. I think this will be the best way for your case to practically learn this, because I can explain with my understanding, I can explain with my way, but it will not be effective to you. And as it will not be effective to you, then I think it should be better if you just understand it from your perspective to asking Gemini by questioning here. But still, my work is to explain as much as possible. So yeah, you can see we use the use effect hook. Every time I put any code, Gemini just give like a weird table that I don't like. So give me without table. That's just simply frustrating. Every time it gives table, I don't know why they just give the table. This is way more user friendly. Like how the code works, dependency array, like the search term. That's when whenever the search term change, just things happen. So first of all, we just clearing the old timer. So if we have set any timer, then we just clear that out. Why the timer? Because it's like about debounce stuff. So when we type something, we have to wait for that things, and that is kind of like a very important and crucial step. Let's say user does not just wait and type, they type frequently and then they wait, and also they type frequently and then wait. So this is kind of a not usual behavior. So that case we have to set the timeout, and also we have to clear the timeout whenever they stop. So that's why we must need to clear the timeout, otherwise it will be kind of an issue in the performance. And let's also look into the code, like setting a new timer. So whenever we change something in the search term, we are directly going to set a new timer for half second. So that's the things. Why timer? As I discussed, like we when we change, we didn't just reflect that in the options, we wait for half second and then we reflect that in that option. And here you can see we also set that state here whenever we add that particular debounce timer, and we also provide the search term. So this is function is mainly handling the timing stuff. So you can see the cleanup functions as well as, so these are the changes here. So let's look into the second use effect hook, which is going to be this one. So yep, let's just grab this and put that here. You can see mostly you don't have to actually understand the whole component, instead the props only, because the props will help you to understand how you can use that component. But if you are curious like how a select component work from scratch, then I would recommend you to give a try with the approach I'm showing you. So that's the second use effect loop. Let's just see from the breakdown. So we have a handle click outside functions that's gonna help to do these things. Let's say if you go here now, we open that and we click anywhere, the box actually gone. So that's a kind of a mechanism that we also added, and that's a standard mechanism for every drop down, pop up or model or something like that. Whenever you click, that will open, and whenever you click outside of anything, that's just simply gone. So that's kind of the functions that we also have added here. So if we just simply go, then you can see that's the functions handle click outside. So and this will be work with within the select ref. That's mean we have a select ref reference that we have added into the wrapper. You can see like this. Whenever we have that particular wrapper or reference, let's say here, my bad, every time we come to this page, it's just simply loading. I think the loading is actually added on fetch or something like that. That's why whenever the page or the window of focus change, the page actually refreshing or calling the API, which is calling the loading. So we have to turn that off while we're developing. So here you can see this is the select component, and we have to grab the outside of the element, like all the elements. So whenever we open, if we click anywhere outside of that element, then we must need to handle that to close the box. So that's why this function is for, and we already have the state that can manipulate our stuff. And also we have to look into the mouse down or mouse down event at event listener. So whenever we listen that event, we can actually trigger that function. That's it. Then we have a third use effect hook. I think that's is about for when we open that box, when we have some searchable item, we can also handle that, like including the timeout stuff. So let's just provide the explanations here. You can see auto focusing the search input. So that's for autofocus on the search input, and also when we clear the search terms. So that's another use effect hook. Then handle option click, that's the function. I think we are kind of good with all those use effect hook. Now we have other method like this. Let's say handle option click, handle trigger click, then filter options. The filter option is kind of a variable. That's mean we have the searchable search term, and we're gonna use that searchable term or like debound search term to filter all those item from the option. So let's just say this is the function search options, and in that search options, this function will be from the parent side. That's mean we can also manipulate that from our parent side, the string and all those things. So that's why we use that, and we are just putting our search term. And if we have that searchable and debound search term, and also the search option, we like if we provide the search option, that's mean we are gonna manipulate that from the parent. So that's why we added that here. If we don't want to provide that, then it will work like a simple as usual filter from the component side. So that's it, that's what we did. So when we don't have that, we are gonna just filter with the search term, and we are using the debound search term because the debound search term is the actual search term, because user can type and stop, type and stop. So that's why we added that into a separated state. Don't use like the search term here, because that's going to be like outdated for the user when user changes. And then if we look at the handle option click, if we have multi-select, then we are gonna using an array. You can see the array as we discussed in the flow diagram. And also we have to set that selection, and you will see in the array we will have a property like is selected, something like that, so that we can identify which is actually selected or not. And ultimately we're just pushing a new value to that particular array when we have multiple select. But when we have a single select, then we can just simply set the option, and we are using on change. You can see the on change is coming from the parent. Okay, and in that parent you can see the type is value can array and also null. That's mean we can return like array, or we can also return a single value, something like that, or we can return a whole function as we declare here. So if we now just go to these changes here, you can see in the on change we are just returning the value when we select single, and when we are selecting multiple, then we are just returning the array like this. And that's I think it. You can also grab that code to get better explanation as well as. And we also have handle trigger click. That's mean we want to need a toggle kind of a stuff. So whenever we click on our drop down and we click that back again, then the drop down actually collapse. So that means we have to change the state as well as. And for that reason I have added that particular functions like handle trigger click, which will help to trigger that multiple. And now we have a display value. So display value is kind of going to follow the same strategy for multi select or single select, because that's also important. And these are the changes. So I'm kind of not going to give you all the line by line explanation because I showed you the process. Let's just understand in the overview stuff like what's happening. Like here we use the array, and then we're checking the array length. Then this display value, you can just go and see where we have used that. Here you can see render selected value, otherwise we are going to select the display value. That's mean the UI is here. So when we have selected something, then we will see this particular UI that is going to be like the render selected value. But when we don't select anything, then we must need to show the placeholder, right? So that's why the UI. So the display value is kind of like that. It's gonna show the placeholder. If we have multiple item in the array, then it's kind of a different. Like you can see when the array length is 0, then we are just simply returning the placeholder. But when our array length is more than 0, that's mean we have multiple selected item, and that time we have to display that those item together joining with something. Here you can see we just show those item using the comma. That's mean all the level we took and we use comma to show them here. Let's say we selected course, then modules, then chapter, then it will be represent here like comma way. That's it for here. And you can see if we have only one selected item, then we just simply show the placeholder or the level that we got. So that's the display value. And then we have is option selected. That's mean we can change this is kind of a boolean function that will return. And when we have multiple changes like multiple select, then we will return multiple item from the array. So that's why we're checking from that array that okay, the value is available on that array or not. And if that's not the case, like for the multi case against, then we're gonna just showing the value is matching with our option or not. So that's a another functional boolean things that we can use in our applications. And here you can see in the render option we just rendered the level first, and we have the button, and that's the button under the hood. You can see in the UI does not show like button. It's like a simple input field type of stuff. So we just provided that UI here. The UI is kind of same as like in the input field. You can also see the similarity, but we are using a button because ultimately we don't use these things for typing something or similar like that. We just click on that thing. So that's why it is, if you took that as a button, it will be best. And then in the button we added also all the props like disable, then on click handler, which will like took that particular function that we added here, then some common stuff, as well as when we will go get any error, then we also need to make that kind of a red border. So that's why we also added those styles here when we have that error. And inside that button here you can see the UI when we got selected anything, let's say single or multiple. So that's why we have to render that value or the selected value. You can see we are also have the option that if we want to modify the UI for the selected value, we can also do that from the parent side. So that's why if we have the function, we're gonna follow the parent style. If we don't have, then we're gonna follow the default style for that things. And this is the icon that's locating here, you can see. And then this is the main drop down where you can see it's locked with the is open property, and that's the error and information. So I think you understand these things but from input field. And for this part you can see this is the box UI, and if we have the searchable true, then we also need the search UI. So that's the search input before everything, and after that we have a horizontal line like this. We added the border in the bottom, that's it. And that's the search input, and we also added the search input ref and also the search term as a value, and on change we're changing the search term. But you saw here in the use effect, whenever changing the search term, we also set that value into the set debounce after a little time. Now you can actually connect the dot that why we are just set that debounce time into here, because we don't want to set the actual search term directly, or we don't want to use the actual search term directly to filter options, so that it will immediately filter the options and it will be conflicted in the performance. So instead we use another temporary state, and whenever anything changes in the search term, we will wait for half second and we're going to set that state here, like set debounce search term. And whenever this debounce search term got the text, then we actually filter out all those options. That's why we need some sort of mechanism here. So now if we go back again, I believe you understand now that's what's the relation between the debounce state. And if you now saw here, like that's here we didn't work with the debounce state, instead we just directly work with the search term in state, so that we change there, but the reflect we will see in the debounce search term and including the options list. And then we have the list of the drop down. Here we can see the filter options that we talked earlier. Like the filter option is the array where we are going to modify our array based on the search option. That's mean in the search option we will have multiple item, as well as like let's say we have 2000 item in an array, so we will not pass those array in directly in our options property. Instead we are gonna use like search options, where we will get the search term and we can also filter them from the parent side, so it will be kind of a optimized way. So that's why the filter options you saw earlier, like the logic. And we're just simply gonna render the filter options. So based on the filter, after filter we are gonna render all those items, that's it. So if we need to modify any of the data from the array, main array, then we can just simply modify our filter options above, then we can get the real result. And also we also have to check is there any selected item or not, because when it's multi-select, then we also have to focus on that feature as well as. So that's why you have to choose that selected. Then you can see the changes of the class. If that's selected, then we have a simple class, then if it's not selected, then it's a different class. And also the handle option click we used here. And we have the render option. You can see if we have the render option, like if we have a custom UI from the parent side, we can render that. If we don't have that, we'll just simply render the default like option.level. That's it, like the level here. But this particular select lucid icon is using the props called custom style, or like custom options, render option. And there we just using the icon and also the text, whatever we can do. We're gonna see that when we implement the lucid icon. So after that we have the no options found. So whenever we type something and we didn't found any options, that's mean our filter options when got empty, then we just show this particular message. So overall this is so far the component explanation. from my side, I'm damn sure that if you are kind of a beginner or intermediate, you'll not understand what's going on or my explanation as well as. But what I would recommend you to just ask Gemini or ChatGPT chunk by chunk code as I showed you earlier. So it will help you to understand better. First, watch my video, watch my section, like how I'm explaining, how I explain the architecture here. Then you should ask question if you have curiosity to understand more. But as a project perspective, I don't think you have to fully understand what's happening inside that thing. Instead, you should understand how we are using the component. That's important thing. So I already, let's say, completed the explanation. Now we can just go to our implementation, like how we can implement these things. And that's the important part for you if you are a absolute beginner or maybe intermediate who actually don't want to understand that component. So let's just import that select component, and here you can see we have to pass the options so that we can get the item for the array, like this, all the item from the array. And that will be like value level. So the data structure you have to notice here, that's important. We are going to follow this particular same convention every time we declare the option. So the data inside that array should be value, the value should be unique, and the level you saw when you open a drop down. So this is the level, and under its level it has a targeted key which is called value. This is the value that checked the selection, that's check the multiple select items, all those things. So you must need to add the option including this particular convention. Then we have the placeholder. The placeholder is the placeholder when we just refresh, you can see select status based on the label. So that's the placeholder. Then we have the class name. If we want a wrapper class name, we can also provide that. So you can see the full width. And in the value, you can set the value predefined. You have to pass the value like this. So if you say 1, then it will be selected 1 automatically. If you just refresh, then we should see, okay, this one, yes, the 1 year. So let's say we select 2 and we save. You can see the 2 years is selected by default because it's using this value, is going over that options and trying to find out the value that match with 2, and then it's showing the level there. That's the changes. And also we don't have any on changes method. So if you now just click any of that particular changes, it will not affect because we don't have any state that attach with the on change. If we have a state, we can just use that state and we will get the value here. And you already saw we got the value in two way. When we select multi-select, we got the value in array. If we select, we don't have the multi-select true, the props, then we got the array as a single value. Let's say if you go multi-select, you can see the changes here. So if I go to the multi, then you should see like now we can double select or like we can multi-select this thing. So I think let's just add a state so that you can actually see what's going on. So let's just simply took an state like select, let's just name it validity, then set validity, and it will be empty state, use state hook like this, and we are gonna set the value like the validity. We are gonna using the set validity here. We'll just pass the value that we got, and we must have to define the type. Let's just for now add any, and we have to provide the value here as well as the value should come from the state validity like this. So now if we have multi-select, now if we click, you can see multiple selection, and also the cool thing is you can see those selected items here, and also you can see one more. That means whenever the item goes more than 2, then it shows like 1 plus more. And you can see 1 year comes first and second year using the comma separated things. And if we now just simply turn that back to like only single selection, then it should now only able to select 1. You can see whenever we select, the drop down got closed and you will not able to select multiple item, and that will be fixed. And this is kind of a standard selection component that I tried to implement so far. If you go to any standard selection component, you can also see some sort of similar behavior, but this component have a fallback, like a drawback, which is like maybe the accessibility. You can also take the challenge to add that accessibility. Otherwise, I think that's kind of a cool feature. I try to add as much as possible. And that's the explanation, like how you can use that component. So whenever you, based on your need, you can just add them. So as we didn't implement the React hook yet for this particular form, so we can just make sure all these things could be like empty so far, and we are gonna see the validation and hook from implementation soon, then you will understand how we can manage those data. Let's just remove that state for now because we don't want to manage state separately. So that's it. So now you can see we have the first drop down, which is validity, then the second one, which is the status, and you can see the options are pre-made by us, which is the enum that we created, enum e-course status.draft. That's going to be the value, and the level will be draft, and the options for publish will be published, and archive for archive. So that's kind of another one, and we set this value empty too, and this one will be the last drop down from our UI, which is for selecting lemon squeezy data. Here you can see the lemon squeezy list rendered, and right now our list is empty because the lemon squeezy product information will come from the API. The options here you can see it's not like the static options as we declare on the earlier drop down. Instead, this data will come from the API, and we're going to store that into a local state like this, and after that we can just modify that data by using a map like value and level, and the value will be unique, so we can use that product ID, and the level we can use the information. So we have two options. We can either make an simple array by API. When we fetch the product from lemon squeezy, we can modify that there, and also we can modify that in our front end. So you can go with any option, and for right now we can just make the value and on chain undefined, so that when we can work with the validation we can bind that. So these are the UI right now looks like, and we will disable the price section for now, and I think we should add the course name as well. As you can see, we have another property called course name, and then price and the description. So I think I missed the course name part, so let's try to grab that as well. As so if you go to the course form, validity, then status, then we have select lemon squeezy course description, price. Okay, I think we have missed course name in this particular commit, but we should have get the course name. So let's grab that, or let's just implement that here. So the course name should be like maybe course name, something like this, or maybe it will be name, just a simple property. Let's just make it course name, enter course name, something like that. So this will also be read only field because the course information will come from the lemon squeezy drop down data. So you can see that's the course name property. I think I have missed that in this particular commit, but when I deployed the latest commit, sorry, when I publish the latest commit, we are going to see the form. So by so far, these are the changes we have to do in this particular commit. So make sure you sync with the commit, course from UI and component, select loading and action footer. Great. Now let's move into our next section. So we have done so far three sections almost. The first one is the select component, then we have added the footer component, then we have added all the fields, as well as we have updated our course edit page with the new form we created. That's will be reusable, and then we created a loading component that could be reusable in everywhere in the applications. Now we should move into the course from validations. So let's see from the commit list. So the last commit was this one, and now we should see okay, some type of fixed build error. Let's just see what are the changes for this commit. Okay, we have to fix the type here. So let's go to our input field, or first we can just simply build our front end project to find out any error or not. So let's go to the front end and let's just build a project to check is there any error or not, and it seems like we don't have any error. So when we don't have any error in the build, then we are kind of good with our project. And whenever I try to build a project on that particular commit, previously when I build that, I got those type errors, so I fixed them and commit that changes. So for now we don't have any errors, so I don't think we have to fix anything, so we can just simply ignore this commit for now. And when I publish the whole repo, then you would not see this particular commit again. The last commit will be course from UI component, select component, loading, action footer, something like that. So now we can directly go to the course from validation commit, and here are all the changes. So now we have to look into the validation. So if you go to the new course, now if we click on the create course, nothing is happening. But if you go to the demo applications, we click on the create course button, we can see all those required fields showing the validation stuff, like the validity year, and whenever I choose any value, then the validation error gone directly. You can see all those validation error just gone. So we have to implement that kind of functionality when we click on the create button. So let's look into the steps. So first of all, we need to create those validation schema using Jot, and then we have to create the type and all the necessary stuff that's related to Jot that we already saw in our profile form. And then we are gonna manage a hook, custom hook for our course form controller, like the course form UI. Let's say here you can see we already have some logic here, so we're gonna bring all those logic into the controller pattern that we already discussed earlier, and then we're gonna import that here and we're gonna use them with our input field with the same way we did with the profile form. And in that particular controller we're gonna implement the react hook form with our course form. So that's the plan. So let's look into the commits and step by step let's do all the things. So first of all, we are gonna create the validation. So for the validation, let's just create a course.ts file in our validation folder in our definition package. So let's go to definition package, and under the validation folder we can create a file course. Oops, I just created a folder. Let's just create a file and let's grab the JWT, sorry, let's grab the Jot validations, and this is the validation. And if you want to generate validation code, LLMs are best things you can just generate. So you can provide all those property like what you want to validate, like name, description, status, all this property, and then it will generate you the full validation. So let's see what we got. First of all, we have to use the j.object as like as if you go to the profile from that we discussed. So the name will be string and it will be non-empty. The minimum length should be more than 3. Then description also should be empty, but it could be non-empty. Okay, it also need to be not empty. Then status should be enum, like this. You can see how we can also add enum validation with Jot. You will get the method like j.enum, and you have to provide the enum. It is going to be like TypeScript enum. You don't have to provide like Jot enum, something like that. And here you have to provide the message. The same will go for the validity here because we need number. So you have to validate with chat.coerce. That's the method, and you will get the number method. Then you can also check the integer, positive and negative, all those things. For the URL, you should use .url, and the image URL will be optional. That's why you can see we added nullable and optional true. Then lemon squeezy product ID is important. So it will be some sort of a field that will bind with this one. So whenever we choose any product from here, so that we have to set the state like the product ID, we're going to set that into our state. So that's why we need a property which is going to be lemon squeezy product ID, and we're going to pass that into our backend so that backend can store that as well as. And we will need to different property like enroll link. You will not see anything related enroll link in the form UI, but in the API we must need to provide those enroll links so that we can store them into the database. So whenever we show the all courses data, we can also see the enroll link, and user can also enroll with that particular link, and the link will be coming from the lemon squeezy, because as we saw, as I said earlier, that we are going to implement the whole payment gateway with lemon squeezy, and in the lemon squeezy we can create product, and we can also share the link so anybody can use that link to purchase that product. And when that product will purchase, we are gonna grab that order and we're gonna combine or bind that into our application. So you're gonna see the full flow. So that's why just we need the enroll link. So that's the valid link from the lemon squeezy, which will help to purchase the course. And then the price, which will also be some sort of like number, positive, and should not be I think it will accept nullable. Yep. So that's why. So these are all the schema for s course created. That's mean schema for course create. And if we go to the commit again, we don't have further changes on that particular validation. So that's just a simple create schema. And we also have to import the courses file into the index file because we have added this validation. Now we have to export that so that we can get that particular validation. And we also have to declare the type from the validation, so that we will get an object type. Like this is kind of an object, so if we just grab the type from the schema, then it will be also useful for reuse that type into all of our applications. So here in the course.ts folder, course.ts file, we have to create the type as we did for the profile. Here you can see we got the schema, and based on the schema we created a type, so that we can also use that in our application. So that's going to be the schema that we import, and also let's import chart, and that's it. And now we should get this kind of type, like name is string, description string, status going to be enum, and all the stuff that we declare on that type is schema, all will come into the type. So that's the beauty. When we use chart, we can get type support as well as the validation support. So we are kind of good with our package. Now we should use that schema and all those stuff to create our form controller to manage our validation with React hook from. So as you saw in the earlier section, in the profile section, we have created a controller. So let's create a controller for our course handling. So I'm just gonna grab the name. So it's going to be like use course from controller. That's going to be the name, and it will be under the controller course and inside the hooks folder. So let's go to our front end, and hooks folder, we have the controller. We already have an account folder which will contain all the account related controller, but now we are talking about course. Then we should create a new folder called course, and inside that course we should create that particular controller. So when I created this file, you can see we are not getting the icon in that particular file. So that's a problem, I think. Why we're not able to get that icon? Because we get that icon here, but we are not getting that. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Let's just copy this, paste that, and let's rename that particular component or like the hook. Okay, we're still getting that kind of weird icon. Let's just try to see what's the issue here. Maybe when we copy something, the issue just happened. Let's just manually type that. So use course controller.ts. Now you can see that icon just appear. So I think whenever I copied that, we got some issues. So let's just clear this. Let's copy the whole controller. So I'm gonna just explain the controller with the go through approach, because I think you already know how the pattern is going to be. First of all, we have to declare that use from to initialize the React hook from with all the state. Then we will have a on submit method that's gonna trigger when we click on the on submit button. So before that, we also have to bring those state that we declare in the form. So if you go to the course form, then you can see earlier we have these two state. So we have to bring them into our controller. So we're gonna do that. Let's just understand what's going on. So this will be like this state. So in the future, when we are gonna bind the form data with the API, then all those property will be coming from the API request. So for now, these are like an empty data set, and also spending will appear when we are gonna bind our create course API. Then we have the same setup for your React hook from. We're gonna use like use from hook from React hook from. Then we will get control handle submit from state. In that from state we'll get errors, set value, reset. All this property we're gonna use in our components, and in the default values we have to pass all the default values including the enum, and in the resolver we have to pass the course create schema. You can see the schema is coming from the definition. So that's the setup for hook from, and in our component we just have to use the control handle submit, and also if we need the set value, then the set value, and then we will have a on submit method. So why that method is, so whenever we click on that particular create course, we also want to see those validation triggered. So for that case we need that on submit button, and in the on submit button it will be wrapped with the handle submit so that it triggered the validation. And if the data got validated, you will see the console log, as well as we're gonna show a simple promise for now, like the promise toast with a just set timeout for 1 second. So when in the future we're gonna implement the create API or update API, we're gonna bind those API mutation here, and you can see we checked with the ID. That's mean here in this use from controller we will get the ID as well as. So what that ID will come from, so if you go to the new course page, then you can see in the course form, we don't have anything. But if you go to the course edit, then you will see that in the course form we are passing an id props, and the id props is coming from the route url. So as it's coming from the route url, now we can grab that course id, we can pass that into our course form, and here we will get the id. Now when we are gonna initialize that controller, we can also pass that particular id from the props, and that's why we will get the id in our controller here. Or we can just simply grab that from the route, that's also fine. We can use 10 stack router hook, we can get that data from there as well. As so that's the id check and condition. Based on that id, we're gonna go with the edit api, otherwise we're gonna go with the create api. So far these are the changes, and now we just return all those methods and property from the controller. So let's now use this controller in our course from. So let's go to course from, and also remove this state, we don't need them anymore, and let's just import our use course from controller, and also all the information. Let's say course data loading, that's will also coming from the above. And also you can see some of the data, like some of the error we are getting. So let's just bring that data as well as from here. And we are getting error here because we didn't provide the id, so we also have to provide the id from the id we are getting here. If we don't get the id, then let's see we added the fallback or not. Okay, we added the id in an object because it accept the object, not direct argument, something like that. So we have to pass an object, and then we should get rid of from the error. Now also see from here that what are the value we need to do here. So we have to import all those control handle submit errors and on submit, because as we are now going to bind our input field with react hook from component. So let's just bring all those property here, and now you can see we have only select component. Now we have to bind all of them with react hook from, and as you already saw that we are going to use like the controller way. So let's just bring the controller code so that we can just see what's going on. So earlier it was like the single select, but now we wrapped with that controller component from react hook from. So let's just wrap that, the first one. So we have to import that from react hook from. Here you can see we have to provide the name, that's must, and the name should be matched with the name that you declare in your validation schema, as well as in the controller default value, let's say name. So all the name properties should be matched with each other. So if you go to the course from now, then you can see we have added the name for validity here, and then you have to pass the control from the control that we created with use from hook. And then we're kind of good, but we are getting some error like this. So the error is coming from the property, like types of property value are incompatible, type unknown is not assignable to type string, number, or something like that. So I think that's the type error that we were got earlier commit, like here some type fix. So if I just go to that commit now, you can see in the select, in the value we have added a new type like unknown, which actually remove our type error. Because you can see in the select component, earlier it was the value and unchanged, but we replaced with the field, and the field has the property like field dot value, then field dot onChange. So and all those attributes that need to be bind with the select, and field dot value is kind of unknown, so that's why it's showing that okay, we are not accepting the unknown as a value. So if you go to the value in the props, you can see it's only accept string, number, and then the array of string or number or null or undefined, but it does not accept unknown. So that's why we have to change the type to like this, so that it will accept string, or either it's going to be number, or it will be string on the number of the list, or it will be unknown. So when you save that, then you will get another error here. So I think we also have a fix for that. So here you can see in the render selected value, so let's just go here, you can see we have again null and undefined. We should have to make that unknown, so that the error will also gone. So if you just now make that unknown, then you can see the whole file error actually gone, because these are the property like null and undefined, kind of okay, but sometimes when you work that component to several parent components, so sometimes that the value is actually unknown from the parent side. So better you just put unknown as a type instead null or undefined. Now you can see the error actually gone. So whenever we will get the field dot value, it will set that value into that select, either it's an array, either it's an single value, because in the select component we can also choose is multi true, but for the validity here it will be only single selection. So that's it, and let's just go back to our implementation here. So this commit will be attached with our changes for this commit codes from validation, so make sure you also updated that here, but ignore this older commit, it will not be there. So now let's bring our second one, which is going to be for the status. So let's just bring that. So for the status we have to replace with controller, the name will be status, we will get the field, we have to pass the control and our select, and as you can see we are just passing the whole field. Instead, if you think like we have to modify some of our on-change value, then we can instead use field, we can simply use like on change here, not here, because if we declare the on change above, then the on change will be replaced after we declare this. So we have to use that on change here so that it does not replace with field dot on change. So you have to declare here. So if you have to modify those on change value or maybe the value, then you can just simply use those strictly here. Then we have to implement this one, the lemon squeezy product ID. So let's also bring that and wrap that with our component. So here you can see we didn't directly pass dot triple dot field, instead we have done something customized. So here you can see the level, then the error. I think we also declare all the error in our drop down, like errors.validity message, then error.status.message. The same for lemon squeezy ID. So in the options you can see the data we just try to map from the state, and the value is not something from field.value. It's like as the value is coming from the state data, like lemon squeezy data, so we have to find that ID or like the value from that particular data set. So that's why here you can see lemon squeezy data dot find. We are just looking into that particular state and trying to find out the product ID with that match with our value, because whenever we change anything from the list, let's say in practical here, whenever we change anything, so we actually set the ID into the state, not anything else. So whenever we are gonna check the value, like selected value, we must need to check the ID from the real estate, like the main array. So that's what we have done here. So in the value we grab the ID and we try to put the ID to match there, but you can see we have provided not the full object, instead we just added the ID. So I think we can just simply add field dot value or something like that. Maybe we can just simply pass like this, the same thing we have done earlier, because we are just storing the ID and we also need the ID in the value so that it will show that, I think. Or maybe as we don't have any data yet, so I'm not sure, let's just also use these and also add some data to check what's going on. So let's go to here and let's add an object which product ID, my bad. So in that array we will have an object, and in that object we will have product ID. Let's just grab that from the course from that, what are the fields, so the product.id and the attributes.name. So let's go to controller, so it will be ID, then let's say 1, and then we will have attribute. In that attributes we will have another object and there will be name. So let's just say test product, and that's it. So now if we go to the from, then we should see an options from here, and let's just make like field triple dot field to see like our value is setting on our state or not. So if we now just refresh, then we should see test product. So if we select, then yeah, it's already working. So I don't think we have to add that particular logic. So I think I have mistaken earlier by adding these changes. Maybe I want to show you like we can also do this kind of way, like manually declaring them if we need anything to change in our value or on change method. I think that's why I have added them. But yes, we can also use the field here until we don't need to modify anything from here. Let's say the value, we are just simply trying to find the data from the original array, and just you can see we are just passing the ID. But whenever we're changing that field, we are just providing the ID, and as it's a single select, we will get the ID from the on change here. So I don't think we have to provide them. So let's just remove that part and let's just add field. Perfect. So let's look into the other changes. Now we also have to bind our course name. Now you can see we have added the course name property here, and the field is like name, is going to be like name. Yeah, So let's just bring that here as well. As that would be the name, and the error will come from the error, the label text, and again we are using triple dot field. Then for the price, let's see, we have bind the price or not. Yes, we also bind the price as well as the description. So let's grab both of them. That's the name, that's the price, and the description here. You can see we need to import input field, but we imported that, but we are somehow getting some error for the price. And if you check, then you can see unknown is not assignable to string, number, null, undefined. So I think we also have to add that particular type in our input field into the value. Here you can see a string, number, undefined, and null. Instead of these two things, we can just simply use unknown, so it will cover everything. So that's the changes, so make sure you also change that. So that's our input field, and I think we are kind of good with all of our input field. Now let's work on the image field. You can see we have tons of changes into the image, and also we have to wrap our image with controller, because the image value will be changed whenever we try to change the product information. So that's why we must need to add that as well. As so let's just grab the changes here, the controller, and I think we can use that controller here like this, and under the controller render method we are just simply put that particular UI, and you can see the name should be image URL, and also we have to pass the control so that it sync with the React hook from whenever the value change from lemon squeezy, and the same UI will be here. But right now we are checking from the field.value. If we have field.value in the image URL, then we are going to show the image. Otherwise we will say please upload an image to the lemon squeezy product, something like that. And when we get the image URL, we'll just put that into the source. Otherwise it will be like the fallback image URL. So that's kind of the changes for the controller. Let's just see here. If we don't have as we don't have any image here, so that's why we're not getting that. As well as we didn't set our image when we click on the lemon squeezy. So in the future we will need the on change button, because whenever we click or select anything from our lemon squeezy drop down, so we also have to set the image URL, we also have to set the price, we also have to set the course name. So that time we cannot just bind field.onChange, we must have to bind onChange manually and set those value manually. And that's why you can see we also need the set value, so that we can set the other property value. That's mean when we select lemon squeezy drop down, it set the product ID but not set the price, name, image URL, description. So we have to manually set them when we on change. So that's it for now. Let's also see what are the changes here. So we also have to add something on our action footer. You can see the on submit. So if you just go here, we have the is loading property, so it will be dynamic from the controller. The disable will also come from the controller, and on save click, that will be the handle submit that we got from use from here. This handle submit is going to be responsible for triggering the hook. You already know that from profile hook from. So in the on submit, we also have to pass the on submit method that we created, so that we can get our result and the as usual things. Now we should see the hook from with the validation is visible in our application. So if you just go to click, yes, we are getting the validation, and also the validation should go on whenever we click on those particular product like this. So now you can see the course is required. There is some mismatch with the lemon squeezy drop down with the course name. You can see it's showing course is required. I think okay, that's fine, but it should not say course is required, because we already set the course ID, something like that. So I think that is because of the validation error message. Let's just debug that. So let's just first check our name property, lemon squeezy product ID, with our error message as well as the name property. I think the name is kind of okay. Now let's go to the definition package, so that we can see from the schema that the field is correct or not. Yes, the field is also correct. So let's just also go to the post from and check. So I think we need that particular way that we have declared here, because in the field triple dot field it's not able to get that particular value when we select that. So we can also check that by in the on change method. So if I just go there and try to just simply do like this, then let's just try to check that our error is gone or not. So if I just call create course, now if we choose this, that error gone. If we choose test product, still we are getting that error. So let's see, the error is still persist on our real applications which I developed earlier. So we create, we call this button, let's just select this, the error gone. So if we now just select the changes, the error actually also gone. So I think this issue we are gonna fix in the next commit somewhere. Let's just also see is there any commit for that. Maybe some of this particular commit I have fixed that, so we're gonna fix that along with that. So let's just stick with the changes that we have made so far. So this is how you can actually find out bug as well as, so this is kind of a bug, you know, we are clicking on that particular product but still we are getting that errors which is kind of wrong. So we're gonna fix that as well as. For now our target was to add the validation and we can see the validation is working fine. And I think these are the 7 file we have changed so far. Let's also see from the commit. Yes, we are kind of good with all this file. So now let's move into our next section, be sync with this particular commit. So in our next section, it will be module header for admin panel added. That's going to be the next commit. The earlier one codes from validation. So let's open the commit and also let's check the doc that what is our next steps. So in our codes from validations, now we are kind of good with that first step. Now we have to go to our second step, which is going to be course list page UI. That's mean the UI will appear here in the course list. So let's quickly dump some of the data in our course list like here so that you can see the data and the UI how it will be look like. So I tried to dump some data. I think there are some issue in the database. So because I'm running two application with different port which is connecting with the same database, so there are issue with the tables. So that's why I was not able to create some of the data. So yeah, we are gonna see those things in the UI when we are gonna develop the from like the course list UI. So for now, let's just look into the sections that mentioned here like module header component. So if you look into the real UI, we have some header like here you can see the search button, sorry, the search input field, and also we have a drop down for changing the status. So let's just work with the UI first, like the header UI. So that's why I named that section like module header component. And if you go to the commit, then you can see in the module header component we have to create a header component, and also that header component we have some functionality like we have to manage the search functionality here. So for that case we also need kind of a controller hook that's gonna help to write all those functionality logic into that particular hook. So we will need that hook, as well as we have to declare that particular header inside of our application page. So let's say create the first component, and the component will be inside of our common layout module header. So if we go to the components and then we will get the common, inside that common we should go to the layout. Then in the layout we will have module header, in the layout we will have the module header, in the layout we will get the module header. Then let's grab the whole code. It will be just a simple component. If you just look into that component, we have title, each search, search placeholder, children, search query, set search query, all of this property. So for the on search, that's gonna help to grab that search functionality into the parent, as well as the set search is going to be like an state, so that we can value set on that particular state, and all are kind of like a as usual props. Then we will have an UI. Inside that UI we will have the title. That's mean if we want we can also set the title like before the search icon. So that's why I added the title here. Then we have the props like each search. If we provide each search true, then we will also show that search input field. You can see we are using our same input field from our common input, and we are using the set state that we got from the parent, and also the value that we will got from the parent. So all the state will be from the parent. There will be nothing in this particular component like the state level. And we use the icon, and also after that we just render any children. So in the header you can see we have that input field, but status, that drop down and all those UI will come from the parent side, because we don't want to add them here manually, because the status and all those drop down will be changed based on our application. Let's say here you can see in the module we have 2 drop down. If you go to the lesson, then you will see there are 1 2 3 4 5 drop down. So those will come from the parent. So that's why you can see we have added children props so that we can accept any of the UI. So that's the module header component. Let's also create the hook from here. Let's just took the name. So earlier I took the name from here, but it wasn't work. So let's just grab the name, and it will be under the course from our hook. So if you just go to hooks controller and the course, then we will need a new hook, which is going to be use course list controller. The first one is use course from controller. I think it should not be use course controller, it should be use course from controller. So let's just replace that name as well as from controller, which is syncing with our earlier. Let's also check the use case of that import. You can see use from controller is just fixed by default. You just have to save that file, and we are kind of good with that name. So now let's bring the use course list controller code. So that's a simple controller. You can see that so far it's simple right now. We just taken a use state for controlling the search input, and we are just returning that. But in the future we're going to add a tons of logic here based on the drag and drop and all those API binding stuff. And now we have to use that module header into our all pages. So let's grab the file path and go to that file, and here you can see in the admin layout page, now we can add the module header like this. So under the admin layout we can just grab the module header, and also we must have to provide those drop down like this. So let's just also import the module header first, then we can provide any title. Let's say we just provide course module, something like that. And the search query and set search query will come from our controller that we created. So let's import that as well as, so it will be from our use course list controller. And we are kind of done with all those props. Now we can just add the select. The select is also from our select, and you can see the options and all those changes here. So in the future we're going to make that dynamic. When we have the data, we are going to use the onChange and the value to set the data from the options, and then whenever we change anything from the options, the list data will be also filtered, something like that. And also we have some button here, the button one for we're gonna see them. Let's just implement that button for now. So it's going to be danger, and another is going to be kind of like outline. So if I now just save, then you should see the UI how it looks like. These are the two buttons for sorting or like drag and drop our list, and you can see the title as well as here. So the title does not looks well, and we don't have to add the title because we already added that in here. So we can just simply make it empty so that we don't pass that, or maybe we just should not pass anything here. And you can see the search bar, and we have the drop down as well as these two icon. So you will not see those icon here because we don't have any data. So when we have those data, then we can just can go to the drag and drop mode. So we will have another button for, I think, this button. So whenever we click on this button, it will be go to the drag and drop mode. So when we are going to implement the drag and drop mode, you will see that UX, like what's going on that changes. So that's about all the changes we have done so far for this commit. And now we can move to our next section, which is going to be the course list draggable list component. So here we're going to create a common draggable list component so that we can reuse that every module, and it's going to be super interesting. So the commit we are going to follow for this particular section is going to be this commit: all course page UI with common component like sortable list, course item, alert model, etc. So you're gonna do a tons of things here. If you go to the documentations, here you can see that we are gonna build that reusable component. Then we will create the list sortable. Then we're gonna create alert model and a sort of similar things. And also if I just go to that commit, then you can see there are several file changes, and that will be the last commit for the UI that's related to the course. And later on we're gonna navigate to the backend API building. So for starting these sections, we have to first install some of the packages which is related to DND kit, like all these things. So these are the packages that we are going to use for making our drag and drop functionality. But let's first look into the feature. So that's the application that we already built. So here you can see that we can have all the list of information like course data. Now when I click on this particular button, as we already designed that, here we have the button and also the cross button. So when you click on that button, there are another button up here which is the approve button, that's mean apply button, something like that, and the close button visible. When we click on the close, you can see changes happen in the UI. So when we click, you can see we got a small drag and drop icon here. So this is the icon which will help to drag and drop. You cannot drag and drop like grabbing from here anywhere. You have to grab that from here, and then when you do so like this, you can see that's the drag and drop feature, and we can reorder all those courses. Let's say right now in the top of the courses mobile app development with React Native, let's just bring that end of that list like this will be the fifth order. And then if we save that, you can see the position has been updated. So if we now just refresh again, then you can see the last item here. So that's what we're gonna build. But like the drag and drop kind of this feature will be same for the modules, chapters, lesson, and all those features. You can see like if you go to the modules, you can see the same thing like here, drag and drop. If you go to the chapter, then you can also see the same, but you have to select the module as well as, and when you select that, you can see the same thing. We can shuffle and reorder all the positions. And for the lessons, you just go and select course, then chapter as well as, then you can see the button. That's the drag and drop button. That's mean we need some sort of a reusable functionality for drag and drop so that we can use that every list page we have where we need that feature. So for that case, we are gonna build a component that's gonna help us to reusable that to achieve our functionality. So if you go to the commit, then you can see we have a component called sortable list.tsx, and that's the component that's we're gonna build. And with this component you can pass any UI, custom UI, which will act like drag and drop like this. You can see in the course list UI, the UI is different. If you go to the module, the UI is different, the chapter UI is also different, the lesson UI is also different. So we have 4 different category UI, and if we just implement the drag and drop everywhere, then it will be like redundant work. So that's why we have to make some sort of a abstract drag and drop feature which gonna help to use the custom UI and perform the same functionality everywhere. So that's why this component is for, and we actually use that component, sortable list component, in our all courses. See that here, sortable list, and we pass all those informations like the course list and the custom UI that we want to show. Let's say here course item.tsx, that's the custom UI that will represent this card. But that's mean if I want to show you kind of a flow chart or like the sequence diagram of the component that we're going to build, which is kind of like that. So user click and hold a particular item from the card, especially clicking on that particular grab icon like this, and then we have a context from DND context. Like the context means like the wrapper that helps to wrap the list and all the item to get the drag and drop feature. So that's we are gonna use from DND, and then we have to need some methods and some of the event. Then we need to trigger. The common method is going to be like handle drag, and that's mean we are gonna have to handle when we drop something, like we drag start and then we drop somewhere, and that's mean the drag actually end. So we have to handle that functionality as well as, so that case we need the method. So here you can see a little bit of a diagram, sequence diagram, where you can those one step-by-step process. But if you are kind of a beginner on the drag and drop, then you will not probably understand what's going on here. As well as the documentation, the diagram is kind of a little bit trickier for you if you are beginner. So for that case, let's just think all these things. I also already mentioned those in the documentation, like DND context, which is going to be game board. So you have to go to DND key documentation to know all those keyword that I used here. But before that, let's just install those packages first, then I'm gonna explain one by one, step by step, how to implement. Let's just first install all the packages. So we have to install dndkit/core, then dndkit/sortable, dndkit/util. So the sortable will provide all those method or some sort of classes and methods that's gonna help us to sort those or order the array. Then the core will provide the core drag and drop functionality related things, and the utilities will provide all the helper function or all the classes, something like that. So let's just install them. Okay, my bad, I have to use like pnpm install, not run. So I have to update the doc as well as, yeah, if you see the same thing, then just use like pnpm install. So these are the version, it's clear. Now let's see what we have to do. First of all, we have to create a small batch component. Okay, let's see from the commit. Yes, we created a batch component. So I think the batch component is for like this. In the card you can see we have published, then archived, we have several status. Like if you just filter, we have published, draft, and archive. So for that case, we can just visual that status in a batch. And if you look into the components, we don't have some sort of batch or related things. We only have the button. So let's create a batch component. As per the documents, we can just create that component inside our components, then common folder, and it will be batch.tsx. And that's also simple component I generated by Gemini by providing the requirement like what we need. Mostly I need the colors like pending, done, error, default, info, warning, secondary. These are the colors from here. Let's say for the published, we will have a different color. For archive, we have a different color. For draft, that's a different color. So that's why I have asked to provide some of the color palette. Then in the batch props, we have status, level, class name, as usually small kind of a component. Then we took all those props and we use like an span to bind those classes. That's it. That's a simple batch. Now if we go to the doc, then we have to create that particular sortable list.tsx. So let's create our common sortable list.tsx. That's the important component in this particular section because that's the core component that's going to help us to reuse the sortable functionality. So that's going to be our component. So what will be in our component purpose, right? So the component will take like the items, that means the array of the particular list that we are gonna using the drag and drop. For example, course list. So we have to pass that course list on that particular component. Then we have to pass the card as well, as that's the custom design, because the list should be rendered, and when it's rendering we also need kind of a custom design that we can pass like for the modules, for the chapters. So that's why we need some sort of a method where we can pass custom design like card design, something like that. So that's mean we will need another props for that, and then we need to some extra props if we want to do something. Then when we just come on a direct page, we see some sort of a refresh, so we also have to add refresh things and tons of stuff. So let's start adding all those props that we need. So we can just simply copy the interface first. We're gonna go step by step, and in this interface you can see we have the ID and the item, render item, extra props, and it is like sortable item props. That's different. Let's just bring the main interface, not this one. So if you go here, sortable list prop, you will see that before the sortable list we also have a different component like sortable item. Basically in this particular file we will have two components. One will be the sortable list component and sortable item component. So in the sortable list it will render all those items, and in the sortable item we can pass our custom UI as a kind of a children. And when we pass that, the sortable list will took the sortable item and our custom UI from the sortable list props, then it will inject that to the sortable item and then it will render. So we're going to see the implementations. Let's just copy the sortable list props. You just see here the props, and let's just import the type as well as drag handle props. We have to find that particular types as well as, so drag handle props like this. And here you should import some of the type as well as, so let's import all the type and remove those does not need it. Like here you can see we have created a first interface which is going to be drag handle props. That's mean it's going to help you to get the type for the drag handle. Let's say when we start dragging, that's some sort of event, an attribute we'll get, so that's why we need that props. And then we have the main props for our component, which is going to be sortable list props. And here you can see we have generic type specified. So what's that? So a TypeScript way for making code flexible. This T means any type, so this component works for courses, then maybe modules, then chapter, all those things. So that's why we added that. In this extra props we can also get any kind of like object, so that's why you can see like this. So this is going to be like kind of a generic way to maintain our whole component to reusable for any UI as well as any type, because all UI have different type. You if you go here in the course or chapters or the modules, you can see those item has different type. The list might be different because those value will not be same as the UI is different. So for that case our component must need to be some sort of like generic with type safety as well as the functionality. So for that case we have added this. And then in the main props we have items, that it will be the T array, that's mean the same object that we will get from the parent side. as an item list. Then on items reorder, so that's going to be a function that's going to help to when we are going to reorder the items. That's the actual functionalities function that's going to help that. Then render item, that's the function that where we are going to return that particular children component so that we can put that into that particular sortable item from this page. Then we have item id key. That's mean whenever we need to identify the key of the whole list, we can provide the id or like the key here. Most probably it's going to be like id. If you have different identifier, it's going must need to be unique, so you can just put anything that's unique here. Then the class name, and if we have any extra props, so we can just pass them, and those extra props could be like any object key value, something like that. So that's going to be our sortable list props so far. Now let's bring next thing. So we have to declare our component. So if we just go to the commit, let's create our component, and that's it. And also let's import all those props that we are gonna use. So here is our components. You can see that's a simple component with the same criteria that we define in our props. We are going to extend the type from the parents, then we're gonna add the extra props like this, and then we can restructure all those props that we declare here, like sortable list props, and then we can return the UI. Now let's start with some logical stuff here. So if you go to the code, then you can see we have a section called like sensors. So we have to use like use sensor here. So let's bring that here, and let's also import use sensor from dndkit/core use sensor. And you can also see the use sensor is also using the use sensor and providing some of the value. So what is kind of a sensor means? So the use sensors, like when we have a sensors, the plural form, it is kind of a special hook from dndkit that combines sensor. You can see use sensor, use sensor. These are combining multiple sensor. So now you might see asking like what is sensor? The sensor is kind of like the detection of the event. Let's say whenever something changes in the mouse, let's say you are doing something with the mouse like drag and drop, then let's say you are in the keyboard, you are pressing arrow keys or something like that. So all this kind of accessibility stuff, including the drag and drop, you can say those are kind of movement or attribute from our HTML things. So how we can actually grab those particular event from our code sense, in with JavaScript. So if you look into the robotic things, like let's say you build a particular device, that device actually detect the temperature of that a particular room. So what you add on that particular device, you add a sensor, and that sensor actually detect the temperature of a particular room. So the same thing here, as well as the sensor is actually detect the mouse event, like when you try to drag and drop, let's say you press a keyboard key button, something like that. So all those kind of a event that's actually grabbed by the sensor, and that's actually provide you the functionality that listen for mouse clicks, touches, keyboard presses. So without that sensor, the drag and drop will not work, kind of like that. So for that case, you have to use like use sensors hook, and you have to combine all the sensor, and the sensor will be like pointer sensor. So the pointer sensor is going to help to grab those mouse related things in the web applications. Then we have like all those events that's related to mouse. Then we have keyboard sensor that's gonna track those keyboard related activities. And here in the keyboard sensor, we have a optional things like coordinate getter. So that's a property that's gonna help to arrow key navigation, something like that. So you don't have to understand all those things like the simple property or something like that. You can just simply know this gonna help to listen those keyboard related event, and the first one is gonna help to pointer related event like mouse touches, drags, all those things. So let's also import all those things, like let's just import all of them so that we don't have to import them every time. So these are the core import from dnd core as well as from sortable. So from the sortable you will get that particular value like sortable keyboard coordinates, something like that. So now we have the sensors build up. So before you start with drag and drop, you must have to initialize that particular sensor. Now we have to look into the next step, which is going to be the method that I talked earlier, like the handle drag end method. So what this method will do, this method will help us to maintain the functionality when we drop something. Let's say we start dragging like this. So whenever we drop, so we have to do the magical things. So whenever we dragging, that's nothing that we can do, but when we drop, we have to do something. Let's say in the React, what we do when we render the list, we just map through that particular list. So when we start drag and drop, and if we just drop, then what happened? The list UI just got reshuffled. That's mean whenever we drop, we have to reorder our array of that particular list. So that's what we are going to do in this particular method. Here you can see in this particular method we will have event, that's a argument, and it will be drag event from the DND core. That's mean the actual event that we got from while dragging. Then we have active and over on that particular event. So if that active.id is not equal to over.id, then we're gonna actually grab two things. The first is like the old index. Let's say we start dragging here, so we must need to grab the old index. You can see it's showing 3 yet. So if you just bring and drop here, then you can see the order actually changed, the number actually changed. Again, if I just grab the 4, then you can see the 4 is still there, but when as soon as when I place that here, then the order change. That's mean we grab our old index of that particular item, that's we are grabbing, and then we have to find the new index where we are gonna put that, like this, like the first index going to be the new index and the old index going to be 3. So that's why we have to grab those index, and then we have to just reshuffle our order, and that for that case we can just use a simple method from array move from DND kit sortable. So that's the package and that's the method, and this method will help to reorder the array. So you have to pass the array, then you have to pass the old index, and then you have to pass the new index. So what will happen, it will swipe the old index to the new index, and then as soon as that happen, we call on items reorder. That's the functions from our parent side. So if we need any other functionality from the parent side, we can also use that. Otherwise we can just simply get the new items from here, and when we get the new items, we will set that our main items, like here you can see the item is coming from the parent side. That means there are some sort of set state in the parent side as well, so we also have to update the set state, otherwise that will not affect in our UI, because the item is some sort of the array that we are rendering in the UI. So we must need to set that items list, right? Because in the handle drag end we are not updating any state, we are just passing that new array to the parent side. So then parent side will update the state. So you will see when we are gonna use that with the props. So after that, we can now just simply grab our components like the UI. If I just grab that, so before return, we can just simply put that component. Here you can see IDs. So it's just a simple array where we're just trying to find out all the IDs from the item. So as well as the item key, here you can see whenever we are going to use the sortable list UI or the component, we must have to provide the unique identifier for all the item. Let's say in the UI we have some data, but all those data have some unique property, like most of the cases is going to be ID, which will be kind of a unique. So we have to mention that as well, as so that we can grab all those IDs, because these are the IDs that necessary when we are going to use sortable context from DND kit sortable. So it's actually can help to track the sortable items. For that case, you have to map the ID from the item list. You can see items.map, and then we have to use the DND context to wrap our list UI. You can see the items actually trying to map through. So here in the DND kicks, we have to specify the sensors that we created here with the use sensors hook, where we combine all the sensors. Then we have collision detection. So it's kind of like an algorithm which will help you to decide where you drop, like center of items, closest center. There are some different options here. You can see closest center that we import from DND kit core. There are some others as well, as so you can find them on the documentation from the DND kit, but for now you can just put like closest center, collision detection. Then auto scroll provide like acceleration 0, which is gonna help to, if the list is tall, it is scroll automatically while dragging. And also if I just say collision detection about a summary, like what it will help, it will decide like if a drop is valid or not. Let's say you start dragging from here and the drop area is in between on that particular list, but if you try to drop like here, nothing will happen. Of course you have to detect that and you have to perform the changes as well, as like if you just try to drop here, it should not affect anywhere. So that's why I just have to mention which area the drop should be detected. It should be closest center. That's mean it should be in the center of somewhere. So if we just try to drop here, it's gonna work. But if we try to drop, let's say here, nothing gonna work. It's not in the center. So for that use case, we have to use like this. So there are some other property as well, as you can find them. And then you have on drag end. That's the method here. Handle drag end. We have to specify that here, so that whenever we drop something, we can just shuffle the array, as well as we call the callback functions that we are providing from the sortable list, so that from the parent side we can actually set our new array to the state. And when we set that new array to the state, we'll get that back items property, and the item property will be rendered in our UI like this items.map. That's mean if we change the items somehow from the children side, then we will get the latest changes in the UI. So that's all about. Then you can see after the DND context, we have another context like sortable context. So the sortable context is a group of the items so that can be sorted. And there are two ways to sort. Like you have to provide a strategy props, which is going to be like vertical list sorting strategy, and there are another one which is like horizontal list sorting strategy. Because we are playing with the vertically, so we have to provide vertical strategy. But if the drag and drop is like horizontal, then you have to provide that particular strategy. So you must have to provide these two contexts. So the DND context is the whole wrapper, and the sortable context where you put that particular list, like the group of items. So I think you got my point. So you can also add some sort of UI here, but those are the UI that will not be part of the sortable items, like these. Those will be not the partable to drag and drop. But yeah, you can drop there, but you cannot drag those items. Let's say if I just provide some sort of like a tons of components here, then those item will not be draggable. Those item you can just drop, because that's actually in your droppable area. So but you cannot start dragging those stuff. So for that case, you have to add sortable context, which can help to sort those items, as well as will help to drag those things. And then we need the main component, which is like the card component, like this sortable card, so that we can sort those card. And that's also some sort of a wrapper components where we have to provide the render item. Here you can see the UI that we provided from the parent sortable list, and that's going to be the UI, like custom UI we can just pass, and it will be easily rendered with that particular component. So let's grab that component, which is going to be this one, as well as let's grab the props, and we can place that top of our file, kind of like after the interface. Or maybe let's just try to use here. Yes, we can also use that here. So that's going to be another component, and this component is going to help to render our custom UI while we are starting the drag and drop. And let's look into the props. So in these props, you can see we have to provide the ID, because as you know, the drag and drop need a unique identifier. So that case we need to pass the ID. Then the item, the actual item, like the object, most probably is going to be like the object from the array. Let's say all the item will have those informations and all those things from the array. Then we will have the render item, that's the component, and the render item function, you will also get the item, some of the props like DND props and the extra props. If we want to do anything in our card component from the parent side, then we also have to need an option. So that's why you have to provide all those props here. And after that, it will return the children component, and then all the extra props. And about the sortable item component, here you can see we are just destructuring all those property from the use sortable hook. So this is the hook that's gonna track when you use the DND context, sortable context, and then sortable item. So as we use the context, now we can just simply use that hooks to get all those related state that's using to perform the whole drag and drop functionality. So that's the must thing you have to do. And you also have to provide the ID that will track each item. Let's say whenever you're trying to start dragging, then it's took that ID to track that. And here we have some styles that we just merge. So I think we are getting some error. So let's also find out that something imported here or not. Yes, we have to import the CSS from DND utilities. So let's just import that as well, so that the error will be gone. So this is just a style merging representations that's gonna help to merge those style related to, you know, drag and drop, something like that. Like when we try to drag like this, you can see some sort of little animation stuff like transition whenever we just drop. So that style we need to merge with our item so that we can get that style. Let's say we just start dragging, and whenever we drop, the style kind of like change. It's not like robotic things. It's a transition kind of effect. So that's why you can see we have just grabbed the transition from use sortable as well as the transform, where we just provided the type, and then later not the type but the transfer to make that a string like its style, and then we just provided the style into our div so that it get all the styles related to animation and something like that. Then we also have to pass the reference like set node reference from use sortable, and that's a simple div element which just using the same UI that we are passing from the parent side. That's it. So whenever we're using this here, you can see we are passing the render item. The render item is also coming from the props we declare like sortable list. That's mean whenever we're gonna initialize the sortable list, we must have to pass the custom UI. The custom UI will come here, and then it will go over the sortable item with the type and all those things, ID and all the extra props. Then it will get here. Then after that, it will just simply render that with all those value like items, attributes, and listener. And in these attributes and listener, these are the property that's gonna help to play with the drag and drop. Let's say if we want to make the whole component dragging, then we can just simply use that into the wrapper component of that item, like the attributes property, something like that. We're going to see that when we are going to use that. And let's say we just only need the drag and drop feature from a button like this, like an icon. We have to use that attributes of the listener into that particular icon, so that whenever we try to drag and drop, the icon got the event and it got listened by DND. So that's something like that. So that's the component. I think it will be going over to your head in the initially, but when you're gonna see the use case, then I think you are gonna understand what's going on. So I believe I tried to copy all the code, but let's just copy again the whole thing and paste there. And let's also just bring the item bottom of our component with the type, so that you didn't get confused like this. So we will have two components. The first one will have the sortable list. That's actually the component we're going to use, and inside the sortable list we have to use the sortable item. The sortable item will not be used anywhere other than that. So now we're kind of good with our sortable list component. If you have any question about these things, I think first ask Gemini, then of course reach out to me like what you didn't actually understand or what's the confusion anywhere. And also this component is super modifiable. You can just if you just understand, then you can just add tons of feature here, because TND kit actually provide tons of feature. So now let's try to use that, I think, or let's just go to the doc to see the next step. So after creating that component, we're kind of good. Now we have to use that component. So for using that component in our course list page, right now our course list is look like this. We have only the header that we saw in the previous sections, and we have these two buttons that's gonna help to start the drag and drop. Then before adding the sortable list, we need the data. Let's create mock data and data types for that. Of course we must need some data to render to check the functionality working or not. So let's create the data type in our course.ts from the package. I think we already have that file, so let's just see. Yep. And let's also see the commit to add that type. Yes, that's the type. So this is the type for our course item like this. So this type we're going to use when we are going to use the course item, when we are going to bind the API, as well as when we are building the API. So this will be like the locked data type for the course, where we'll have ID, the name, description, image URL status, and all those properties. Now let's go to the doc and see the next step. Now add the data into the controller. So of course, as we already have that controller created for managing our course list functionality for our all course UI. So if I just show you again, this is our page. In the routes, admin, then course, all course.tsx. In that page, you can only see the header and the admin layout. Now we need the UI list here, as well as you can see the course list controller. That's the controller where we're going to put all the logic. So now we can just simply add the data here, like kind of a demo data, we can say. So if I just simply go to that controller and the changes, then we should see, let's just copy all the changes from the controller and replace with our code like this. Here you can see we earlier have the search query and set search query. That's it. Now we have some other method as well. As the first one, you can see archive model open, set archive model open. That's another property. If you go here, you can see we have a model every page, like in the module, in the chapter, in the lesson, we have a model. that is kind of common inside from our drag and drop items like this. So that's why we need some sort of a state for managing that. Then the search query, you already know that for the header. Then we have a is reorder mode, set is reorder mode. If you go to the real UI, you can see we can't see the drag and drop initially. We have to click on that particular button to get that reorder mode. So this is the mode where we actually start drag and drop, and this mode sometimes does not appear every time. You can see here whenever we provided those items in the drop down, we only see that particular field. So if we now just go here and let's just go to the controller again. So here you can see the course set courses, and the courses, that's the state for the list of the array. Then we have the method handle order, then we have the toggle reorder mode, cancel changes, confirm archive operations, cancel archive operation. All this method we're going to discuss about them, but mainly we need the courses list to render the UI. So for that case, just took an state here and return all those properties that we declare in our controller. And in our courses here, you can see we have provided a static data, course data, and the course data is coming from here. That's a simple array with the same type we specified in the type definitions, like ID, name, and all those stuff. So now if we just go to the all course, then we should get the course set. For now it's like a empty, like a static data, but when we're going to bind our backend, we will get the real data as well as. So now if you go to the commit and all courses, then we can see how we are going to use that particular list UI. So we just simply have to copy this, and under the module header we can just simply put that the sortable list. So let's just import the sortable list, and then here we have to provide the type. If you go now, and here you can see the first type definition is going to be the t extend object. That means we can pass any type. So for our case, it will be the type that we declare in our definitions for the courses. And also we have to provide all the type that's related to our extra props. These are the types we can also mention here, and those will be like array of objects, something like that. And then we have to provide the items. The items will come from the courses, that's the list. And we have to provide the handle reorder, the same method that we discussed, which method will help to change our state, like the set courses. If I now just open the reorder method, then you can see handle reorder method is gonna took the new list, and then it's gonna map the new list, it's gonna change the positions or like fix the positions, and then it's gonna set the courses. That's what we have done so far. We cannot just simply set the state inside of the sortable list. Instead we set that we provide that new item or the array to the parent, so that parent can actually perform anything whatever it needed. So that's why we also have to grab that handle reorder method. So that's the method that we are going to use. And the course item, that's the important things. As I discussed in the render item, we can just now put any UI component that will be rendered as a item for the list. So that's mean we also have to create the course item. But before that, let's just also import the is reorder mode, so that we can add the condition in the sortable list that we are kind of enable the reorder or not. If that's true, then we're going to perform something. And this is kind of like a props that's going to be passed from here to the exact component that we're going to pass here, like the course item. If you go to the component, then you can see all the extra props. We didn't use the extra props anywhere in our sortable list component. We just took that extra props, we just then passed that into the sortable items like this. In the sortable items, we will have again the extra props. We declare those extra props types, as well as the extra prop is actually passing from the render item. As you can see, in the render item, we're passing the item, then the attribute from the DND kit, so that we can get those event drag and drop, and then we are passing all the extra props. And these are the extra props that will provide you the functionality to get some of the property from the parent side to the course item. And then we have the on archive. So why this particular extra props we need? If you go to the UI, then you can see our drag and drop is kind of a list, which is kind of this particular UI. And if you go here, if you try to click the open, open the model, you can see the model is inside of our particular item. The model itself not inside the item, but the trigger we open the model is from the parent side, like in the item side. So for that case, we must need to provide some sort of, or like we must need to grab those event from the item side. Let's say whenever we click, we need to grab that event as well as. So for that case, we need the extra props where we can just provide any sort of functions or callback functions to grab all this event if we want to play with. So for our case, you can see on archive, there will be a function. The function will took the ID will come from the course item, and the ID we can just pass and set the value for that item. Like here we already declared that particular property, like set archive model open. So in that model open, we're gonna just setting the ID so that we can use that ID to perform some sort of actions like open the model actually. So whenever we click, we can see the model with the ID, and when you click on the archive, it should delete that particular item. So while deleting that item, we also need the ID and some other information. So that's how we can just pass those information like this way. So now let's create the course item. So for creating that, if I just go to course item, it should be in the component that admin/course. So let's create the component. So we have to go to admin/course, and here we'll have course item. And in this course item, so let's bring the component, and the component is used, but don't worry, it's like a basic component, mostly the UI related stuff. Here you can see the UI. We have an image, then title, description, and all those stuff, and then status, which is using the newly created badge we created, and those icon buttons, which one is gonna help to navigate to the edit page, another is gonna help to open the archive model, something like that. And this course item, we have the props, the course props, which is a single item. Then we have the attributes and the listeners. That's the important stuff that we're going to discuss. Then we have the extra props. Here you see the mode, that okay, if we have the mode, let's say right now we don't have the mode enabled, so that we cannot see that icon, but whenever we click on that, we got that particular icon here. So that's actually affecting based on the mode. So you can see that's why we are using the extra prop to pass any data from our main parent, like the here. If we have any informations or the data state, then if we want to pass that to our item, then how we can pass that in our extra props. And also make sure if you have new things, you can also define the type here, so that you can get the type support as well as. So in that particular item, we have the extra props and those attributes. Now these attributes is actually coming from the drag and drop, and these are the attributes that's gonna help to identify which area you want to play the drag and drop feature. So for our case, we have a grip vertical icon. That's actually the way we can drag and drop, but we cannot just simply drag and drop by this. But if we just bring these two things into our wrapper like this, then what will happen? We should start dragging from here, I think. Oh, because we didn't actually render the list here. So that's the old project, so we are not able to do that. So maybe we can do that from here. So let's just save and import that item so that we can see the changes here. So we're kind of good. Let's see the list here. You can see the list. Now you can see we can drag by grabbing the card itself. We don't have to turn on that reorder mode and then we have to grab that. We cannot just simply clicking on that particular card and able to drag and drop. So why is that? Because of that particular attributes, like attributes and listeners. So if we just bring that to our icon, then the icon will be only drag and drop functionality, and whenever we start dragging, the whole item will be dragging, because that's the functionality we wrap with the sortable list. So this is for get control over the dragging functionality. So make sure you use that in an icon, or if you want to use the whole card, you can also put that anywhere, and that's flexible. If your new drag and item is different, then you can also place that in different UI. That's why I make that flexible. And also in the navigate section, because we have the edit button, we can navigate to the edit page. That's why we need the navigations. And this is just a simple UI where we have the UI for the order, like 1 2 3, something like that. Then we have the image, the course image. Then we have the course name, the badge, where we just showcase the UI, like archived, published, draft. You can see the colors has changed. Then also those values, like the modules, chapters, to lessons, quizzes, how many data information we have. Now if let's just save that and just refresh, now we should not able to drag and drop by clicking on the card. You can see that's not happening. We only have to drag and drop by that icon. And also if we just click on that particular button, it's nothing happening. We're not able to get that reorder mode. We're going to fix that later. Let's just see here. So all this icon, and then we just provided these two button where we have the archive and the edit mode. If we just click edit, you can see it's already going to the edit, including the ID like this. We has passed the ID dynamically. The course ID is coming from the item data set, something like that. And the archive button, if when I click, it should open the model, and that's mean we have to call the on archive functions, including passing the ID there. You can see on archived, and we're passing the course ID. And whenever this on archive method is triggered somewhere in our controller, then we can grab that event. Like I think this one is the method. If we just go to all course here, you can see, okay, that's not the case. We are just setting that value into the state. Let's say the state is like here, set archive model. So we're just, when we're clicking, we're just setting the value, like the id setting here in that particular state. Now whenever this particular state change, we can now do something to like open the model, or if we want to do anything, that we can just do that by now listening to that particular state changes. That's so far, and that's why that button actually clicks. So this is overall the course item component, and this item component will be different for every other module. For the modules, for the chapter, for the lesson, all will be different, but the listener and the attribute will be kind of in the same position. Like we will have a grip icon, which where we can put that particular listener. So for that case, now I think let's just look into the changes here, that we can see why we're not getting that particular reorder mode. So for that case, I think I have to fix some of the things from the all course. So if I just go to all course, then you can see we have to also make the functional of that particular buttons here in the header. Right now the button was from the earlier, this is just an UI, so we have to also make that functional, so that whenever we click, the more reorder mode actually appears. So we just have to paste the new changes. Here you can see the first button is the danger button, which is the cancel button, and the cancel change is the method that's coming from our controller. If you go to the controller and see the method cancel change, that's the method that's gonna just set up the set is order mode going to false. That's it's doing. That's mean whenever we click, it's gonna set that false. But the second button is gonna be like different. It's like conditional button. So it will be like check and the sort icon as well as, and that's the toggle. That's the icon for like this one. So whenever we click, it's just appear to be like check mark. If we just cancel, then it's become like sortable icon, something like that's the condition here. So we are chasing that with the status, like is order reorder mode. If that's success, then is that true, then we're gonna show the button to the success, or like outline. So we also need the toggle method from our controller, and that method actually, what it's do, like a toggle functionality. Like if that's true, then it's making false. If that's false, it's making something like that. Now if we just save, then we will get the real state change, as well as the state is passing through extra props. Then we will also get the latest state in our course item as well as here in the reorder mode. And when we get that state, we will show the icon. So it should now work. Now if we go and come back here, you can see we only have one icon. So whenever we click that icon, now we get the icon of grip. Now we can just able to drag and drop like this. And while we are dragging, the order is still same, but when we drop, the order changed to new, like 1 2 3, and the last one got here. That's mean our drag end handle drag end or something like that. The method handle reorder, yep, so that's the method handle reorder, which is actually helping to set that new array. That's when this one is also working. Then we have done with the toggle reorder mode, that's also working. The cancel changes, which is also working. Now I think we have left with the archive. So whenever we click on that archive button, it should open the model, as well as we can perform all those things. So for that case, we must need the model UI. So, and we don't have any model component yet, I guess. So yep, this is the component. So inside our common components like this, now we can create a new folder where we're going to put all the model pop-up related things. And here we're going to create a new model, which is going to be a alert model for all of our listed. If you already saw the demo, then I showed you that we're going to reuse the same model for every single list UI. So let's just grab that like this and paste that here. Now you can see this is just simple alert components which have some props like open. So this open props is kind of a props that's gonna help to open the model. Then we have the title, description, on confirm, on confirm text, cancel text. So if you just go and if you just click, then you can see we have the title, description, and those button, and also we have the props to control the button text sometimes. So these are the props, these are the default values. Then this is kind of a pretty simple UI, which start with a kind of a title and the fixed style, so that that model fixed on the top of the UI as well as in the center. So that's the style for that. And we have those button as well as some of the animational stuff. So whenever we try to open, you can see cool animations just appear like a transition stuff. So that's just simple animation. So that's the component I also generated from Gemini. So yep, Gemini helped a lot to generate tons of smaller chunk of code, even if it's a component or anything. So when our alert model is done, now we have to use that, as well as whenever we pass all this value like open, true, title, description, and all those stuff, that means this will help to open the model. And then if we just pass like false as the open property, then it will close the model. So if we just now go to all courses, and somewhere in the list, under the list, if we now try to open the model, we can import that. And if we just pass that open property to true, then it will open something like that. So let's just grab the code from our changes. So if we go to the all courses, now you see we also use that alert model under our sortable list. So if I just go here and try to paste that, let's just also import alert model and also open property, which is the main props that's help to identify the model will be open or not. So we have to pass that boolean based on the archive model open property. That's the state that we set when we click on the on archive button from our item, like here. So whenever we click, we set that item ID. Let's say this is going to be like 1, this is going to be 2. We set that ID. If we don't have anything, then it will be like null in our state, or 0, which will be kind of like a falsy value. So we just simply have to grab those values here like these, as well as we need this two method that's gonna maintain our cancel and success functionality. So in that model we have two button here. You can see the button is like the cancel and archive. So we also have to get control here. Let's say for the cancel we want to set that false, which is we are already doing, but when we click on the archive it should delete, like calling the API, delete the item, read enter the list. So all sort of stuff should be here. So that's why we need also that confirm operation method to handle the confirmations. And that's here you can see the on cancel and on confirm. These are the three pops we provided. So whenever we got a new value in our archive model open property like this, like 1 2 3, then it will become like true. And when it become like true, we saw that particular model open. And that's the same model, like the value is kind of same. That's why we don't have to pass another information without the ID. And when we got the ID, now in our confirm archive operations, that's the method that's gonna help to track that particular button click. And if you saw in the button here, we are also passing the ID. The ID is coming from the ID when we set that, when we click on that particular button. So for that case, we'll get the course ID. And when we got the course ID, now it's easy to just delete that course ID by using that course ID to call the any API. For now, we just added like a simple toast with the promise 1000 second and some sort of messages. And when we deleted that, now we also have to disappear that particular model. For that case, we can just reset our state so that it will be disappear. So if we now just save and refresh, now when you click on that, you can see the model just appear. And if we click on the archive, then you can see it's showing the loading stuff, and then the model gone and the list also refresh. So that's gonna be completed when we're gonna just gonna bind our API. But for now, it's just the UI perspective here. And then we have the cancel archive model operations, where we're just simply resetting our value to the 0 so that it's become false, something like that. So now if we just refresh again, try to click there, cancel is just canceling the button. If we just click on the archive and try to click, you can see the loading, and that's just closing the model. That's mean our model is working fine. As well as if we click on the reorder mode and try to drag and drop, starting that is also working. And if we click, then we should see some sort of success. The same toast we can also visibly display here, and we can do that whenever we have the control here. Let's say when we click on this button, you can see toggle reorder mode like this. So in this toggle, that's not only the toggle. Right now it's showing like toggle, but whenever we have in the reorder mode and we change anything, and when we click again on this button, it's not just only turn the reorder mode false, instead it will also call the API to apply the changes. So that's mean in our controller toggle reorder mode, in the future we're going to add all those logic here, like calling the API and resetting the state on all those things. So that's mean this function will be bigger in the future. But so far we are kind of good with all the changes, I think. So let's just see if we missed anything. So we added the controller, then we added the course item, then we bind the drag and drop, then also sortable list. We implement the is reorder mode, which is gonna help us to navigate to the drag and drop mode. And then after that we are kind of good with the alert model, which will help to delete the item, or maybe some sort of different use case, maybe changing the status or whatever. But so far I think we are kind of good with all these changes, and all the changes are related to the UI level. There is nothing that's we work with the API level, but one thing, we provided a fixed data type which is going to be like iCourse, and that's going to be fixed. Maybe in the future we're going to add some property, but most of them will be fixed for the backend, because all this property will be coming from the backend, all those value. So when we're going to create the APIs in the next sections, we are going to use this particular data type, and also in the tables data, the type will be kind of same, so that we don't have to rework while we're binding the API. Instead, we're just simply use that type to further complete our binding. So these are all the changes for the UI for our course list. Now you can see the course list UI is demo data. And if you go to the section from our doc, in the second step, we have the course list page UI. And the first step was the course from page UI. Now, if just recap, we have the course from UI with all the property. And if we go to the all courses, we have the list UI as well as. And if we just now click on the edit, we can see the same form that appear without the header and all those tab for the edit page. That's mean our form is also going to reusable, and whenever we click, we can see the dynamic ID also passing through the URL. That's mean all the UI related stuff is kind of done so far with this particular commit, like all course this. So make sure you sync with this commit, and then in the next section we are gonna start with our API development for course.